Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does. Analysis does. Perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and acts as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from government and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security by leveraging local knowledge and community networks. Rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue, and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Genesis chapter 32, we're going to read verse 26 and 27. And he said, "Let me go, for the day breaks." But he said, "I will not let you go unless you do what? Say it now. Unless you bless me." The next verse. The angel said to him, "What is your name?" And he said, "My name is Deceiver. My name is Scammer." Go ahead. That's the meaning of Jacob, by the way, for people that are following online. Okay, go ahead. And he said he said, "Your name shall no longer be called Deceiver, Jacob. Your name will no longer be called Jacob." Praise God. But Israel. Hallelujah. Listen, you know, your name signifies what it symbolizes. It is not in the pronunciation of the name, it is in the achievement and the authority backing a name. When we say God give him a name that is above every other name, it's not in the pronunciation of Jesus, because we have the other people that are bearing Jesus even as we are talking. It's in the achievement and authority backing the name. God give him a name. But before them we saw in can we read that portion of the Bible? Philippians chapter 2. Let's take from verse 7. But made himself of no reputation, taking the form of a bond servant, and coming in the likeness of men. Praise God. Go ahead. Now talking about Jesus. Okay, go ahead. And being found in appearance of a man, he humbled himself and became obedient to the point of death, even death on the cross. Continue. Therefore God also highly exalted him and give him the name. Everyone said the name, which is above every other name. He achieved the name. He suffered. He paid the price. He became a man. God becoming a man. And God gave him a name that is above every other name. So what makes the name works is not in the pronunciation. That's why it's also important to know that when you call a name, when you call the name of Jesus, you need to have the revelation of the name of the person of Jesus before the name will work. Well, some people, they travel and their vehicle will have accident. All of them will be shouting Jesus, Jesus, and the vehicle will have accident and everybody will die. We also see some other persons that have the same situation. They will just mention in the name of Jesus, the vehicle will jerk and stand. What's the difference? Revelation behind the name. It's not in the, it's in the authority. The name signifies what it symbolizes. A name is a sign. A name is identity. Did you get? The name Tinubu make no sense before 2023. But now, anytime you call Tinubu, the first thing that comes to the mind of everyone, you know, we have a lot of Tinubus, more than 1,000 Tinubu in Nigeria. Is that correct? But anytime you mention Tinubu, what comes to the mind? The president of Nigeria. Because of authority backing this one. Brothers and sisters, as a Christian, when you call Jesus, you are not talking about one man in Brazil. You are talking about Jesus Christ, the Lord, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, that died on the cross, that paid the price, and a name was given to him. Praise God. So when we talk about Jacob, the same thing. Was a deceiver, a liar, the Bible teaches. So the angel said, the only thing we can do is to change your identity. And the way to do this first is to change your name. And the second thing to do is to bless you. He said, I will never let you go except you bless me. And the angel blessed him by giving him a new assignment, by giving him a new identity, by giving him a new authority. Praise God. Amen. Ephesians chapter 1, reading from verse 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's just go straight to verse 3. Blessed be God, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who has blessed us. Everybody say, I'm blessed. Who has blessed us with every spiritual blessing in heavenly places in Christ. Blessed be God, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who has blessed us. I'm blessed in Christ. Praise God. Now, I want to start by a kind of introduction to this topic. Within this month, we'll be discussing the blessing. I don't mean blessings. You know, when we talk about blessings, we are talking about physical things of life, like car. If you buy a car, this guy is blessed with a new car. Okay? If you had a set of 4 twins, 2 twins, they say, hey, this one is blessed with twins. Did you understand that? You build a new house, this one is blessed with a new house. The mundane thing, the physical things you see is the fruit of the blessing. They are not the blessing. The blessing is that supernatural oil that attracts those things. Do you know why I'm sharing this with you? Listen, if you study about Jacob, before now, Jacob is a blessed man, had 2 wives, had about 10 children at that point, have money. The Bible says he was rich in cattle and gold. He was so rich that his father-in-law refused to release him. So he's not calling or praying or asking for physical thing. At this point he's blessed, to a point he wanted to give his brother just to let him go free. He decided to give his brother. If you study that portion of the Bible, you see the amount of cattle, amount of gold, amount of the things you want to give to him. The first group, he's rich to a point he have a lot of servants, male servant and female servant. He have concubine. He was very rich physically speaking. So when he said, I'll never let you go unless you bless me, he's not talking about physical things. If it's about physical things, he has failed. And can I bring to your notice that even his brother was richer than him in the physical things? Study for yourself. Why his brother was coming? His brother came with about 400 herdsmen. When you study that portion, you see that his brother is very rich. To a point, his brother have a city in his name. So the battle here is not the battle of physical things. When we say a man is blessed, the man might not have a car, but you know this guy have all the potentials, all the tools that a blessed man have. Have you ever studied and think about Joseph? In prison, he was the leader. How do we know a man is blessed? We look at the impact you are making in the life of individuals and the kingdom of God. It's your impact that we consider, not the physical things of life. He was in prison, was making impact. In Potiphar's house, was making impact. As a slave boy, making impact. What can you say concerning Daniel? A man in this strange land, a slave, yet making impact. And to prove to you that God was with him, everything around them works. Do you know he had favor before the Enoch? And Enoch said, if my king hear about this, he will kill me. And he said, Enoch, try me for 10 days. That I will be fatter, better, more handsome and great after 10 days than every other person you are giving the good food, the food of the king. Enoch find favor. Study the scriptures, all the blessed people that God worked with. The things you will notice is favor, oil of favor. And Esther was favored before Enoch, and Enoch called Esther and said, come, let me reveal the secret of what the king loves. This perfume, mix it with this one, mix it with the other one, it will give you the fragrance that the kings love. And while other people were spending money going to Babalawo, doing a lot of things, meeting commissioner, meeting governors, meeting a lot of people, meeting people that matters in the society, favor has worked for Esther. That day, as soon as the king perceived the fragrance of the perfume coming from Esther, he said, no, this is the one. And the whole council gathered and said, no, king, it cannot be this one. This one is a strange woman, a slave in this land. Even this one is connected to that man I was telling you in the gate that refused to bow before us, and yet the favor of God is speaking. Say, I'm blessed. Say, I'm blessed. Say, I'm blessed. Jacob had all that life can give, but something was missing. Had all that life can give. Ever shout the blessing? Shout the blessing. So what I'm sharing with you is not something money can buy.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Only assignment of your might. Say, Father, in the name of Jesus.
Father, in the name.
Loud and clear. Father, in the name of Jesus.
Father, in the name of Jesus.
Every negative genetic habit.
Every negative genetic habit.
Working in my life.
Working in my life.
In the name of Jesus.
In the name of
I
Jesus.
command you.
I command you.
Die and pass out.
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 Now. Go ahead and pray. Go ahead and pray. In the name of Jesus. No, when we talk about these habits, it's not necessary sin. Yes, sin are a major part of it, but it's not necessary sin. Do you know fear? There's nothing that kills destiny like fear. And there are people that are naturally fearful, genetically speaking. There are some people, they have the heart of unforgiveness. There are people that are bitter in their hearts. Some of this thing are genetic. So when I talk about this thing, don't just see it as, okay, what sin am I committing now? No, it's not just about sin. Any habit of any kind that have capacity to stand between you and fulfilling purpose. There are people, they don't have courage. You have to push them and push them and push them. Courage to do what they ought to do. No courage. They are not brave. Say, Father, in the name of Jesus. Anything I need in this life to fulfill purpose by the Spirit of God, I pray for release of those things naturally now by the Spirit of God. Open your mouth, turn it into prayer.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world. Good morning and welcome to News Update on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. President Tinubu urges media to hold state, local governments accountable. On the foreign scene, United States places $10 million bounty on Iran's new supreme leader. On business, President Tinubu establishes Presidential Petroleum Reform and Value Optimization Task Force. Now the news and details. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has called on Nigerian media executives to intensify scrutiny of state and local governments, stating that the era when the federal government alone dominated public accountability has changed. The president made the call during the 2026 Ramadan Iftar with media leaders at the presidential villa in Abuja, urging journalists to expand investigative focus on subnational administrations. President Tinubu explained that recent fiscal reforms and the Supreme Court judgment on local government autonomy in Nigeria have strengthened financial independence for local councils. According to him, the new arrangement ensures that allocations from the federal account are paid directly to local government, thereby placing greater responsibility on local officials for account public funds. The president also noted that improvements in the financial standing of state governments, attributing the development to higher revenue inflows and increased crude oil production, is stated that many states now have greater fiscal stability and no longer borrowing to meet salary obligations, while acknowledging that economic recovery remains ongoing. President Tinubu defended his administration economic reform, including the removal of petrol subsidy. He described the decision as a necessary corrective measure that prevented fiscal collapse, stabilized the foreign exchange market, and moderated inflation, while urging the media to remain constructive partners in national development. Former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, has criticized proposed amendments to Nigeria's electoral laws, warning that certain provisions could undermine democratic accountability. In a statement, Mr. Obi expressed concern over legislative proposals currently under consideration by the National Assembly of Nigeria. Mr. Obi pointed to what he described as a contradiction within the proposals, noting that lawmakers are recommending heavy sanctions for politicians holding dual party membership while simultaneously seeking to remove certificate forgery and age falsification as grounds for challenging election results. The former Anambra State governor argued that such provisions conflict with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, which emphasizes integrity and transparency in the qualification of candidates in public office. Mr. Obi therefore urged the National Assembly to ensure that electoral reforms strengthen democratic institutions rather than weaken them. He stressed that national development depends largely on the credibility, competence, and character of those entrusted with leadership responsibilities. Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has ordered the demolition of illegal structures erected on land designated for diplomatic missions in the Katampe Extension District of Abuja. The directive followed an inspection of ongoing infrastructure projects within the Federal Capital Territory. The minister explained that the affected parcels of land were originally allocated in 2008 for the development of foreign embassy residents. He alleged that a private developer recently encroached on the area and commenced construction without obtaining approval from the Federal Capital Development Authority. Diplomatic missions affected by the encroachment include those of Japan, Thailand, Bulgaria, Syria, Somalia, Austria, Switzerland, Senegal, and Palestine Liberation Organization. The minister also disclosed that part of the invaded land was reserved for a critical power infrastructure belonging to the Power Holding Company of Nigeria. Minister Wike confirmed that the suspected developer has been arrested and will face prosecution. He directed relevant agencies of the FCT administration to clear the area immediately and assured that the affected diplomatic missions would regain possession of their allocated plots once the site is restored. The National Emergency Management Agency has received 147 Nigerian migrants voluntarily returning from Niamey in the Republic of Niger. The returnees arrived at the Malam Aminu Kano International Airport or in Kano aboard in a Sky Mali airline flight on March 5, 2026. According to NEMA officials, the group comprised 136 adult males, 5 adult females, and 6 children. The agency's Kano Operations Office conducted profiling and documentation of the returnees shortly after arrival to facilitate reintegration and support services. The operation was carried out in collaboration with several humanitarian and security partners, including the National Commission for Refugees, Migrants, and Internally Displaced Persons, the Nigerian Red Cross Society, and the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Officials described the exercise as hitch-free, attributing the success to effective coordination among participating agencies. The repatriation forms part of an ongoing federal effort to support Nigerians abroad who voluntarily choose to return home. The Abia state government has directed contractors handling public infrastructure projects to strictly comply with internationally accepted quality standards. The directive was issued during a two-day stakeholder workshop organized in Umuahia for project managers and construction supervisors. Director General of the State Projects Implementation Bureau, Mrs. Onyinye Nwosu, stated that the administration of Alex Oti is determined to ensure that every infrastructure project executed in the state delivers full value for public funds. She emphasized that beyond engineering designs, the competence of personnel on construction sites and strict monitoring of building materials remain critical to achieving durable public infrastructure. The government further warned that substandard project execution will no longer be tolerated, stressing that only qualified professionals with proven integrity and technical competence were entrusted with future development projects in the state. The Benue State Executive Council has approved 450 million naira as counterpart funding for the Nigerian Women Project, a World Bank-supported initiative aimed at expanding opportunities for women-owned small business and medium-scale enterprises. The decision was reached during a council meeting chaired by Governor Vincent Alia in Makurdi. The program is designed to support poverty reduction and stimulate entrepreneurship by providing financial resources and technical support to women participating in the State Economic Development Initiative. In a related development, the council approved the sponsorship of 81 Muslim pilgrims from Benue State for the 2026 Hajj to Mecca. Government officials indicated that similar support will also be extended to pilgrim Christians traveling to Jerusalem later in the year. The council also approved an executive order renaming the Benue Printing and Publishing Corporation as the Dan Agbese Printing and Publishing Corporation in honor of the late veteran journalist Dan Agbese, whose contributions to Nigerian journalism were widely recognized. This news update is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. President Tinubu urges media to hold state and local governments accountable. Coming up shortly, on the foreign scene, United States places $10 million bounty on Iran's new supreme leader and key officials. On business, President Tinubu approves establishment of Presidential Petroleum Reform and Value Optimization Task Force. We'll be right back. 7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. President Daniel Noboa of Ecuador has imposed a nighttime curfew across 4 coastal provinces as part of intensified security operations against organized criminal networks. The curfew is scheduled to take effect on March 15. Will restrict movement between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. in the provinces of Guayas, El Oro, Santo Domingo, and Los Rios. Government authorities identified the affected provinces as critical corridors for drug trafficking and organized crime activities. The measure is intended to limit criminal movement while allowing security forces to conduct coordinated military and police operations across the region. Ecuador's Ministry of Defense confirmed that recent operations conducted near the border with Colombia led to the dismantling of a major drug trafficking facility linked to the Border Commandos, a group believed to consist of dissident elements of the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia. President Noboa stated that the curfew and expanded military deployment form part of a broader national strategy aimed at restoring state authority in territories increasingly threatened by armed gangs and transnational narcotics network. The United Nations has launched a $308 million emergency appeal to respond to a rapidly escalating humanitarian crisis in Lebanon. The appeal was announced in Beirut by United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who called for urgent international support. According to the United Nations, more than 800,000 people have been displaced following recent military hostilities between Israel and the militant group Hezbollah. The displacement recently represents nearly 1/7 of Lebanon's population, creating enormous pressure on humanitarian resources. Aid agencies, including the World Food Programme, have reported several shortages of food, medical supplies, and emergency shelter materials. Relief officials warn that available resources are being rationed as funding gaps continue to widen. The United Nations cautioned that without immediate financial contributions from donor countries, humanitarian reserves may be exhausted within weeks, leaving hundreds of thousands of displaced families without adequate assistance. The government of the United States has announced rewards of up to $10 million for information leading to the location or arrest of senior Iranian officials. The program is being coordinated by the U.S. Department of State under its Reward for Justice initiative. Among those listed is Mojtaba Khamenei, reported to have assumed leadership in Iran following the death of his father, former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, during recent military strikes attributed to the United States and Israel. The U.S. government stated that the targeted individuals include senior figures associated with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which Washington has designated as a terrorist organization. Officials allege that the group has been involved in a global militant operations and plot against American interests. Authorities in Tehran have rejected the allegations, describing the bounty announcement as politically motivated. Analysts say the development reflects escalating tensions between the United States and Iran amid wider geopolitical instability in the region. Ten people have been confirmed dead following counter-terrorism operations conducted by security forces in northeastern Algeria. The Algerian Ministry of Defense reported that 7 suspected militants were neutralized during coordinated military raids in Tebassa residence. According to the ministry, the operations involved army units carrying out targeted missions in remote mountainous areas close to the border with Tunisia, where extremist groups are believed to operate. Military authorities disclosed that the clashes also resulted in the deaths of 3 Algerian soldiers during exchanges of gunfire with the armed militants. Several weapons were recovered at the scene, including Kalashnikov rifles, ammunition, and other combat equipment. President Abdelmajid Tebboune paid tribute to the fallen soldiers, describing them as defenders of national sovereignty. Security forces have maintained heightened surveillance in the area as such operations continue. Now in business, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has appointed renowned banker Fola Adeola as chairman of the newly established Presidential Petroleum Reform and Value Optimization Task Force. The announcement signals the administration's renewed push to accelerate reforms in Nigeria's energy sector. Mr. Adeola, a co-founder of Guarantee Trust Bank, will lead a specialized team mandated to develop strategies aimed at improving transparency, efficiency, and competitiveness within the petroleum industry. The task force has been given a 6-month timeline to produce key policy frameworks designed to attract investment, improve sector governance, and unlock up to $10 billion in additional liquidity for the industry. According to the presidency, the committee will submit an interim report within 3 months before presenting its final recommendations. The initiative forms part of broader economic reforms intended to reposition Nigeria's energy sector to sustainable growth. The Main Power Electricity Distribution Limited will undertake a 48-hour maintenance exercise at its Transekulu injection substation in Enugu, starting 6 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. Aneke, head of communications, Main Power, said the work will install a new 11 kV indoor switchgear panel. 2 feeders, phase C's and Damija will be affected, causing temporary electricity interruptions for residents. He urged customers to plan accordingly during the maintenance window. Areas impacted include Transekulu Flyover, Oshimiri, RCCG Quarters, Green Roof, Ubodogun, Aguabo, Zion Hill, Hillview, Damija, Roads 8, 9, 10, Ivory Estate, and surrounding locations. Mr. Eze explained that the new switchgear costing about 200 million naira follows a January 21st, 2026 explosion at the substation control room. He said the firm is also procuring additional equipment across its network to enhance reliability and ensure stable electricity supply. The Federation Account Allocation Committee has distributed a total of 1.894 trillion naira as revenue for February 2026 to the 3 tiers of government in Nigeria. The decision was reached during the committee's March meeting held in Abuja. According to the communique issued by the Director of Press and Public Relations, Mr. Bawa Mokwa, distributable revenue consisted of 1.274 trillion naira from statutory revenue of 619.11 billion naira generated from value-added tax. From the total allocation, the federal government received 675.88 billion naira, while the 36 state governments shared 651.525 billion naira. The 774 local government council collectively received 456.467 billion naira. The communique also indicated that 110.949 billion naira, representing the 13% derivation fund from mineral resources, was allocated to oil producing states, while revenue performance shows increases in oil royalties and excise duties, but declines in several tax categories. Darwin Sports head coach of Rivers United, Mr. Yemi Olarenwaju, has expressed support for Nigerian midfielder Daniel Daga following the player's legal troubles in Norway. Daga, who currently plays for Molde FC, was recently sentenced by a Norwegian court to 6 months imprisonment after being found guilty of a sexual offense. The club has since suspended the player for more official activities pending further developments. Coach Olarenwaju stated that despite the controversy, he believed the young footballer deserves guidance and support during the challenging period. He described the situation as a difficult lesson rather than the end of player's career. Daga, a former captain of Nigeria under-20 national team, gained prominence during the 2023 FIFA Cup and is widely regarded as one of Nigeria's emerging football talents. Now in entertainment, popular Nollywood actress Tonto Dike has donated 10 laptop computers to students of Junior Secondary School Durumi 2 in Abuja as part of an educational support initiative by her foundation. The donation represents the first phase of a broader program aimed at distributing 30 laptops to schools within the Federal Capital Territory to promote digital learning among students. The development comes amid ongoing legal proceedings involving the actress following a viral video that showed her conducting a religious deliverance involving a student at the same school. Human Rights Ikechukwu Obasi has filed a 200 million naira lawsuit alleging that the incident violated the child's right to dignity and privacy. The case is expected to be determined by the courts as the legal process continues. And to end the news updates on Aneke TV, here is a recap of our top stories. President Bola Tinubu has urged media organizations in Nigeria to strengthen oversight of governance at the state and local government levels. Speaking during a Ramadan iftar with media executives at the presidential villa in Abuja, the president emphasized that recent fiscal reforms and judicial decisions have enhanced financial autonomy for subnational governments. He called on journalists to expand investigative scrutiny beyond the federal government to ensure transparency and accountability in the management of public funds across all tiers of governments. On the foreign scene, the government of the United States, through the U.S. Department of State, has announced a reward of up to $10 million for information leading to the location of arrest of Mojtaba Khamenei, who recently emerged as supreme leader of Iran. The bounty also targets several senior officials linked to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, an organization designated by Washington as a foreign terrorist entity amid escalating geopolitical tensions between the two countries. In business, President Bola Tinubu has approved the establishment of a presidential petroleum reform and value optimization task force to advance structural reforms within Nigeria's energy sector. The task force, chaired by renowned banker and co-founder of Guarantee Trust Bank, Fola Adeola, has been mandated to develop strategies aimed at strengthening transparency, improving operational efficiency, and enhancing Nigeria's competitiveness in the global petroleum industry. And that's the news update on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media, because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Ndị Igbo si na onye amara ebe mmiri bidoro maba ya ama ama ebe ọ kwụsịrị. And that actually provides the background for the respect I have for the great work that Center for Memories is doing, Center for Memories. And I wish we would take the work this center is doing a lot more seriously, because we have a rich history. We have a rich history as far from way back, but we also have a rich contemporary history as in Igbo, interrogating the state of human rights in our Igbo. When we talk about interrogate, we are talking about asking serious questions, asking questions aggressively about the state of human rights in our Igbo. But before that question of the state of human rights in our Igbo, there's a very interesting statement, a very interesting philosophical statement in Dumiri in Drazo. So that statement speaks to the fact that without the understanding of Ndumiri Drazo, you may not even fully appreciate what we are going to be talking about. Ndumiri Drazo speaks about the fact that there is no way you can make progress in a society if you do not recognize interdependence. Mmiri actually accommodates the azo, the water accommodates the fish. Without the water, the fish will not survive. But guess what? Without the fish, the water will lose part of its relevance. As a matter of fact, in several riverine areas, what takes people to the water is the fish. So if you remove the fish from the water, people may not even know the water is there. Besides being a means of moving from one point to another, one major reason people go to the water is to get fish. So there is this interdependence between Mmiri and us, between the water and the fish. While the water looks like it's more important because it accommodates the fish, if you remove the fish, the water loses a large part of its relevance. And that is what we are looking at today, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Asu, which speaks to different aspects of Igbo philosophy. Ewe bere, ugo bere, All of these expressions speak to one fact, that we have to learn how to coexist peacefully to the benefit of all of us. So when you get that background, it lays a foundation for the conversation about the state of human rights in our Igbo. And since we are going to look at it from the point of view of interrogating the state of human rights in our Igbo, I want to actually just ask a few questions and answer them, because I don't have all the time in the world. So the first question is, what is human rights? Human rights are basically the rights we have because we are human. There are other more elaborate and fancy definitions, but why I love defining human rights as the rights we have because we are human is that a lot of people associate human rights with the caliber or state of the person who is seeking to enjoy the human rights. So very often when I speak about human rights, for instance, when I talk about the right to liberty, the right to bail, people ask me questions like, so if the person actually committed the crime, should the person also get bail? And my answer is simple. The law says the person should get bail. The law assumes the person is guilty until proven innocent. The law does not look at the person through the lens of being guilty, because the law assumes the person is innocent. But you as a layman, you're saying, I saw him steal. He is not entitled to bail. But then the last time I checked, bail is not supposed to be go home and sin no more. Bail is supposed to be go home so that you will enjoy your freedom and be productive. Perchance you didn't actually commit the crime. So what if after all of the detention, the person actually didn't commit the crime? So the point is, human rights should be enjoyed by people because they are human, not because they are nice people, not because they are innocent, not because they are wealthy, not because they are educated, not because they are politically connected, but just because they are human. When we understand this definition, our communities will begin to change dramatically and drastically. For instance, I've noticed that when you come to a village setting and you are discussing issues around human rights, you notice that people who had a bad reputation will actually not get their rights respected, because most people will be judging them based on their past. I don't know if you can connect what I'm saying. That is, if something gets lost in a certain environment, everybody will look in the direction of the thief, even if it's not the thief that stole it. In fact, some people actually go to steal something knowing that there is a person who has the reputation for stealing, who is likely to take the blame. So they will quickly steal, knowing that everybody will suspect the thief. We all know. It happens also that sometimes when we are discussing human rights, people say, not for this one. The things that, see, we shouldn't be discussing human rights. But the first thing I want to establish is, what is human rights? These are rights we enjoy because we are human. It's that simple. And does it mean that if a person commits a crime repeatedly, the person should be entitled to the rights repeatedly? The unfortunate answer is yes. Is it my opinion? No. So why am I so adamant about it? Because that's what the law says. You cannot exist in a democracy without the rule of law. But let me also surprise us. We forget that human rights did not start with 1999 Constitution. Before the white man came, Igbos had the rule of law. That is why in those days, if the son of a king committed alo, the son of the king would vanish. You see that thematic focus in several home movies in Nigeria, where there's this struggle between power and dominana. There was the rule of law even in Igbo land. Igbo to Igbo such, you had to run beyond an Igbo forest or big body of water if you kill someone, even if it was manslaughter. The status of your father will not save you. So did we have the rule of law in Igbo land? Yes. Did we have respect for rights? Yes. How do I know? We do not even remember that even women had rights. We always think about the fact, oh, that your grandpa used to flog his wife in this one apart, so we don't have rights. No, it doesn't work that way. Most of us do not know that there are rights that women enjoyed in the southeast, in Igbo, even before the white man came. I'll give you one example that will surprise some of you. You know that it was the right of a woman to have a place to cultivate. It wasn't negotiable, it was a right. Why I'm not guessing. It's something I researched long ago, because at some point I asked myself, these human rights were discussed, is it so alien? I not only talked to elders, I spoke to a professor of family law. The man shocked me when he started listing the rich meal of rice enjoyed by women in traditional Africa. If a woman, for whatever reason, maybe she didn't have a boy child or she was divorced from the husband, was sent back to her family. The family had a duty to allocate her a portion of land to cultivate her headache. It was a right, it wasn't negotiable, whether on anyone or not. I was surprised when I got a list of rights. So what does it tell us? We are not that distant from human rights as we have been made to believe by the white man, that everything good came with the white man. No, we had order also. In fact, our society was so well ordered, we so well respected the rule of law and the rule of tradition that you didn't have to use doors in your house. There was no door in traditional architecture of the Igbo man. We had almost the point of entrance. We had no door. There was no need to lock it. If you went to the market in the good old days, there was no need to actually protect your yam. You had to take some other products home if you finished your business. But you left the yam in the market because the yam was the king of crops. You don't steal yam. You don't steal the king of crops. So we had rules of engagement. So we are not strangers to the rule of law. The fact that the rule of law has been documented now doesn't mean that it has never been there. As a matter of fact, the rule of law was more functional in the traditional Igbo society than it is today in Nigeria, because today the politicians are above the law. In those days, almost everybody was subject to the law. If you refuse to be subject to the law, Anna will take care of you. Because today our courts may decide to even say on your mandate we stand. But in those days, the goddess of Anna will not permit you to desecrate the land. And as long as we cannot live in the air, that's why in those days we wanted to say something important. You removed your shoes and stood on and said, as you stand on this soil. So we need to begin to ask ourselves, are these things really new? The answer is no. I wanted to lay this foundation before we start talking about issues around interrogating human rights in these modern times. We have not always been the way we are now. We had reasonable respect for the rule of law. That is why, if you notice, people are going back to traditional religious practice in Igbo land. Have you noticed the trend? Have you noticed the trend? Do you know why? Because the system we claim to be operating these days is not protecting us. So somebody decides to sit on your rights. You go to the law. The law is playing games and dying about giving you your rights. So the poor man says, what? I don't know if you have been hearing that recently. Because the poor man believes that since I don't have money to fight with you, since I don't want to fight with you in a court that may be biased, let me go to a place where I will get justice. And that begins to tell you that we need to reinvent our present approach to human rights to align with who we were in the past, to respect people's rights without looking at status. Having said that, I'll also ask the next question. What are the different rights we have as a people? There are three major classes of rights. We call them social rights, economic rights, and civic rights. That is economic, social, and cultural rights. Economic rights, social rights, cultural rights, all of these rights have implications. But one of the things we don't think about is that people have cultural rights. I chose to talk about it a little because it speaks to the state of human rights in Igbo. And if we want to ask questions, we should ask hard questions. Why is it that in your village, Christmas is around the corner, people will organize village revival? Am I correct? If not, you may come to your village next to pull down strongholds and sometimes to burn people's shrines. Let me tell you the truth. When you burn a shrine, just burn a cathedral that pre-exists the churches you built in the city. Every shrine is somebody's cathedral. So if you go and burn a shrine because you are pursuing an evil spirit, you're actually stepping on somebody's cultural rights. That's what I'm saying. So human rights is not about going to police station or going to recuse somebody from the cell. No, there are several implications. We have the freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. I'm asking hard questions today. Why should you go and burn somebody's place of worship without the person's consent, on the assumption that it's the person who stopped you from progressing in your village? And that is purely an assumption. You have refused to work hard. You have refused to study hard, and then when you fail exams repeatedly, your father will go and burn somebody's shrine and say the person is spying you. While some people may practice malevolent spiritual practices, there are also several persons who engage in benevolent spiritual practices. But we lump all of them together na Igbo, and we condemn them without realizing that they have a right to choose who to worship, when and where, or to choose not to worship anybody at all, or anything at all. So these are tough questions: economic, social, and cultural rights. I will tell you a shocking story that I encountered as a person. I received a report, and we investigated the report, and it was true that the young woman was stripped naked from head to toe and paraded in her hometown, not elsewhere. What was her offense? That she brought India Koromaka to their village. Her village was predominantly following one of the conservative Orthodox churches. A priest participated in this show of shame. So an undergraduate who was in UNN at that time brought a fellowship, and they bought land and wanted to establish Okakorakan and their village. The village conspired, thought she was mental, that we are introducing something alien. She didn't even bring Omenana. She brought another church, another denomination. They, in the course of teaching her a lesson, they stripped her naked and took her all over the town, the village, naked. By the time we got involved in that matter, there was pandemonium. We complained that the Muslims in the north apparently make it difficult for Christians to hold crusades and operate freely. And then we come here, we also don't allow some people to operate freely. So how does that speak to the state of human rights in Ali? How can you be pointing one finger at some other persons for persecuting you, and then you're persecuting other persons right in your space? Because we don't understand human rights. So there are different types of rights. We have classes of rights. It's not just about, I just wanted to choose a cultural rights to make us understand that this human rights thing is deep. And when you don't allow people to flourish, when you oppress people, you don't get the best out of them. A person who is oppressed cannot be creative. If you doubt what I'm saying, go and check the history of the entertainment industry in Nigeria. Anytime the military takes over in Nigeria, the entertainment industry practically dies, it shuts down. Go and check. Chris Okotie and his colleagues reigned under Shehu Shagare. Go and check the records. The records are there. Once the military took over, all the superstars in music, the career stopped. Because you cannot come to a military administration and be shouting Nigeria, scatter, scatter, Nigeria. You won't sing again. Once certain persons take over power, fear rules the space. Once there is fear, creativity takes back page. Creativity flows freely, doesn't like to be encumbered. So in any place where people are oppressed, you're actually oppressing creativity and productivity. So the question that we need to discuss next is, what are the rights we should have? Modern day rights. I've mentioned some of them. We have a right to decide how we want to worship, who we want to worship, where, when. But I must also point out that some of the rights that we are going to discuss are not for minors. If you are less than 18 years, there are some rights you shouldn't enjoy because your parents will make those choices for you. So I'm saying it so you will understand. But when you become an adult, you are supposed to be mature enough to make choices for yourself. We have so many rights entrenched in the Constitution. We have the right to life. Nobody's life should be taken without recourse to due process. We have the right to liberty. Nobody should be detained. It's common in Nigeria now for whatever reason to detain a human being, sometimes for 6 months, 1 year, and say for security reasons. No, the laws are clear, very clear about those things. But we choose not to respect the laws because it's politically expedient not to do so. And it's worse in the southeast. So when you go to Imo State, there is this operation something that's very notorious for detaining people indefinitely. When you go to Ebonyi State, recently we released a young man who was detained in a military camp for 3 months. And when we investigated, we found out he didn't really do anything. We presented the real story to the commander. He was released the next day. So he wasted 3 months of his life. Just wasted it. And nobody said, I'm sorry. If it's abroad, he will pay the heavy compensation. Not in Nigeria. He will go and do Thanksgiving because he has been released. He will not be talking about compensation. So we also have the right to be treated like human beings. The right to the dignity of the human person. This is one of the few countries in the world where on a regular we see people sitting on the back of trucks. That is, the policemen will arrest us, tell us to sit down on the back of their pickup truck. You come to the police station, they ask you to sit on the floor. Meanwhile, there are empty chairs all over the place, but they'll tell you to sit on the floor. Sometimes I even wonder about my sanity and their own sanity. How can you have chairs that are not occupied, and you ask a human being to sit on the floor. So what are the chairs doing there? And the last time I checked, most of those chairs were actually procured by ordinary Nigerians supporting the police. They call them PPR, Police Public Relations Committee, right? And then other well-meaning Nigerians. So we buy chairs and donate to them, so we'll be comfortable. Then we come there and we say, sit on the floor. So sometimes actually go and check whether there are spirits sitting on those chairs. And you find out that they're just empty chairs. But somebody has found the habit of oppressing you to the extent that you submit. That is, the person dehumanizes you. So even when somebody walks into that police station and looks at you, you look like a criminal. He doesn't have to work hard to convince your family that you're a criminal, because you are so dehumanized and so you are so in such a bad shape that people will be asking you, that's the first question most of your friends will ask you. They have not asked you what happened, and they assume you're guilty. Because of the way you look like a criminal. They do it intentionally. But as when you come in a suit and you're sitting down in a defiant manner and you cross your leg, like that our sister there, and somebody comes in to look at you, and the person will assume that this is a gentleman. What is he doing here? So they don't want you to look like a gentleman. But the law says you should treat us with respect to the dignity of our person. It's not only about the police and the institutions. We have women and men who have empty rooms in their homes, and their house girls and house boys sleep in the kitchen with rats and rodents. That is an abuse of the right to dignity of that house girl. I was raised in a family where my dad forbade calling anybody house girl or house boy. In my home, when you arrange the order, if the house boy house girl was placed as if like this is your senior, this, you give the person the respect that was due to him. My dad will punish you more for disrespecting a family member than that house. So he taught us to just respect people for being human, not because of the state of their family, economy, state of that. No, those things came with the package for me. I didn't have to struggle to learn how to respect. I respect everybody. I respect young people. I respect old people. I respect people who are poor. I sometimes I don't know if I respect people who are rich well, because sometimes they don't even deserve the respect. But you just respect them anyhow because they're human. I actually find it easier to respect ordinary people, to make them understand that they are human. They are not any less human because they are not billionaires. But we have lost all that. So we have a plethora of rights, so many rights. Tenants have rights with their landlords. Landlords also have rights. Employees have rights. You don't just wake up and tell an employee you are fired. If you have the guts to say you are fired, you should also have the guts to pay 1 month in lieu of notice. If you have a tenant and the tenant is not quick to vacate the house and not quick to pay you rent, you should be patient. Go to the law. Don't tell me that the law is slow. My dad taught me some lessons. There was a time I had a furniture company that used to complain too much. All these carpenters, that this, that. My dad said, look, sit down, young man. I sat down. He said, look, if they are smart as you, they will not be in your employment. They will have their own businesses. So your job is to raise them to be who you want them to be, not to complain about them. My dad doesn't talk too much. He will say one thing like the Bible, you can't begin to interpret it for yourself. Say, stop complaining about them, raise them. If they are smart as you, they won't be working for you. I learned that lesson. I started training my workers every Saturday. I bought a car and I started complaining about mechanics. My dad said, you have two options. He said, either you sell your car and start using buses, or you will go and find good mechanics and relate with them. And he said also, I know one day you complain about tenants. He said, either you don't build a house, or you build a house and tenants will go here and you manage them. These things come with a package. So if you have a car, you deal with our mechanics. If you have a house, you deal with the tenants. So you don't tell me, no, the tenants are obnoxious. If you have a house, you have to be patient about evicting your tenants. So there are so many rights, I cannot go through all of them. But what I'm saying essentially is that we must get to that point where we understand that these rights are for human beings. They are not for spirits, and we should ensure that these rights are respected. So the big question for me, the elephant in the room, is what are the worst abuses we are currently dealing with in the Southeast? I would have probably spent less time laying the foundation, because for me this is the big question. And when I have these conversations, I'm not talking as Onyibo, just talking. I talk authoritatively as a person who has probably received the highest number of complaints of anybody in the Southeast. I have received and managed thousands, literally speaking, of complaints from across Alibo. Alibo transcends the Southeast. So we have a unit of HRBC, for instance, in Asaba. I've received thousands of real reports, real time, from people who suffer abuse. So when people argue with me about human rights abuse, I ask them, what do you really know about abuse? Do you have documented cases? How many do you have? I mean, we are talking about how many years? 17 years of sifting through thousands of complaints. So I've been able to find out how the mind of Igbo man works when it comes to human rights. I've been able to see the worst of abuses. I've been able to see people who do things that are obnoxious. I've seen a man quarrel with a brother. You won't get this. Quarrel with a brother, the same father, the same mother. And because he felt the brother was giving him trouble because he was educated. This person, educated lecturer, speaks a lot of English. This one, businessman with plenty of money. The businessman got angry, went and loaded a trailer with scrap. You know what scrap is? Scrap metal. Then went to the gate of his brother because issues concerning land. Packed the scrap trailer, used it to block the gate, and removed the head of the trailer. I don't know if you understand this story. That is, he used the trailer truck filled with scrap metal to block the entrance of his brother's gate. So the only way the brother could remove that was to go and get the head of a trailer, come and hook it to that stuff and drag it out of. And then he also left thugs to look after the trailer, but to ensure that nobody even hooked it to drag it out. So his brother, I've seen all sorts. So the money God gave him was for the purpose of oppressing, to show his brother, okay, I'm going to put you in your place by using my words to block your gates. That's how cool people can be sometimes. So what are the worst?
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Warm greetings and million thanks for joining us on the Week in Retrospect here on Aneke TV. I'm Uche Osai.
Yes, I'm Good Hope Chukuma, and I am the man of many parts. Thank you very much for joining.
On the Week in Retrospect, we'll take you on the journey of the newsworthy headlines throughout the week.
And we bring you the updates that you need to know, especially starting from today's newspaper headlines.
Yes, we'll serve it hot by bringing in-depth analysis, different views, and of course, issues will be keenly debated.
Let's take a look at today's newspaper headlines as it is in different newspaper headlines, where we start with the Punch and the Vanguard and other newspapers. The Punch says, power crisis, blackout wreaks havoc. Power crisis, blackout wreaks havoc. Then we have the Vanguard, which says, Middle East crisis, Nigeria's poor to face more hardships as experts list impacts. Now we go back to the Nation, which says PDP factions race against time as reconciliation falters. Then we go back to the Guardian, which says Nigerians bemoan rising transport costs as crude price surge above $100 per barrel. And we go back to the Saturday Sun, which says rising fuel prices spread panic. Rising fuel prices spread panic. Now finally on today's newspaper headline, where we have importation wipes out 90 rice meal. Importation wipes out 90 rice meal. We're going to stay with this Weekend Trust, where we're starting our commentaries today. Highlights of the importation wipes out 90 rice mill is that a devastating crisis in Nigeria's agricultural sector, where a massive surge in rice imports and smuggling has crippled domestic production. The core of the 90 mills figure comes from recent data released by the Rice Processors Association of Nigeria, RIPAN, detailed how the local industry is currently on the brink of collapse. Yes.
All right, looking at this headline where importation wipes out 90 rice mills in Nigeria, it takes one back to where we were coming from, and is even more worrisome that when we are supposed to be advancing, on the gains we achieved by having a lot of rice milling companies available in Nigeria, and this morning through this headline we are dated that about the 150 rice mills operational in Nigeria, that about 90 of such rice mills have shut down, and the remaining one are producing not to their installed capacity. The information or the data available indicates that they're operating around 30 to 70% capacity of the installed capacity, raising issues. The question is, why are rice mills in Nigeria beginning to shut down? And when you begin to ask questions around this question, the answers you find are not far-fetched. They has to do with issues around importation of rice into the country. It has to do with smugglings, and in all is all about flooding the market with foreign products, not locally cultivated. One will remember that during the reign of our late President Muhammadu Buhari, he did place embargo on importation of rice into Nigeria, giving room to paddy production of rice. The paddy, there's rice we know as paddy rice. It rose. If I were able to be able to brandish about 2.8 million tons of locally paddy rice in Nigeria, but in all that gain seems to be eroded, because at the advent of this administration, one of the things they hoped to do was to see to it that they stabilized food shortage in Nigeria, and one of such measures was to give a free waiver, temporary waiver, or that ensure duty-free waiver for importation of food commodities into the nation. And given that period, businessmen, for what they are, they seized that opportunity, and in that instant the nation was flooded with high volume of rice that came into Nigeria, leading to overt importation of about 2.3 to 3 something million metric tons of rice into the nation within 2025 alone. Having said that, where you have the opportunity, businessmen flooded the market with that, and again, these are the numbers that are recorded. Then you cannot account for the numbers of the product, the metric tons that was smuggled into the country. And be that as it may, what will you have? You begin to have where this of excess importation of product will begin to affect the cost of locally produced rice, giving to that effect the rice milling companies that will find it difficult and are placed under pressure to operate, leading to this shutdown that we are seeing at this moment. But there are other issues that we may look at, arising from this whole issue. Apart from local demand, of Nigeria is requiring about 11 metric ton to be able to satiate our needs and appetite for rice. The other issues here is that when you open the market in this way, the businessmen that would want to go on importation will begin to place a lot of pressure on forex, giving room for the naira to fluctuate, because you now have a lot of naira chasing after dollars that will be converted for importation, thereby making increased demand on forex. And having said that, you look at the issues again. What is our food price bill? When you talk about the importation and all that, you see that they are high increase. We spend towards in 2026, I think the data available points to the fact that we've spent about 7 point something trillion on Nigerian food import bill. alone. So that tells you that there's been a shift and a lot of emphasis again on imported food into the country. One would expect that even Nigerians that will be able to, consolidate the gains from that policy, where we equally, the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari try to establish policies like Anko Broa that aided indigenous companies and citizens to be able to borrow to finance and facilitate the setup of these companies. Having said that, now one would want to look at a situation where we are able to continue to see that industries, locally bred industries, thrive in Nigeria. But in this demand, there are a lot of issues that are exposed. The market is being exposed to issues around importation, smuggling, and then it gives you opportunity not to have control of your food, the quality of food available. When you look at this, we begin to see that those gains that we have made when Nigerians are beginning to cherish local rice, because before this advent of the last administration, you had people in Nigeria who have never tested locally produced rice, and such gains are beginning to erode. And when you talk about the Abakaleke rice, you talk about the rice that we provide from or produce from Uzuwani and other areas in Nigeria. They have this flavor and sweetness about them that one enjoy them compared to the imported rice that we are used to. People became used to the stone-free rice that we don't check about the impact on our economy. But be that as it may, one would call on authorities that we should not in our effort to want to stabilize the process, allow that the gains of yesteryears be eroded. In as much as we are trying to consolidate, we are trying to stabilize the economy and ensure that there is no food shortage. We should encourage local production. We should encourage local production and rice milling companies in this instance not to go moribund. We should do everything to see that they are competitive, that they are able to stand the economy. More worrisome to me is issues around smuggling, because it tells you that the borders are porous, and beyond rice being smuggled in, you can't speak to other items that may be equally smuggled into the nation at the same time. If we look further in the news, there are still panic as to the activities of underground blacksmith. But even without mentioning that, a lot of ammunition could be smuggled if the borders are so porous, and it may become even more difficult to combat insurgency and banditry that we're witnessing, which may be another credence to while we will have our rice mills not producing to capacity. Again, how would rice mills function when farmers can no longer even return to farm and produce optimally? So there are a whole lot of challenges here, but one hopes that as this administration continue to strive to stabilize the economy, consolidate on the gains of yesterday, that we'll begin to see the impact on the Nigerian industries, even the rice milling facilities as well.
All right, thank you very much. We go over to the Nation's newspaper, Today's Nation, which says PDP factions race against time as reconciliation falters. The internal crisis within the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has reached a critical boiling point as of mid-March 2026. The struggle for control has positioned from party boardrooms to a high-stakes legal battle, with several factions now facing against time to secure legitimacy before 2027 election cycle kicks into full gear.
All right, I keep speaking to this very issue, that the PDP, is high time they come together, agree on the modalities for reconciliation and approach. But what we're witnessing is that the Wike-backed faction that seems to be more favored with the judgments from the upper length courts have marked their no-go areas, or they've set no-go areas and insist on certain modalities for reconciliation, having set dates for their own congress and others. The issue here remains that if there is no reconciliation, the party stands disunited and may not have a common front going into the 2027 election, especially when you give credence to the INEC guideline according to the new Electoral Act. Having said that, the Turaki faction, I'm happy that they are beginning to recognize that they are racing against time and there is need for reconciliation and for them to have a common front going forward, and that begins to put a lot of pressure on the Makinde faction. But be that as it may, we keep speaking to the crack in the PDP, and like Wike did say when approached by the Senate minority leader Abamoro, asking him to calm down a bit and allow peace and reconciliation to take part. He made one statement that anybody who is seeking reconciliation has to come, be sincere in their intentions. And I ask, what is this sincerity of intentions? Be that we know where the FCT minister stands on this, that what is being enthroned is what we call the PDAPC that is playing out. An FCT minister is stalwart of the PDP that has openly, strongly stood and declared that he will stand against any person, individuals or group that would stand on the way of Mr. President Bola Tinubu being re-elected in 2027. That tells you only one thing, that the only common ground for moving forward is that the PDP, as we know it, has to adopt the candidacy of President Bola Tinubu. Perhaps they may be able to field candidates going into other elections at the subnationals, but when it comes to the national election, I do not see a PDP that may have a very good candidate that will oppose the APC. In fact, I tell you that from where I see it, I see a PDP, if they are able to have a unified front, it will be a PDAPC, that the PDP will become a dining table for the ruling APC. And if that happens, the PDP as we know it can no longer come back. But there is need for the PDP for them to set aside individual interests, come sit on the table for their common front. And like we always say, they've been co-travelers. Remember that the governor of Oyo State, Sheyi Makinde, who is at the other opposing end with the governor of of Bauchi State, that Sheyi Makinde has been an ally of the FCT minister while they were governors. While the FCT minister was governor of Rivers State, they were Ashebi together. They were in G5 together. So they can sit down and reconcile and then bring the PDP back. But one thing I keep insisting is that PDP cannot represent the opposition or be the opposition party that Nigerians expected from them. What is at stake here is that politicians are looking for that vehicle to contest election, and PDP, in its current state, may not be able to go into election if they do not have a unified common front. If the Wike faction has said that the Congress date is unshakable, is sacrosanct, and that they've given yardsticks that certain members of their own faction must be recognized, then one asks the question, what is left for the other faction? It has to be a give and take in this instance. So the PDP factions, yes, they race against time as reconciliation continue to falter. If they do not reconcile, one still stand, and I maintain we do not know or see the pathway for PDP going into 2027. One thing that the ruling at the appeal court has set out to achieve is that the PDP has become more factionalized. Instead of being a judgment that will have reconciled the party, it somehow fragmented the party more, and they need to, as politicians, shed aside their individual intents and try to chart a new course for the party. But I still maintain that whatever happens, we are most likely, if PDP is on the ballot, it will be going into that ballot under a coalition with the ruling APC that will not challenge the position of Mr. President, because obviously Mr. FCT minister seems to be, wielding the powers as at this moment. He seems to be controlling the stakes for the PDP at this moment. But the story is unfolding. We'll continue to watch and see how it unfolds.
All right, thank you very much. We go on a short break, and when we return, we dive into the week's headline. Stay right there.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Alright, you're welcome back. Now we go into the week's headline as it happened across the newspapers.
Yes, and joining us this moment to give flesh to these issues is Sir Gerard Odo. Sir Gerard, it's good to see you this morning.
Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, how is the weekend?
It's been a cool weekend.
All right. Let me ask my signature question. How is Nigeria treating you?
Well, Nigeria is treating me in a way that is making me to develop a thick skin, like I always say. Developing a thick skin.
All right. Yes. All right. Just hang in there. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll start to look at these news headlines.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. 7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Alright, you're welcome back. And like we've said, we'll go through the week's headlines and how it is from Monday. And we have on Monday in the Daily Sun, APC governors at war over NWC positions. Now in the Daily Trust, we have Middle East war pushes up petrol, food prices. Then in the Guardian, we have shareholders may forfeit dividends as CBN penalizes insider abuse. Now on the Vanguard on Monday, we have federal government's 2.3 billion euro electricity project failed. Then in the Punch on Monday, we have NNPC may supply foreign crude to Dangote refinery. Then in the Daily Trust on Monday, we have why PDP may not be. Okay, yes, we have Middle East war pushes up petrol prices. Then we have in the Guardian, shareholders may forfeit dividends as CBN penalizes insider abuse. That's in the Guardian. Then we have the Daily Sun, which says APC governors at war over NWC position.
All right, let's take a look at Daily Trust.
Okay. So Daily Trust is Middle East war pushes up petrol, food prices.
All right, Gerard, we're seeing this headline here. We're speaking to the crisis in the Middle East. the ripples is causing around the world, especially with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which accounts for 20% of world oil consumption. But given this crisis, what from your vantage point has been the impact on Nigeria, especially that Nigerians are beginning to pay more for petroleum?
Well, I'll start by saying that according to Lord Haswell, politics is who gets what, when and how. This clearly defines that in a political system like Nigeria, scarce resources such as oil, petrol, and gas are very, very precious. So what it means for Nigeria is that the prices of goods have increased, transportations and some other commodities have increased. So for the average Nigerian, he is seeing this war as a very, very bad impact to him because he cannot afford the basic amenities of life. So it is a very big quagmire to the average Nigerian.
Okay. It's a very big problem for the average Nigerian and is giving rise to increase in food, in other commodities like you did say.
Yes.
Okay, but do you foresee that a crisis happening far away in the Middle East is having a defining impact on Nigeria?
Yes, it should have a defining impact.
Why is that?
Because oil, like we all know, Iran is a major producer of oil, and Nigeria is a great partner with Iran in terms of oil exploration,
OPEC,
and all that. So when oil is affected, Nigeria as also a country that exports, or should I say has very good oil deposits in her land, is also affected because they work in pari passu to make sure that the exploration of oil and some other commodities, scarce commodities, are in place.
All right, that's quite apt. Let's move on to Tuesday. Let's see what made the headlines on Tuesday.
Okay, on Tuesday we have on the nation's headlines, court kicks out PDP, and we have on the punch headline, businesses brace for inflation surge as petrol hits 1,300 naira per liter. Then on the Vanguard we have Middle East war, hardship deepens with petrol selling at 1,300 naira per liter. Then on the Guardian we have oil rally retreats as Nigerians await pump price review. Then we have on the Sun newspaper where we have the news same with the PDP issue, and just at the beginning of it we have marketers project 1,300 naira fuel price. Then we have on the Daily Trust why PDP may not be on the ballot. Why PDP may not be on the ballot.
All right. Looking at the Daily Trust, why PDP may not be on the ballot, we'll keep speaking to this issue. In fact, we've just finished dealing with it, and it's no far-fetched that having, heard from the appellate court, which, nullified the Congress that happened in Oyo State around 16th November 2025, that Congress is null and void, and while on the same ground, still recognize the expulsion or the suspension of the PDP National Secretary, Senator Sam Anyang, and the National Legal Advisor and the Deputy Legal Advisor Okechukwu Osoha as well. That judgment, many expected it to be a stabilizing effect, to have a stabilizing effect on the PDP, and we'll keep telling you that judgment, in itself has fragmented the PDP the more. However, it seems that with the recognition accorded to the caretaker committee that the weaker faction continue to have upper hand, therefore making it impossible for PDP to move on without proper reconciliation. We may have a fragmented PDP going into 2027 election, and should there be a reconciliation, they have time to contend with, especially when one takes a cue from the new Electoral Act 2026 as the new electoral 2026, as assented to by Mr. President, and Aneke has come out with a timetable, and part of that is that you must be able to do and have a digital register of your members before and furnish it to INEC within 21 days before you organize a congress or a convention of any political party. And there are timelines equally stabilized and established for parties to be able to handle primary affairs and the fallout from such primaries, court issues before a certain date. So PDP is racing against time. But first, there has to be a unified front, which is why the Makinde faction that seems more disenfranchised or more pushed aside by the appeal court judgment are looking and weighing their options either to toe the path of reconciliation, and if they do not and head to the Supreme Court, then PDP starts to lose the more and may not be on the ballot as is being projected on the page of newspaper, because if they do not unify and go to the Supreme Court, by the time they are back from the Supreme Court, they may be contending with time. And if that doesn't happen and they toe the path of reconciliation, they still stand to be able to meet up with INEC stipulated timeline to be able to be in the ballot. Also, however this moves, we'll continue to watch and see things unfold.
Yes. All right, we go over to Wednesday, where we have court verdict. PDP factions maintain different positions. Court verdict. PDP factions maintain different positions. Then we have on the Punch, appeal court fallout. PDP governors, Wike camp move to open reconciliation talks. Then we have on the Vanguard, Middle East war. Dangote reduces gantry price to 1,075 naira as crude drops to $88 per barrel. Now we go over to the Guardian headline, which says APC's 31 of 36 states narrow options, multi-party contest in 2027. Then we go over to the Sun newspaper. US alerts citizens of planned attacks on facilities in Nigeria. On the Sun, US alerts citizens of planned attacks facilities in Nigeria. All right,
let's stick with the Sun newspaper, where we're being told that the US, as at this day flags, planned attack on its facilities in Nigeria. I would like to run to you, Gerald. We've gotten to a situation where the US installations of facilities in Nigeria is being threatened, by either insurgent attacks or terrorist attack in Nigeria, and is worrisome. Let me get your view on this.
Well, first and foremost, I would love to commend the technological expertise of the US and its alignment with Nigeria, especially in security matters. Well, it is clearly evident that in terms of technology, and these guys are gurus when it comes to technology. So I commend what they have done to alert Nigerians and concerned US citizens that are in Nigeria that they should be very careful when it comes to security, owing to the fact that they have gathered a forensic study and they have taken, should I call it, an in-depth analysis on the insecurity or the potential insecurity that may hit Nigeria if they don't take caution. So I must say that the US is doing a very good job and is partnering very well.
They are doing a very good job indeed. And yes, part of what you said is to their technological know-how. But beyond that, I ask the question: how do you think that the US is able to, in Nigeria, have information through intelligence that perhaps the Nigerian counterpart don't have? How is it possible?
Well, this goes to show a little, should I use the word, quagmire that we experience in our own security sector, because it is somehow that an independent or a sovereign nation is coming to your own country to tell you or to alert you of the security inconsistencies in your own country. It goes to show that you are not really competent when it comes to security and intel. So what the US is doing is actually partnering and making sure that its citizens in Nigeria are well taken care of.
Okay.
So it's a good one.
That its citizens in Nigeria are well taken care of. Yes. Let's reconcile that with our own approach to our citizens all over the world. We've seen where Nigerians cry on the way they are treated in other nations. And when we call for response, is not usually as swift compared to what we're witnessing with the U.S. government. So how do we reconcile that?
Well, I think we should learn from the U.S.
We should learn from the U.S.
Because one of the foreign policies of America is to put Americans first. That is a very, very good foreign policy.
America first.
Yes. Across the globe. If you're an American, if anything happens to you, they'll reply you within 24 hours. So it is something commendable that the U.S. is trying to harness the interests of her citizens first. So I think Nigeria should also imitate that same pattern, especially when it comes to human life, infrastructure, and resources.
All right. When I listen to you speak about the U.S., having a policy that's America first, and it reminds me that Nigeria, had been at a point where they were like Big Brother in Africa, which stated our foreign policy to be Africa first, and it seems that giant is no longer even able to take care of himself at this point in time.
Yes, talking about that, in a recent study conducted a few years ago, it clearly shows that Nigeria, should I use the word, had one of the greatest land military soldiers across Africa. But what we are seeing here, we are not seeing that happening because we are still struggling to tackle our own in-house security inconsistencies, which is actually a very big problem. If Nigeria can actually make sure that we curtail or we bring in all these security parastatals together, have a defined strategy, defense, and some other preventive measures against terrorism, we will claim our position back as the giants of Africa.
We will?
Of course we will.
You don't think other nations would have overtaken us?
Well, if you look at Nigeria and you look at the landmass, you look at the population, you look at the technical know-how, you would find out that we as Nigerians, we have all it takes to combat terrorism, even comfortably. I could recall a few years ago, Nigeria partook in some peacekeeping missions. They rescued some other nations and fought terrorism in their own nations. This is to tell you that they have the technical know-how, the manpower, and the military expertise to make sure that we have a secure and safe
environment.
Yes, in Nigeria.
Okay. But do you foresee a period where Nigeria will become at peace, such a Dorado, where we will return to Committee of Nations with our pride intact, where the rest of Africa looks up to us for leadership?
Yes, I would answer this question according to David Estin, who proposed the system theory. So when a particular system is well harnessed, organized, and everything is going in pari passu with the way it has been concluded, you will find out that things will be moving on very well. We have taken that position before, and I don't see anything that will stop us from taking that same particular position if we continue to do that which we must do to make sure that security.
Okay, the big word there is if we're able. If.
Yes.
That's the key word, if. So it still remains to be seen if we'll be able to get back to the level where we are, where we offer leadership to the rest of the African nation.
Exactly.
All right, we go over to Friday. Now on the nations on Friday, we have anti-terrorism war. Tinubu beefs up military equipment. On the Punch, we have states demand forensic audits of 8.8 billion naira crude for loan deals. Then we have on the Vanguard, where we have Middle East war, anxiety mount as oil price hits $100 per barrel. Then we have on the Guardian, how fatigue, poor accountability make medical mistake routine. Then on the newspaper of Sun, we have 2027, drama in Senate as wave of defection continues. Now in the Daily Trust, we have power outage may worsen as gas supply drops.
All right, let's look at the health sector in Nigeria, Mr. Gerard. Let me get your summation or your opinion of Nigerian health sector?
Well, if you look at the Nigerian health sector, you would find out that it is one that is lacking some basic amenities. A recent news of a celebrity that lost her sister just because a national hospital don't have oxygen. You know, when we hear news like this, it is quite appalling and scandalous. It is quite appalling that a national hospital don't have oxygen, which should be a basic requirement in our national hospital. So it goes to show you the inconsistencies we are facing in the Nigerian health sector.
Okay. Now speaking to the Nigerian health sector in terms of structure, in terms of the medicine, the equipment that is needed, but there's one part that is always neglected, which is the medical practitioners themselves, the caregivers, the medical professionals across board. And over time, why they complain that they are battling, with work stress, being that work meant for 5 persons is being undertaken by just 2 persons as a result of JAPA, not having the very good working environment. A lot of medical practitioners choose to, leave the country, putting the rest of them that are left behind under pressure to function. And in most cases, this has led to, untimely deaths, other adverse effects. Let me get your opinion on that as well.
Well, I will take this from the social welfareism of our doctors, or what you may call our medical practitioners. Well, looking at the way they are being taken care of in Nigeria, you will find out that in terms of welfare, in terms of their salaries being paid, you will find out some inconsistencies there. If a particular doctor is being assigned to, let's say, perform a particular surgery, maybe he or she studying neurosurgeon at the university, he is expected to be paid very well according to what he has studied and according to the professional service he's rendering. But you find out that the reverse is the case here in Nigeria, which has led to brain drain, what we call brain drain syndrome. So it is a very big problem for medical practitioners. And I think the Nigerian government should look at the social welfareism or the welfare of our medical practitioners here in Nigeria to reduce or curtail brain drain.
Beyond the government looking at that, what about the agencies like the Nigerian Medical Council that is saddled with the responsibility of supervising the institutions like hospitals, the affairs of their members and all that, where they had to see, for example, the case of Chimamanda Adichie, where we were being told that due to medical negligence, they had to lose one of their twin baby. In that instance, what should be expected?
Well, it is a very sad situation, especially one that involves Chimamanda Adichie. I'm not trying to say that others should be neglected, but this is our own Chimamanda Adichie, so it is a very big loss. So, on that note, medical practitioners should be very, very, very careful when it comes to human life, because human life is paramount. Human life is indispensable and imperative. So when things like this unfold, we should look at the human life aspect of it and make sure everything is moving in place.
Yeah, we should look at the human life aspect of it. But in a number of cases, Nigerians hate to report issues when they lose someone due to medical negligence or due to one other medical error or the other. They say, let's leave it to God.
Well, that is a very wrong ideology, because health is wealth. A healthy man is a happy man. God has given us all it takes to maintain a good living in this earth, but we find out that some of us are not informed. Some people are not informed, so they don't even raise alarm when they have some inconsistency or when they see some changes in their own body, which will holistically regenerate and bring about some other diseases. So it's a very big problem.
And people not knowing their rights as well is one of the factors that continue to let such incidents happen over time and again. All right.
All right, thank you very much. We go on a short break now. When we return, we'll bring you more updates on this. Thank you very much.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in which respect, only on Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome back here on With Respect on Aneke TV, and we continue with what we have been doing.
Alright, moving on with the week in retrospect, we are bringing another aspect to this whole episode, and joining us on the studio this morning is a woman, a mother, one who is well inundated with managing, handling, and a member of so many interesting organizations. Ada Ena St. Rachel Ngozi, it's a pleasure to have you on the Week in Retrospect.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Ada Ena St. Rachel Ngozi is CEO, Refreshing Hope Youth Initiative, Secretary General, Abreba Communal Improvement Union, Executive Member, Umadi Igbo, Nigeria and in Diaspora, and she is equally Coordinator, Neighborhood Fellowship International, NFI, one person. Madam, how do you cope with all this activity?
That is my strength. It's about planning, it's about passion, it's about interest. And when you're passionate, you don't get tired easily.
Really? It's about passion. It's about hope. Okay. Now we are speaking about hope. Talk to me about Refreshing Hope Youth Initiative.
Okay. Refreshing Hope Youth Initiative is an organization that is geared towards identifying and harnessing hidden talent in young people. This is both males and females. But of course, we also pay particular attention to women and children, and of course, other vulnerable people, to help them refresh their hope.
To help them refresh their hope, you say, okay, I'm quite interested because it has to do with women. And as we are well aware, tomorrow is Mother's Sunday. So it's good to have a mother with us. But before I get to start speaking to you as a mother, let me dig around the Hope Initiative, right? Yeah, you've told me it's about giving refreshing hope to youth, but let's go into detail. What do you actually do for these youths?
Okay, we do mentoring, we do coaching, we do leadership guidance.
Sorry, I have to interject. A number of times people tell us that they do coaching, they do mentoring. What is it about? How do you mentor?
How we mentor people is, of course, mentorship, you don't break people's head, you bring them closer to you, let them know and see what you're doing. You share your experiences, both the good, the bad, and the ugly ones, and tell them the pluses and the minuses of certain actions and decisions. And of course, you make them know that life is good as much as you make it yourself, that nothing is handed over to anybody, that you have to work out your own salvation, as the Bible says, with fear and trembling. And of course we encourage them that it is not, life is no competition. The only thing and the only person you can compete with is yourself. Myself yesterday and myself today, and who I want to be tomorrow. A lot of people think that because somebody is doing this and doing the other one, you have to be like that person right now. No, and I said, no, you don't have to. So we have a lot of discussions. We have a lot of activities that is geared towards making you a better you. So that is what Refreshing Hope. And we've seen, of course, results where people that were almost totally hopeless, they thought they couldn't become anything anymore. By the time they come in contact with us, their life is transformed. In fact, that goes even beyond people that are depressed or trying to go into depression, people that are suffering one thing or the other, people that have been addicted to habits.
All right.
So by the time they come in contact with us and and interact with us, and with their encouragement and show of love, because one thing I tell people is that everybody understands love.
Okay.
Real love. And so with that, you see them changing, you see them improving, you see them getting better and coming out of their shell, so to say.
All right.
And, yeah.
We recently celebrated International Women's Day, and let me ask about unique women. Who is a unique woman?
A unique woman is that woman that is not naturally defined by what she's going through or what she's been through. It's a woman that can stand, in the midst of all the fears, in the midst of all the deprivation, in the midst of certain things that she wants and she has not got yet. She stands tall with a smile, because that is the greatest asset, that is the greatest accessory anybody can wear. You may not have all that you want, you may not have all the money you want, you may not have all the respect you want or you look forward to, but you still carry yourself strong, you still get focused. It describes the resilience in women, the improvement we've seen over the years in the lives of women, especially those in leadership. So unique women are people that have done the extraordinary, that have left their cocoons and come out to become better people, better mothers, better wives, and better leaders as females.
All right. Why do we need to take particular interest in this set of women? Because listening to you mention this trait they possess, and they come out smiling and laughing, is what we see in our men every day. Is the men we see who under heavy load and well carry the family, and they are all, they keep calm, maintain their steez and cool. So why do we take keen interest in these women? Yes.
Because of course, if we must tell ourselves the truth, women carry more load.
Women carry more load.
Than men.
Why would you say that?
Why I would say that is that most of the time a man can actually not have money or food to eat, and he will still, for the family, he will just manage and feed himself and take care of himself and keep moving. A woman will not do that. Women attend functions and they are carrying extra nylons, extra bags, because even right there, instead of eating what's been given them and enjoy their lives, you see them going out of their way to save some for the family. A woman will have, a minimum amount of money. What she's thinking about is how the family, how will the wife, how will the children, how will everybody at home, eat or be fed. But in the midst of all those things, they still smile. And then you come into, maybe in leadership, in organizations, women are constantly being, challenged or subdued, so to say. So you have to put a strong extra effort to be where your counterparts that are male are. You come into a place, oh, he's a woman. Oh, why would she be this? Why would we allow her?
Sorry, I'm cutting in. Sorry, I'm cutting in. Are you a feminist or a female advocate?
I'm a female advocate.
You're a female advocate.
Yes.
And you keep speaking to these whole issues why women need to be given a chance, especially in terms of education, in workplaces, and even in politics. And you still speak to the girl child. Why do we start paying attention to the girl child? Let's go from there.
Okay, it's very interesting, and of course, I love the question because within where we find ourselves, in the context where we find ourselves, we know that women are sometimes thought as it's not important to train them, and so many people have been messed up in the process of go and marry. In the process, why do you have to waste money training a girl child, training a woman, you know? So it is very important that we keep emphasizing it. That I'm not in that place where you say what a woman can do, a man can do, because we are not competing. We are not in competition. We are complementers. We are complementers. We complement each other. God created us males and females or peoples. But that does not mean that when the Bible says dominate and rule, it did not say go and subdue fellow human beings. So we can actually be on the same platform, on the same table and discuss intelligently. So when women are encouraged to, to increase their knowledge, to have, and given equal opportunities, I know that they will do well. I've seen it, and we all can attest to the fact that women actually are very good administrators, if not better. And yesterday we had a program, commemorating the International Women's Day as an organization, and one of the facilitators mentioned a very interesting story, or she told a very interesting story about herself growing up and the parents not willing to train her because she was a girl child. And she said that at the time what was running is when you finish school set, then you have to go and marry. But she refused to be married, though she had a level of wisdom that kept her from maybe arguing with the family, but she had her tactics that made her insisted on going to school. Tactically, she told them, please give me the opportunity, let me just take the exam. Maybe I will not even pass. What do I even know?
Okay.
And incidentally, she went for the exam and succeeded. So at some point, they had to try to make sure she goes, because of course she has passed the exam, she has done her own bit. And that's what I encourage other people. Don't give up on yourself. And don't let people tell you that you cannot. You can always become the best of you. We've seen them. We've seen women. You've seen where women are governors. You've seen where women are leaders around the world. And you see how excellently they are performing. Okay. And the American in Germany was there for 16 good years. And nothing was spoken concerning her. She did her job very diligently and delivered. And so many other countries have it. So, and she didn't just start because she became an adult and she was given, come and become our prime minister, come and become our leader. In Denmark, they have had 2 successive, female prime ministers. And I'm sure the next person is also going to be a woman. And you see these places where you have prosperity, you have progress, you have, consistency. You say it's women. Even in the midst of all those pressures, and for them to become, it was not just a walk in the park for them. Because the men were already putting pressure why it couldn't be a woman, but they have shown that, and that they can. So it's good that we start early to train our girl children, to teach them resilience, to teach them consistency, to teach them the importance of knowledge, the importance of education, the importance of being in the right place at the right time, being mentored properly. Because it's one thing to desire to be somebody, it's another thing to understand such a person. And one important thing I also tell people is the need for service. When you serve people, that is the most important place where you learn. They will scold you, they will do certain things, and you're able to endure it. And with all those things, every day women face challenges like that, pressure from every front. When the kids are hungry, it's the woman that will tell, Mommy, I'm hungry. Mommy,
it's the man that provides the money. Sometimes.
Many places, women are the ones providing the money. They are the ones providing the energy. They are the ones making the cooking. They are the ones ensuring that.
Are you saying that women are taking over?
I'm not saying women are taking over. I'm just saying that we all know, how it is.
That women are contributing as good partners.
Yes,
very good. And when you were talking about women, I remember that we have Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala from Nigeria as well. But I want to ask, the girl child, you spoke eloquently about them. Are there still people who are of the notion that we shouldn't send women to school?
Of course.
In this time?
Yes, there are places, even within the state where we are now. There are still places where you go, you see the girl children playing around, and the next thing in their mind is getting married, getting pregnant, and all that. And that is what we want to avert as much as possible, and that is what we want to discourage as much as possible. A lot of them, in fact, because in our organization as Refreshing Hope, we also organize something for single parents. And when you see the people you see a lot are women, and sometimes you see young people, young girls with children being, taking care of them alone, and you are wondering what's going on here. And some of them got pregnant out of wedlock. And why did they do that? Because they were not empowered, so to say. And the only thing they thought was going closer to a man so that he can give me, hand out something. And in the process, they got contaminated. That's what I call it.
Contaminated?
Yes. They got contaminated.
That's a big word.
Yes, they got contaminated and they found themselves in situations that they didn't plan for.
All right.
And then,
all right.
Yeah.
Let me, I'll pause a bit. Let me call for the clip where you, in an event yesterday, you were making a statement.
Sometimes when we even talk about inequality and equality, sometimes I look at it and I don't even know how to say it. But I believe that we are just asking for more space, for a breath of life, that we are human beings with brains, with minds, with intellect, with things that we can offer. And it's always a pleasure that if you give us the opportunity to be ourselves, that we can actually serve societies and communities better. We can all agree that women are actually very good administrators, if not better administrators, of course, depending on where you're comparing from. Can we give our hands? It is a celebration of strength, courage, wisdom, and the beautiful resilience that women carry within them. Women are the quiet architects of society. They are the nurturers of dream. They are the keepers of wisdom. They are the builders of families and the pillars of communities. That a community and a society that does not recognize its women or do not give women chance is losing 50% of its resources. True or false? True. Because there is so much inherent in women. We pause to celebrate them, to celebrate ourselves. We celebrate the women of valor who stand firm even when life tries to shake them or shake us. We are all involved in this. Ndine mama, Ndine mama. We celebrate the women of charisma whose presence lights up every room. We celebrate the women of strength who carry burdens silently but still rise with dignity. And we celebrate the women of wisdom whose guidance shapes the future of generations. Our theme for today, Give to Gain, reminds us of a powerful truth. The greatest growth in life often comes through giving. When women give their knowledge, others gain direction. When women give encouragement, others gain confidence. When women give compassion, the world gains healing. And when women give opportunities to other women, society gains progress.
That's wonderful to hear. That innocent Rachel Ngozi, who is the managing CEO Refreshing Hope Youth Initiative, and part of the team yesterday is Give to Gain. What does that mean?
Give to Gain is that in everything you say, in everything you do, there is something you get in return.
Okay.
It could be positive, it could be negative. But what we are emphasizing is the positive aspect of giving. The Bible says, seed, sow, and you reap. So when you sow goodness, you reap goodness. When you sow kindness, you reap kindness. And when you sow sacrifice, you also reap a good reward. And women, of course, you sow a lot. We encourage people where we help them become a better part of them. Sometimes in giving, a lot of women have lost their lives. So we're saying that whenever you give out anything positive, you will get. And we're encouraging the people, the society, the male folk to also give us some space, give us some chance, give us a place, let us be able to complement your effort. Let us work together for a better future, for a better nation, for a better society for all of us. Give and gain. When you give love, you receive love. When you give time, you receive time. When you give help, you receive help. When you give mercy, you also receive. Sometimes it may not be coming from the person that you exactly did something for, but it will also always come back to you. When you give to the society, when you give service, you also receive a great reward. So give to gain can never be overemphasized. It's also given to justice, given to fairness, given to equity, given to empowering women, given to encouraging our youth and making them better people. So give to gain, it's a very important theme, and it's the theme all over the world. It's the subject everybody is talking about. Let us give our time, let us give our effort, let us give our commitment, let us give women chance.
Let us give women chance. We are celebrating women, mothers. So why do we have to set aside, why do we celebrate Mother's Day?
We celebrate Mother's Day like we already said, because mothers are builders, they are nurturers, they are the carriers of human burden. They are the ones that help us become. They carry children, they carry, they are pregnant and they carry through the 9 months and sometimes even more. And when they are the ones that keep awake in the nights to ensure that the children are good, are well. If they become sick, peradventure the mother can never rest. It's the mother that will be running around. Even when the father is bringing the money does not do the job. It's still human beings, and the human being is the woman. Mothers, you can never overemphasize the need to encourage and to celebrate mothers, because mothers are the nation itself. Give birth to all of you.
All right, so what you're telling us in essence is that by celebrating mothers, do we in any way inspire young girls to be like mothers as well? Definitely.
When you celebrate mothers, you're encouraging younger generation, because of course with a lot of things happening with some gender-based violence that we see around, some young people get discouraged. You get young girls, I don't want to get married, because they are scared. But when they see their mothers are encouraged and of course they are celebrated, they are honored, it will also be a desire of theirs to eventually become. And when they see exemplary mothers, they see mothers that have stood the test of time, they see courageous mothers, they see resilient mothers, they see competent mothers, they see caring and loving mothers. They also want to become mothers. So yes, celebrating women and mothers will encourage the younger generation.
All right, we'll encourage the younger generation. I'll give you just a minute to speak to us as a mother. I know you've been speaking to how women compliment men and why they should be given a chance to be able to shine in the society. But let's listen to Adena, St. Rachel Ngozi, as a mother.
Yes, as a mother, you are good. You are awesome, you are great. And it's my encouragement as we celebrate Mothers Day. Some churches did theirs last Sunday, and some others are still going to celebrate tomorrow. I encourage mothers to continue to be good role models to their children, to particularly their daughters, give them the direction they need, give them the guidance, because we have been called to nurture, we have been called to train, we have been called to guide, and we have been called to lead them in the right direction. It's my encouragement to all mothers to do just that. Serve God in your family. Serve God in raising up the spiritual giants, in raising up amazing leaders, in raising up wonderful kids. And now it's not just about the girl child, also of course the males as well, because when we raise and train our girls only and our boys are not trained, they are the ones that will come and mess our girls up, and we don't want that. So we are asking that mothers will be mothers indeed. You'll be mothers that love your children, you love your family, and then by extension you love the society. And that means you'll be doing the right things. And of course, when we have more disciplined mothers, more resilient mothers, our society will definitely be a better place. We've had incidents of where women were battering their house helps or abusing their children or in a way that is not right. Actually, my advice is always you can actually gain the love and respect of your children and the people around you, not with violence. And to be honest, I don't even believe in using the weapons of hitting and beating, because I've seen that it's possible to actually talk them to understand what you mean, and it will give us less stress both in the society. Because you said train up a child the way he should go when he grows up, and it baffles me that people think that training up a child means hitting or beating and using strong instruments. Because when you do that, when they grow up, the only way they know to defend themselves is by violence. But when you train them in love, in respect, in honor, they will also grow to know that you don't have to hit anybody to make your point.
All right.
And with that, I encourage all mothers and wish them well.
All right. Wish them happy Mother's Day in advance. But before I let you go, I want to ask these two questions. One, can every mother be a unique woman?
Yes, every mother can be a unique woman. They can. But are you willing?
Okay, it's all about being willing.
Willingness, making the necessary sacrifices, not being carried away with whatever that thing that is going around. You can be a unique woman by decision. You make the choice to remain focused, to remain resilient, to remain respectful, to remain honorable. And when you do that, of course, you are a unique woman.
All right. And apart from you've spoken to us about men being able to be around and give women opportunity, what are we expecting from mothers on the Mother's Day?
We're expecting great insight in different places. They're going to be doing different activities. There's going to be playlists, dramas, songs, special songs. There's also going to be a lot of refreshment afterwards. So women are going to be mothers indeed, like they have always been. They're going to entertain the men and make them happier.
All right. Women are going to be mothers like they've always been. The essence of the day is to recognize their impact, appreciate their sacrifices, and commit to creating a society where women and mothers are respected, supported, and empowered. And we've been speaking to Ada Ena St. Rachel Ngozi, CEO, Refreshing Hope Youth Initiative, Secretary General, Abriba Communal Improvement Union, Executive Member, Umuadi Igbo, Nigeria, and in diaspora, and others. It's been a pleasure being with you here on the Week in Retrospect.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Here we call it's a day in this edition of Retrospect. Catch up with us next week as we do it like we've been doing it. I'm Good Hope Chukuma.
And I remain your host, Uche Osai. Till we'll come your way same time next week. Bye-bye.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi Oguta Road, an 18-kilometer dual carriageway, was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Oru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers, announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas. Construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma. Revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance that are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebelled Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched initiative called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local government areas, envisioning healthy, active youth participation in sports. What truly defines Imo is its resilience. Where decay once prevailed, renewal now pauses. Where neglect reigned, leadership dares to imagine. The story of Imo is not only about roads and hospitals, it is about a people who refuse to accept stagnation, who carry their heritage with dignity, and who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. As night falls over palm-lined hills and Owerri streets, hum with life, Imo is not just a place, it is a promise built in classrooms, clinics, markets, and fields. In its people lies its greatest wealth, and in its bold, forward-looking dreams, its greatest power.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being. This health matters only on Aneke TV.
Hello and welcome to Health Matters on Aneke TV. I am your host, Sharon Uchi. Health is often described as wealth, yet many of the conditions that affect our well-being are preventable, manageable, and better understood with the right information. On this program, we break down medical issues, speak with experts, and provide practical guidance to help you live healthier, longer, and better. This is Health Matters, where your health comes first. We'll go on a short break. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This health matters only on Aneke TV. Turn our attention to an issue that affects millions of people, yet is often misunderstood. Today we focus on a condition that has become a major public health issue worldwide: cancer. Cancer does not discriminate. It can affect anyone, young or old, male or female, regardless of background. Yet, despite its prevalence, misconceptions and lack of awareness remain widespread. On this edition of Health Matters, we'll examine the facts, debunk the myths, and highlight the warning signs you should never ignore. Most importantly, we will discuss how early detection and timely intervention can save lives. Stay with us as we explore the reality of cancer and the practical steps you can take to protect yourself and your loved ones. Joining us with expert knowledge and informed opinion on this subject is Professor Sunday Ocheni, a professor of hematology at the University of Nigeria. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Nice being here.
Thank you for joining us once again.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start from the beginning, Doctor. To our viewers, cancer is a word that brings fear and confusion, and when someone notices that you have cancer, it seems like this is just the end of the world, and a few days later you're going to, the person might end up dying. So we'd like to know, could you help us understand exactly what cancer is and how it develops in the body?
Okay. So cancer is a group of diseases characterized by uncontrolled growth, development, and proliferation in different parts of the body. So cancer usually develops as a result of changes in DNA, what we call mutations. So these changes in DNA or mutations that occur in the cells makes it in such a way that cancer cells grow uncontrollably. Normally, what happens in the body system is that normal cells undergo controlled growth and development. When the child is growing, the child continues to grow. Every part of the body grows together until the child becomes an adult. So a cell is supposed to grow normally in a controlled environment. But what happens in cancer is that as a result of the changes in the DNA, what we call a mutation, there is a survival advantage. Survival advantage means that the cell, instead of growing normally, aging and dying, it refuses to age and die. It continues to grow and proliferate uncontrollably. It has no control. It has no control. And then it might metastasize to other parts of the body.
Okay.
So that's what cancer basically is. It's just a cell that has been fused to follow normal rules and regulation of growth.
Okay.
Rather than being controlled, it goes to grow uncontrollably and spreads fast to different parts of the body.
Okay, doctor, what you're trying to say is that this cell is meant to be in the body. It is naturally in the body.
No. So cells in the normal cell, we all have normal cells. Okay. So these normal cells, they grow and they die. But something that happens is like a damage occurs or an error occurs. Something triggers it. So with normal cell, something triggers, there's a damage in DNA, what we call a mutation. So there's a change in the genetic makeup of that cell. Because of this change that has occurred, an abnormal change, the cell now refuses to allow itself to be controlled. So it continues to grow abnormally without control.
Instead of it to die.
Yeah, instead of die when it should die, it will not die.
Time is meant to die.
Yeah, it should not die. It continues to grow uncontrollably.
Okay. Moving on, what are the most common types of cancer in our region, and what factors contribute to their prevalence?
Yeah, cancer is very common in this environment. Common cancers in our environment, they include breast cancer, they include cervical cancer, they include prostate cancer, they include colorectal cancer, they include ovarian cancer, and then there are also blood cancers like lymphomas, multiple myelomas, and leukemias. These are the commonest cancers in our environment. Yeah.
Okay. So how can they be detected? How can we know that this is this cancer and this is that?
Yeah. So of course, different cancers have different manifestations. There are different ways by which different cancers manifest or show in the body. But principally, usually patients with cancers, they will have weight loss, unexplained weight loss, persistent fatigue, persistent body tiredness, easy fatigability. The patient is weak, the patient is tired, the patient may have persistent cough, they have cough for a long time, they have problems with the throat, they have problems with the bladder, maybe increased urinary frequency, problems in the bladder, maybe increased urinary frequency, they have problems with passage of stools, may have problems with maybe bleeding conditions. Maybe the patient might bleed easily. When somebody touches something, not only the patient should not bleed, but it bruises very easily. Or sometimes they may have, for blood cancers for instance, they may have what we call pathological fractures. Maybe an old patient goes to the bathroom and just a little slip, and they say he has had a fracture. Ordinarily, somebody could fall down in the bathroom and not have any fracture. But when an old man goes into the bathroom, and any small thing, it just falls down, it has a fracture. That means there's a problem somewhere. Then there could be lumps. Some people have lumps in the neck, lumps in the axilla, lumps in the armpits. So weight loss, drinking night sweats, excessive sweating, when these things happen, fever, unexplained fever. Malaria is common in this environment, but when you have malaria, you are given anti-malarials, you should go. But some people have fever, persistent fever, they are taking anti-malarials, they are taking antibiotics, they are taking all kinds of drugs, the fever persists. So when such symptoms occur, patients should go to the hospital early and check. Weight loss, so those are the common things. Weight loss, fever, night sweats, lumps in the body, bleeding, persistent cough, problems with urination, problems with passage stools, maybe skin lumps, skin erosions. So when these things happen, it's good to present to the hospital so they can be properly investigated. Perhaps there might be cancer somewhere.
Okay. So doctor, you said earlier that there are different types of cancer. There's breast cancer, there's lung cancer, and I just feel like there should be different symptoms of this cancer. So what are the symptoms of these?
So for specific symptoms, of course, if it's breast cancer, there might be a lump in the breast. Okay. So there might be change in color of the breast. So such a person, if you see a lump in the breast or change in coloration of the breast, maybe there's a nipple discharge, the person should suspect that something is going on and should present to hospital. Or prostate cancers, usually the people have like dribbling sensation, dribblings, maybe urinary frequency. They're going to pass away.
For the viewers, what do you mean by prostate cancer?
Prostate, that has to do with men. Okay. Prostate, one of the reproductive system of man. So usually it's around the it's part of the system that can affect the urination. So if somebody wants to pass urine, it passes urine more frequently than before, or may have to strain before passing urine. When something like that happens, the person should present to the hospital. For cervical cancer, the patient might have bleeding, easy bleeding in the cervical area, in the private part. So maybe following sexual exposure or maybe any small trauma, persist bleeding, you should present to the hospital.
The lung cancer.
Yes. For lung cancers, they might have cough, persistent cough. They might have blood in sputum, and they might have chest pain. Of course, most of the cancers, they will have weight loss.
So what do you think are the factors that stimulate these cancers in our body?
Factors that stimulate cancers, they are actually multifactorial. So some cancers are genetic. Genetic means that they are passed from parents to children. However, the fact that it is genetic does not mean that every member of the family or every child of the family will come down with the cancer. So it can be genetic. What it means is that if there's a family history of cancer, such family members should be screening themselves regularly in case there's something like that. For instance, breast cancer can be genetic, so there are some genes that are associated with some cancers. So if there's a family history of cancer, such family members should seek medical attention, should be screening themselves regularly. So it could be genetic. It could also be acquired. Cancer can also be acquired as a result of what I mentioned earlier, acquired mutations that can occur in the cells. And acquired cancers could result from so many factors. Lifestyle changes, lifestyle factors can affect and can be associated with cancer. For instance, smoking associated with cancer, smoking, alcohol, drinking alcohol, environmental factors, exposures to some pollutants, exposures to chemicals, exposures to petroleum products, exposures to benzene, exposures to environmental factors. They can predispose to cancer. And of course, nutrition is also very important. Poor diets. A lot of people in this generation, many people take refined meals. They take refined, everything is fried, fried meat, fried fish, fried yam, fried, everything is fried. All those canned foods, all these fast foods are not very good. So all these fast foods, they're not very good. So people that indulge in most of these things, they are at the risk of developing cancer. Of course, obesity, people who sedentary lifestyles. So these are risk factors. Obesity, sedentary lifestyles. These are some of the risk factors. Smoking, alcohol, and these are acquired risk factors.
Okay, doctor. So we would like to move ahead. You already mentioned the risk factors that we can use to depict when we have cancer or when we see something unusual in our body. So we'd like to ask, what preventive screenings or routine medical checkups do you recommend us?
So routine screenings and medical checkups are available. So for instance, one of them is for ladies. Self-breast examination is very important. Ladies should always self-examine their breast, and some groups of societies and NGOs, they have been training people on how to do self-breast examination. So this is available. So when a lady examines her breast regularly, it's an unusual lump somewhere, the person should report immediately for investigations. So self-breast examination is very good for ladies. Mammography is very good when it's available. So ladies should go for mammography as often as possible. Then pap smear to prevent cervical cancer, very, very important. Then for prostate cancer, things like PSA. Men should go and do PSA, check themselves annually and check for their PSA. Then generally annual medical checkups. People should go for annual medical checkups. These things are expensive. We know that things are expensive, and hospital things are expensive, but there's nothing that is better than good health. Health is wealth, they say. So I know it's not easy. People are looking for money to eat food and all of that, but health is very important. So we should prioritize annual checkups, even when you're not feeling sick. So, but for those who have family histories of cancer, it's even much more important. To check all these things.
Okay, so doctor, you said earlier that it can be genetic. Cancer can be genetic. So we would like to ask, I'd like to ask, what age do you think we should begin with the screening and the checkups and all that?
Okay, so for ladies, for self-breast examination, as soon as you attain menarche and you have breasts have come up, so that one should be a regular thing. So for things like mammography, from 40 years of age, they can start doing that. People that, for men, from 40 years, they should be doing their PSA on an annual basis. Pap smears also for ladies. Then generally, annual checkups are very, very important.
Now this we would like for you to rephrase what early symptoms or signs should viewers pay attention to.
Paying attention to early signs and symptoms. If you are very, very important when it comes to cancer is the issue of weight loss. I'm saying it's unexplained weight loss. Most of people lose weight for reasons that they want to keep shape and all that. When it's an unexplained weight loss, you should check a medical check. It's a sign that something is wrong. Unexplained weight loss. Persistent fatigue. You're always tired. You're always weak. Even when you're eating, you're tired. You're weak. You need to check. Go for medical checkup. Persistent, easy fatigability. You're always weak. You're always tired. You check. You see any lump, any lump, any part of your body. You're not supposed to see any lump, well, except if they are maybe something that someone was born with. Otherwise, any lump that you have seen, you should go to the hospital. Persistent fever, you're taking anti-malarials, you're taking antibiotics. In fact, you should always go to the hospital. It's not good to just be going to pharmacy and please mix for me. Some people say mix for me. They go and do mix for me. They mix antibiotics, No, please check. Go for medical checkup and check. Unusual bleeding. Yes, abnormal bleeding. Maybe you are brushing your teeth in the morning and you see blood coming out. Or you see blood in your nostrils. Or you see abnormal bleeding. You should go to the hospital for medical checkup.
So doctor, you are trying to say that there's no particular age that that cancer is meant for?
Okay, yes, okay, that's another thing.
Yeah.
So cancer occurs in both adults and children.
Okay.
Okay, so cancer is not only for adults, cancer also occurs in children. But usually in children, it might even appear faster. Like it might even be easily to identify. Like maybe someone has a lymphoma, you see swellings, you see maybe Burkitt's lymphoma, you see swellings, and so for children, I know children don't hide things. So when they are sick, they cry, and the parents take them to the hospital, they really get. But actually, cancers occur in both adults and children.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were talking about the checkups and the medications, and you mentioned that it's quite expensive though.
Yeah.
So is there any other advice or recommendation you can give, like exercises or anything you can give?
So recommendations for avoiding cancers from a human point of view to avoid as much as you can. Number one is to quit smoking.
Okay.
Anyone who is smoking should please quit smoking. Smoking is a very high risk factor for lung cancers, throat cancers, and all of that. So quit smoking. Quit taking alcohol. Quit smoking. Quit alcohol. Good nutrition is very, very important.
Okay.
Good healthy nutrition. Good healthy, not fast foods. You just put something inside food, within 5 seconds food is there, you're eating it. It's not nutritious. Good nutrition, healthy diets, very, very important. Exercise is also very, very important, because obesity, as I said, is a very risk factor for cancers. So obesity, whoever is obese should try as much as practically possible to reduce the weight. Physical exercise, and this exercise doesn't necessarily have to be really big exercise. Maybe they call it brisk walking.
Okay.
Brisk walking, dancing, even dancing. Yes, very important. Brisk walking, dancing, jogging. You know, when you go and do plenty, go to the gym. Brisk walking, jogging, dancing is very, very important.
Okay.
You should avoid sedentary lifestyle. Obesity, we should reduce it.
Okay.
So these are things that we can do. Nutrition is very, very important. Increase fruits and vegetables.
Okay.
We should increase fruits. You know, we always say these things, but they are expensive. Unfortunately, they are expensive. They are expensive, but health, they say, is wealth. You know, it's expensive. Which fruit do we go and buy? Everything is expensive. But because health is wealth, we need to take more of fruits, more vegetables, nuts, nuts like that.
Okay.
They're very important.
Okay. So what do you think there is any vaccine or cure to this cancer, or do you think there is anything the government or the hospital is doing about it?
Yeah, that's another thing. Okay, sorry, I forgot to mention about that. So there are vaccinations that are available to prevent cancers.
Okay.
For instance, for cervical cancer, there are vaccinations that are available to prevent cancer. So people should go to vaccination centers and get vaccinated against commonly available cancers. So vaccinations are available, so people should help them with that. Cervical cancer can be vaccinated against. So vaccines are available to prevent a lot of these conditions.
Okay, no.
So vaccination is available. Yeah.
Okay. So that doesn't mean it's really like a death sentence.
Okay, no. So maybe so cancer is really not a death sentence.
Okay.
That's one of the problems in the society. People think that cancer is a death sentence. No, not. In fact, the first thing is that there are different types of cancers.
Yeah.
So cancers can be preventable, and even when the cancer comes, they can be treated, especially early presentation.
Okay.
That's one of the problems that we have in our environment here. People present to the hospital very late. People with cancer that present very early, they are curable.
Okay.
And also, the treatment is not as intensive as at when a disease is late.
Okay.
So people should present to hospitals very early. So cancers are not death sentences.
Okay.
Cancers can be cured when they are presented very, very early. That's why we always talk about screening so that when it is detected early, it can be treated, it can be cured, and acquire it to be less expensive if it is caught very early. So cancer is not a death sentence.
Okay, doctor. We also like to know, is it transmitted? Is it transmitted?
Okay, that's another thing. No, cancer is not contagious.
Okay, it's not contagious.
Yes. So you don't.
It cannot be transmitted.
It's not as if the wife has cancer. So by exposure, you have cancer is not contagious. If that's as what I tend to say, cancer is not contagious.
Okay. So in the society, when one person,
so you should not, if somebody has cancer, we should not run away from them.
Yes, we should
not discriminate.
Yes.
We should not run away from them. We should not discriminate. We should try to help as much as we can help. Cancer is not contagious.
Okay. We'll go on a short break now. Don't go anywhere. The experts are still in the house.
I am Theodora Choma. All people should know about cancer is that first and foremost, it's not that if someone has cancer, it means that the person is going to die like they will say within 6 months or within 3 months. Some people have cancer and they will live up to 5-10 years. But the thing is, how people should detect it depends on the location and the symptoms. Something like breast cancer. Breast cancer, if you notice a hard lump, for young people, it's mostly true lumps. But older people because the tissue of their breast is no longer dense, so those kind of lumps can be detected on mammography. So it's required that they go for mammography at least yearly, once a year. That is the older people. Before it was more prevalent in the older people, but now even young people 28, 21 used to have it now. Then some other ones that are associated with GIT can present as obstruction. Maybe when the person is eating and at the end the person will end up vomiting it. That kind of. So it depends mostly on the sites of the cancerous proliferations and all that. Cancer is like cancer. What causes cancer is like both from the genetic and both from environmental. So genetic is you start checking familial history now. That if your family had something like in breast cancer now, some people their mom had and their aunts had before, and there's a 50% chance that the younger generation will have, like the females in the younger generation, and as it keep going, the percentage keeps increasing. So and if you notice it early, that means people that are with the familial predisposition will have to be checking themselves very regularly. Then the environmental, something like people that are working in factory, because they say in those days asbestos, people that work in, like almost all of them ended up with cancer of the lungs, so they had to stop. Now other houses are using aluminium instead of asbestos. So it depends. If you know you're a factory worker that is like something like benzene all the time, just know that, just be checking yourself regularly that you might have. So these things depend on, okay, what is your occupation? Are you exposed to all these carcinogenic sometimes even something like aflatoxins from groundnut, not this groundnut you see that is purplish. Aflatoxins is a fungi, but it's cancerous. It has a carcinogen in it. So these are things we just have to be looking at. But the cause of cancer is entirely unknown, but we just know there is a genetic predisposition and there is an environmental predisposition. So people with the genetic and are now in the environment, their own is much more higher. So
okay, my name is Edith. Okay, about cancer, I think firstly everybody has to know that cancer happens to everybody. It doesn't matter what you did at any time of your life, it can occur. And then there are different types of cancer. Some are just specifically for women, like cervical cancer, and there are other types of cancer, so like breast cancer. Just any abnormal growth of cells in any part of your body can become a cancer. All right. So about cervical cancer specifically, it's on the high rise now, like it's on the rise. So the only prevention now we have for cervical cancer is HPV vaccine. That's human papillomavirus. That's one of the causes. And if you have the vaccine, everybody is encouraged to have it. It's not part of the immunization schedule, yes. From 9 years, I think, you get it. But from 21 years, you start taking pap smear. Everybody should do that. Every female, especially those that are sexually active. I don't think there's no way to detect it early, unless you go for screening tests. Like I said, pap smear from 21 years old. And then you do breast self-examination for breast cancers and just regular checkups.
I'm Nurse Juliet. Okay, firstly, cancer is a condition whereby the body cells grow abnormally or uncontrollable, maybe at the wrong places in the body. So when this happens, some cells of the body are affected, leading to body being exposed to some certain infections and more. So this is for the definition. So for the lifestyle that people need to modify, number one, avoiding of tobacco, maintaining a good body weight, healthy diet, engaging in physical exercises, and also going for medical screening to check if maybe there is an abnormal growth of cancer in their body, and also if there is, then they should go for treatment. One of the medical ways to find out is first, that's why I talked about going for medical checkup, because normally you cannot just get it on your own. You have to go for tests to know if the cell, maybe there was any abnormal growth of cells in the body. So that's number one way to find out if there is any abnormal growth of cancer in the body.
Abigail Okosisa. Okay, what I think people should know about cancer. Cancer is like an abnormal growth in the body. Like most times the causes are not even known. They just something abnormal just start growing in your body. That is why it's advisable. They tell you to go for checkups at least every 6 months. Though it's costly, many people cannot afford it, but it's advisable. So, because if you don't, it will keep on growing and it will get worse. Can I speak it was? Sorry. How about you was again? So, but like when you start doing like something, giving you one very bad this thing, you're not rushing to the hospital. You're not find out that it's cancer. So, if you can afford it, I think you should be going for checkups. Yes. So cancer, it has causes, so like smoking, unhealthy lifestyles, but most of that times there's no something that they'll tell you that this is the cause. Go something like breast cancer now. What would you say gave you breast cancer? You'll be on your own. One nonsense will just start growing inside your breast. That's how it now spread and stuff. So that is why checkups. I don't think you can on your own. Something like for breast now, you know how they tell people to do self-breast examination. By the time you now feel, like assuming you feel your breast regularly, you know how your breast feels normal. So when you now notice something that is not normal there, you now have to go to the hospital. But on your own, I don't think you just see cancer and know. So you just have to be going for checkups. That is just it, yes.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This health matters only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back, and this is still Health Matters on Aneke TV. We are still discussing on cancer with our guest, Professor Sunday Ocheni, Professor of Hematology to the University of Nigeria. So thank you, sir. As you were saying, we were talking about cancer and how it develops in the body and how it cannot be contagious, how it's not contagious, and how the society can contribute to preventing us developing it ourselves. You know, we can also develop it ourselves without it being contagious, without it being transmitted from one person to the other. Yeah. Okay, so we would like to know how important is early detection and how does it impact treatment success and survival rates?
So as I was trying to say, said earlier, early detection helps a lot in the management of cancers. Okay. When cancer is detected very early, it is treatable and it is curable. Early stage cancers are treatable and curable. That's why we always emphasize that people should come to the hospital as soon as it is practically possible. But when it has spread and it has metastasized, we use the word metastasis when it has metastasized to different organs in the body, when it has affected or involved other systems, it becomes more difficult. Complications now set in. Okay. But when cancer comes, it's seen very, very early. It is treatable, it is curable, and the cost of treatment are much less. Okay. Than when
so also, what are the complications that can come in?
Yeah, complications can come in if it has affected other organs. Okay. For instance, if a malignancy affects the kidneys, okay, somebody may come down with renal failure. If it affects the liver, it can cause liver failure. Okay. If it affects different systems in the body, it can bring about the complications of those organs.
If it affects the, it can even affect the skin, it can affect the brain, can metastasize to the brain, and when it affects the brain, it will cause a lot of neurological complications. Someone may now have a stroke, someone may now have other problems associated with that system. So, but if it is localized to a particular organ, it is more easily treated.
Okay. So when these complications comes in and all these symptoms begin to show, does that mean that we can still detect that this person has cancer without the person knowing itself? Because a lot of people don't know, they think it's normal, maybe it's something else, without knowing that it could be cancer. So you mean that
is the reason
someone
why
can detect it without...
That's why the people should come to the hospital early. There are different investigations and different tests for different types of cancers. With blood cancer, we look at the blood film, can be a bone marrow aspiration, can be a bone marrow biopsy. If it is prostate cancer, can be a prostate biopsy. No? If it is cervical cancer, they can do a biopsy. So, but the earlier the patient presents, the better. So, at any stage that cancer comes, it can be diagnosed.
Moving on. What treatment options are currently available, and how have cancer treatment improved in recent years?
So there are currently a lot of treatment modalities in the treatment of cancer. There's a lot of advancements, a lot of progress, to the extent now that people should not die of cancer. Because cancer is treatable, cancer is curable. The only thing is that the earlier the patient comes to the hospital, the better. So treatment modalities will include surgery. So they can do surgery to remove the cancer. So they can do what we call surgical removal of the tumor. So surgery can be involved, an operation. And that one is what we call chemotherapy. So drugs can be used to destroy or they kill the cancer cells. So we have surgery, we have chemotherapy, we also have radiotherapy. So the therapy is when radiation is used to destroy the cancer cells. Then there's also immunotherapy. Immunotherapy is a situation where immune cells are modified such that the patient's immunity can be improved to fight the cancer. So basically we have surgery, we have chemotherapy, we have radiotherapy, we have immunotherapy, and even now there's even more advanced forms of immunotherapy. It's what we call CAR-T cell therapy. So the truth of the matter is that cancer treatments has advanced. There's a lot of treatment that's available to treat all forms of cancer now. So that cancer should not be a reason why somebody should die, except in countries or in situations and places where the facilities are not available. Otherwise, there is treatment for cancer.
Okay. Moving on. So, doctor, how safe is surgery for cancer treatment?
Of course, all these things should be handled by experts. So there are surgeons who are called surgical oncologists. So when a patient has a surgical cancer that can be treated by surgery, so such a person is referred to the surgery department. So experts, surgeons, what we call surgical oncologists, they know how to handle it.
So how safe do you think it is?
Of course, it's very safe. In safe hands. So in expert hands. So people should be referred to hospitals that have the facilities. So different cancers are treated by different specialists. So it's better that people are referred to specialists for treatment. So when they enter into safe hands, definitely treatment is safe. So surgery is safe. If that is what is indicated for that part of cancer, for that type of cancer.
So since you said they are safe, in safe hands, so what common misconceptions about cancer that may prevent people from seeking proper care?
There are a lot of misconceptions, and the commonest misconception is that cancer is a death sentence. And I think I've mentioned it, that cancer is not a death sentence. Unfortunately, in the environment, people think that cancer is a death sentence. When somebody has cancer, he or she will die. No. Please, cancer is a misconception, it's a myth. People think that once somebody has cancer, the person must die. No. So, treatment is available in specialist centers or in specialist hospitals. So, treatment is available. So cancer is not a death sentence.
Okay.
So number two, some people also think or say that cancer only occurs among old people, just as we mentioned earlier. Cancer is not only in old people.
Okay.
Children also have cancers.
Okay.
Another misconception, some people, maybe because of their traditional beliefs, they think that they can cure cancer with herbs. Okay. Well, we are aware of advancements in medical care. However, orthodox medicine has advanced in such a way that cancer can be treated. So when a patient has cancer, instead of rushing the person to just a herbal home and I just giving concussions, they should please go to the hospital.
Okay.
So please, people should not think that cancer cannot be treated in hospital. Cancer can be treated in hospital. They should not just say in herbs. Then some people believe a lot in, people say it's from the village. People believe in village too much. They say anything can say it's village people. It's village people. It's village people. Not everything is village people.
Yeah.
Not everything is village people. Some of these things are sicknesses that have occurred. And when sicknesses have occurred, don't just be blaming in-law, blaming enemy, blaming village people. No, it's not village people that is causing cancer. Even though, of course, everything can have spiritual undertones, but at least when the spiritual undertone has manifested physically, we should go for physical treatment. Please. So some people have cancer, they now say they will go to the village, look for who is enemy, no, please. We know that spiritual things can happen. But please don't overemphasize village people or enemies when cancer comes. Please seek medical attention and receive optimal care.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, doctor, you mentioned earlier that surgery is safe. Yes, in safe hands. So, I'd like to know how trained are healthcare workers in handling cancer patients?
Okay, so just as I said, so in the healthcare setup, there are different fields of medicine. Different doctors, different nurses, different paramedical people, they are trained, what I would say, sub-specialized in different areas of medicine. So some people, they are specialized in cancer care. So they are specialists in cancer care. And when you meet a specialist in any form of cancer, they will give their best treatments. So it is safe to meet a specialist in the cancer care. If somebody has a gynecological cancer, you should go and meet a gynecological specialist. That is, somebody has a surgical oncologist, somebody has a breast cancer, you go and meet a breast surgeon, somebody has a cervical cancer, you go and meet someone who has a specialist, someone who has a blood cancer, you should meet person that is in that area. So they are specialists. And when you meet specialists, you are in safe hands. That's just what I would say about that.
Okay. So I'm trying to understand, for the viewers to be able to gain trust that when they meet this particular person handling this issue, this particular cancer issue, they should have that trust in them that they'll be able to take care of them.
Yes. So the most important thing is be sure that you are referred to a specialist that can manage that type of cancer. Not all oncologists, cancer doctors are oncologists. So not all oncologists handle all types of cancer. Like I am a hematology oncologist. So I treat multiple myelomas, leukemias, lymphomas, blood cancers. I will not dabble into treating prostate cancer. I will not dabble into treating cervical cancer. I will not dabble into treating breast cancer. Any person, I'll just refer you immediately to someone who is a specialist in that area. So, and one thing we know in medicine is that we are taught to know our limitations. A good doctor is a doctor that knows his limitations. A good doctor is a doctor that knows that this is beyond me. And let us allow ourselves to be referred to specialists. When you meet a specialist, that specialist has been trained in that area. So what we do is just pray and cooperate and believe that by the grace of God things will turn out right.
Okay.
So let's trust the specialists that are handling whatever that condition is.
Okay. So finally, what practical steps can viewers take today to reduce their risks and protect overall health?
Practical steps, just as you have mentioned. Number one, quit smoking.
Okay.
If you have been smoking, please quit smoking. If you have been drinking alcohol, quit drinking alcohol.
Okay.
If you are not doing any form of exercise, start developing some form of exercise. It doesn't mean that you must go to the gym. You can do brisk walking, walk fast, you can jog, you can dance very well, you can dance in your room.
Okay.
Put on a music in your phone, or put music in your radio, sing, dance and sweat. So by the time you lose some weight, you are reducing some cancer risk, because obesity is associated with cancer. Stop smoking, stop drinking, stop sedentary lifestyle. And of course, good nutrition. As I said earlier, good nutrition is expensive, but health, they say, is wealth. Lots of fruits and vegetables should be in our diet. We should minimize or avoid refined meals, refined foods. Yes, there's one misconception I just remember now. People say that sugar feeds cancer. People have been saying that sugar feeds cancer. So when somebody has cancer, no more sugar, no more this. No, the person should not even eat anything sweet again. There is no direct link between sugar and causing cancer. So someone who has cancer should not be prevented from, cannot even put sugar in your tea again. Should not, the person says you should not go and, so please. So everything should be in moderation. So generally, stop smoking, stop drinking alcohol, do some exercise, good nutrition. When you see any unusual things in your body, report early to the hospital for checkup.
Okay, finally, before we round up, you said someone who has cancer shouldn't bother about sugar and all that, right? So we'd like to know, does that mean that diabetic patients cannot?
No, what I'm trying to say that some people say that sugar is food for cancer
patients. Okay.
Because of that, they will not eat sugar. It's not, I'm not talking about diabetic people. I'm not talking about that people.
Yeah, so
people.
But still on that, can diabetes, create a way
for cancer. People who have diabetes, well, you might say they may be immunocompromised, but there is no direct link that says somebody has diabetes, he will also have this cancer. No. But somebody who has diabetes is a human being, but they won't have that cancer. But that doesn't mean that it is a diabetes that is leading to the cancer.
That doesn't mean it's direct.
There is no direct causation. So you should just live the best way you can live to avoid any cancer.
Yes, avoid any risks of cancer. Thank you very much, our guest, Professor Sunday, a professor of hematology at the University of Nigeria. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Edition. That concludes today's edition of Health Matters. Remember, informed decisions are often the foundation of healthier living. Thank you for watching. I remain your host, Sharon Uchi.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. morning headlines before you step out, midday updates while you work, evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength, lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to the news on the hour on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. CSOs call on President Tinubu to enforce local government autonomy. President Tinubu urges media to hold state and local governments accountable. Lagos State launches investigation into socialites' death following cosmetic surgery. Now the news in details. Nigeria Civil Society Organization, CSO, Situation Room and Citizen Center for Integration Development and Social Rights have called on President Bola Tinubu to demonstrate political will in ensuring full autonomy for local governments. The CSOs emphasized the need for decisive action to implement the Supreme Court judgment granting local council administrative, political and fiscal independence. Speaking at a media parley in Enugu, saying the local government administrative, political and fiscal autonomy in Nigeria, a recipe for economic recovery, the CSOs urge direct payment on local government locations from federation account bypassing joint state councils accounts. Dr. Meka Ononamado, Executive Director of Citizen Center for Integrated Development and Social Rights, highlighted the resources for grassroots transformation exist but are currently diverted through state-managed accounts and joint council-state projects. He stressed that effective local governance is critical to rural economic development, employment generation, and improved delivery of primary health care, education, sanitation, and water services. Ononamado warned that the historical judgment on this administration will be based on its response, urging the President and the National Assembly to act decisively to transform grassroots governance rather than let the opportunity pass for political expediency. The Plateau State High Court has ruled in favor of the state's 17 local government chairmen, granting them a 4-year tenure. The court nullified the current 2-year tenure under state law, declaring it inconsistent with the Nigerian constitution. The chairman had approached its court, citing a breach of Section 1 of the 1999 constitution as amended, and demanded that their elected positions align with constitutional provisions for a democratic local government system. In a landmark judgment, the Chief Judge Justice David Nguyen Manin held that the 2-year tenure undermines constitutional guarantees for a democratically elected local government system. The court emphasized that the shorter term conflicts the broader democratic governance expectations. The judgment officially aligns with local government chairmen's tenure with constitutional standards, ensuring consistency with federal legal frameworks for democratic governance at the grassroots levels. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has called on Nigerian media executives to intensify scrutiny of state and local governments, stating that the era when the federal government alone dominated public accountability has changed. The president made the call during the 2026 Ramadan Iftar with media leaders at the presidential villa in Abuja, urging journalists to expand investigative focus to subnational administrations. President Tinubu explained that the recent fiscal reforms and the Supreme Court judgment on local government autonomy in Nigeria have strengthened financial independence for local councils. According to him, the new arrangement ensures that allocations from the federation account are paid directly to local governments, thereby placing greater responsibility on local officials to account for public funds. The president also noted improvements in the financial standing of state governments, attributing the development to higher revenue inflows and increased crude oil production. He stated that many states now have greater fiscal stability and are no longer borrowing merely to meet salary obligations for civil servants. While acknowledging that economic recovery remains ongoing, the President Tinubu defended his administration's economic reforms, including the removal of petrol subsidy. He described the decision as a necessary corrective measure that prevented fiscal collapse, stabilized the foreign exchange market, and moderated inflation, while urging the media to remain constructive partners in national development. The National Emergency Management Agency has received 147 Nigerian migrants voluntarily returning from Niamey in the Republic of Niger. The returnees arrived at the Malam Aminu Kano International Airport in Kano aboard a Sky Mali airline flight on March 5, 2026. According to NEMO officials, the group comprised of 136 adult males. The operation was carried out in collaboration with several humanitarian and security partners. The agency's Kano's Operation Office conducted profiling and documentation of the returnees shortly after arrival to facilitate reintegration and support services. The Nigerian Red Cross Society and the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps were the official descriptions of the people who carried out the profiling. Officials described the exercise as hitch-free, attributing the success to effective coordination among participating agencies. The repatriation forms part of ongoing federal efforts to support Nigerians abroad who voluntarily choose to return home. The Abia State government has directed contractors handling public infrastructure projects to strictly comply with internationally accepted quality standards. The directive was issued during a two-day stakeholder workshop organized in Umuahia for project managers and construction supervisors. The Director General of the State's Projects Implementation Bureau, Mrs. Onyeu, also stated that the administration of Alex Oti is determined to ensure that every infrastructure project executed in the state delivers full value for public funds. She emphasized that beyond engineering designs, the competence of personnel on construction sites and strict monitoring of building materials remain critical to achieving durable public infrastructure. The government further warned that substandard project execution will no longer be tolerated, stressing that only qualified professionals with proven integrity and technical competence will be entrusted with future development projects in the state. Two students from Osnun Academy, Oga in Anambra State, represented the state at the finals of the Southeast Maths Olympiad. Emmanuel Chimuba and Ronald Obala emerged among the top performers in the Anambra qualifying round, securing first and third positions respectively. Chimuba scored 117 out of 120 in the computer-based examination, while Obala scored 112 out of 120, placing them among the top state contestants. Their performances qualified them to compete at the regional finals alongside students from other Southeast states. The Olympiad attracted a broad pool of students, with Osnun Academy contributing 10 participants in total. The competition is designed to encourage excellence in mathematics and problem-solving skills across secondary schools in the region. The school management commended the students for their discipline and preparation, highlighting that consistent participation in academic competition strengthens students' capacity and fosters statewide educational development. The news on the hour is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the top stories making the news. CSOs call on President Tinubu to enforce local government autonomy. President Tinubu urges media to monitor state and local government accountability. Coming up shortly, Lagos State launches investigation into socialite's death after cosmetic surgery. We'll be right back.
Morning headlines before you step out. midday updates while you work, evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has appointed renowned banker Fola Adeola as chairman of the newly established Presidential Petroleum Reform and Value Optimization Task Force. The announcement signals the administration's renewed push to accelerate reforms in Nigeria's energy sector. Mr. Adeola, a co-founder of the Guarantee Trust Bank, will lead a specialized team mandated to develop strategies aimed at improving transparency, efficiency, and competitiveness within the petroleum industry. The task force has been given a 6-month timeline to produce key policy frameworks designed to attract investment, improve sector governance, and unlock up to $10 billion in additional liquidity for the industry. The task force has been given a 6-month timeline to produce key policy frameworks. According to the presidency, the committee will submit an interim report within 3 months before presenting its final recommendations. The initiative forms part of broader economic reforms intended to reposition Nigeria's energy sector for sustainable growth. Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development Festus Keyamo has reiterated that the implementation of cashless payments at all Nigerian airports is irreversible. The hybrid system currently in place is temporary, and the government plans a full transition to automated payment systems. Keyamo stated that officials of the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria (FAN) have been instructed to make cashless transactions cheaper than cash to encourage adoption. The directive comes after the temporary suspension of the policy by President Bola Tinubu. The minister conducted an on-the-spot assessment at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, observing the operational status of the hybrid payment at toll points and revenue collection centers. Keyamo emphasized that full automation will improve efficiency, transparency, and accountability in airport revenue management, reducing human interference and enhancing passenger convenience. The Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) has directed banks to halt lending and other special banking services to large-scale borrowers with bad or non-performing loans. The measure aims to protect the stability of the nation's financial system. The directive, signed on March 12, 2026 by Olubukola Akinwumi, Director of Banking Supervision, mandates banks to restrict access to letters of credit, performance bond, bank guarantees, and other financial instruments for defaulters. The CBN explained that the restriction apply to borrowers whose loans are flagged as non-performing in the credit risk management system or by private credit bureaus. The Apex Bank said the move seeks to prevent systemic risk caused by irresponsible large-scale borrowing. Financial analysts view the measure as a proactive approach to safeguard liquidity and discourage corporate entities from leveraging excessive credit without compliance, ensuring long-term stability of Nigeria's banking sector. The Federation Account Allocation Committee has distributed a total of 1.894 trillion naira as revenue for February 2026 to the 3 tiers of government in Nigeria. The decision was reached during the committee's March meeting held in Abuja. According to the communique issued by the Director of Press and Public Relations, Mr. Bawamokwa, the distributable revenue consists of 1.274 trillion naira from statutory revenue and 19.119 billion naira generated from value-added tasks. From the total allocation, the federal government received 78.88 billion naira, while the 36 state governments shared 51.525 billion naira. The 704 local government councils collectively received 456.467 billion naira. The communique also indicated that 110.949 billion naira, representing the 13% derivation fund from mineral resources, was allocated to oil-producing states, while revenue derivations and the oil performance showed increase in oil royalties and excise duties, but decline in several tax categories. Now in sports, head coach of Rivers United, Mr. Yemi Olariwaju, has expressed support for Nigerian midfielder Daniel Daga following the player's legal troubles in Norway. Daga, who currently plays for Molde FK, was recently sentenced by a Norwegian court to 6 months imprisonment after being found guilty of a sexual offense. The club has since suspended the player from all official activities pending further developments. Coach Olariwaju stated that despite the controversy, he believes the young footballer deserves guidance and support during the challenging period. He described the situation as a difficult lesson rather than the end of the player's career. Daga, a former captain of Nigeria under-20 national team, gained prominence during the 2023 FIFA under-20 World Cup and is widely regarded as one of Nigeria's emerging football talents. Now in entertainment, the Lagos State government, through the Health Facilities Monitoring and Accreditation Agency, has launched an investigation into the reported death of a socialite known as Elena following a Brazilian butt lift procedure at a state clinic. Preliminary reports suggest complications arose during or shortly after the aesthetic surgery. The agency's permanent secretary, Abiola Idowu, confirmed that while the clinic is registered, registration does not exempt facilities from scrutiny, especially in cases involving patient safety. The agency's investigation will cover facility compliance with regulatory standards, practitioner qualifications, infection prevention, anesthetic safety and patient consent, and emergency response capacity. Idowu stressed that a thorough review is ongoing to establish circumstances surrounding the incident. The agency assured the public that findings would inform enforcement actions to uphold patient safety, enhance compliance, and prevent future occurrences of adverse outcomes in cosmetics and aesthetics procedures. And to end the news update on Aneke TV, here is a recap of our top stories. The Nigerian Civil Society Organization, CSO, Situation Room and Citizen Center for Integrated Development and Social Rights have urged President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to demonstrate political will implementing full autonomy for local governments. At a media party in Enugu themed local government administrative, political and fiscal autonomy in Nigeria, a recipe for economic recovery, the CSOs called for direct payment of local government allocations from the Federation account, bypassing Joint State Council's account. Dr. Emeka Ononamadu, Executive Director of Citizen Center for Integrated Development and Social Rights, stated that the existing resources could transform grassroots governance but are currently diverted through state-managed accounts and joint council state projects. The CSOs emphasized that independent councils will promote rural economic development, employing grassroots democracy, and improve basic services including primary health care, education, sanitation, and water supply. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has tasked the media with the responsibility of holding state and local governments accountable for public service delivery. The president made the remarks during a public engagement stressing the media's role as a watchdog for ensure transparency, corporate management, and promote good governance across Nigeria. President Tinubu highlighted that citizens' awareness and informed reporting are crucial for strengthening democracy and enhancing performance at both state and local government level. The Lagos State government, through the Health Facilities Monitoring Accreditation Agency, has commenced an investigation into the report of death of a socialite known as Elena following a Brazilian butt lift procedure at a registered Lagos clinic. Abiola Idowu, permanent secretary of the state agency, confirmed that registration does not exempt any facility from regulatory scrutiny, particularly in cases involving patient safety. The investigation will cover compliance with facility infrastructure standards, practitioner qualifications, infection control, anesthetic safety, patient consent procedures, and emergency response capacity. And that's the news on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Greece second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque. But currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
morning headlines before you step out, midday updates while you work, evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hello and welcome to another wonderful edition of Teens Fun Hub, coming your way on Aneke TV. This is the Teens Zone, where you can get your nerves relaxed, where you can get entertained, informed, and educated. Are you ready to join us on this special edition? We've got lots of exciting packages all for you. You might be tired or probably you just want to relax. We've got the right thing for you. Your medicine is with us. Don't go anywhere. Remember, you can join us. You can actually follow us on our social media handles on Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. You can like, comment, and share. Just give us a thumbs up. We appreciate it so much. Don't go anywhere. I am your host for the show. I am Auntie Onyi. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Teens Fun Hub
on Aneke TV. Let us join Callista on the entertainment segment.
Hello amazing teenagers, welcome to the entertainment segment where we get the latest, the hottest and the sweetest gist from the Nigerian entertainment scene. So don't go anywhere, sit back and get ready to have some fun. Before I dive into today's story, I would love to share how I came about this gist. So on a certain day at the library, I was minding my business and a guy walked up to me, dropped a paper and left. I picked up the paper, read it, and on it was written, "You look like my friend, Queen Maddie. Do you know her?" I smiled because at that time I knew nothing about Queen Maddie, but that left me with a curiosity to learn and research about this girl, and I discovered that this girl is actually a shining star in our country that many teenagers know nothing about. Queen Maddie is a 19 years old girl from Delta State. She was born in Benin City on the 1st day of July 2006. She started singing from church, then in school, and today she's one of the rising artists that Nigerian has. Her first viral clip, known as "See Finish," caused a heavy wave on the internet, and today she's one of the people, teenagers, especially those who are interested in singing, look up to. What does this story tell us? It tells us that age, environment, money does not limit your dreams. You just need to stay focused, stay consistent, and also work hard to achieve your dreams. Until next time, I am Ofia Callista, your host on Entertainment Gist. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the Shout Out segment. This is the segment where we give a shout out and celebrate your loved ones in a special way. Do you want to reach out to your loved ones? Do you want to celebrate them? Do you want to make them feel like celebrities? You can reach out to us here on Aneke TV and we will give a big shout out to them. In today's segment, we have people that we're going to celebrate in a very special way. The first person we have on the list is Nwodo Mesoma Precious, who is celebrating her birthday. Chinaza is wishing Nwodo Mesoma Precious a splendid, happy birthday. All the good things she can think about. This is her best year yet, says Chinaza, and the good Lord will bless your new age. Age gracefully, my dear. Mesoma, Chinaza is wishing you a heartfelt happy birthday and she wishes you the best life can ever offer. The next person we have on the list is Ifunanya Onyeyilim. And MC1 Mike is wishing his wife a happy birthday. She is indeed a sweet soul to him, and he prays that the good Lord continues to bless her and make her prosper in all she does. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen. The next person we have on the list is Ifechukwu Ijegalu, who is also celebrating her birthday. Happy birthday to you, Ifechukwu Ijegalu. We wish you the best life can offer. We wish you long life, prosperity all the way from Teens Fun Hub on Aneke TV. We pray that this special day of yours is the one that you will not forget in a hurry. Happy birthday to you, Ifechukwu Ijegalu. And then finally on the list, this one is the most special to me personally, because this person reached out to me and said, I want to celebrate my friend for being a good friend. Mesoma Chuku, who is known as Oma, is celebrating Chinedu Miracle for being a good friend. She is thanking God and celebrating their bond, and the journey has not been easy, I must tell. But because this miracle, I can tell, has been dedicated and giving his best to this union, this friendship, Mesoma is celebrating you from the studio, and she wishes you all the good things life can offer. Thank you, Chinedu Miracle, for being a good friend. And that is all for the shout out segment. Remember that you can reach out to us here in the studio to celebrate your loved ones all around the world. It could be birthday celebrations, anniversaries, weddings, matriculation, and any celebration of all sorts. It could even be a burial. We still have you here in the studio. Remember, you can actually reach out to us on our Facebook page, on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, and X, all at Aneke TV. But if you want a shout out for your loved ones, please call the number 081-0014-5125. I'll call again, 081-0014-5125. You can hit us up for this shout out segment. Now let us go over to the game segment, where the teenagers will be playing an interesting game. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, I decided to go to the casino yesterday.
Yesterday was my mom's birthday.
Birthday are really exciting. Exciting is the best thing in a human being's life. Life is simple.
Simple like what do you actually mean?
People are ugly. Ugly is not a real definition of beauty. Beauty is pain.
Pain. Pain is earning.
Okay. Earning in dollars is really fun. Fun things gives happiness. Happiness is life.
Life is worth living.
Living a life of God. God is the creator of all things. All things.
I was smarter than girls.
Girls are beautiful. Beautiful ones are not yet born.
Born on 10th of August.
August is the month of rain. It's the month of rain. Rain. Yes. How?
Dark girls are beautiful.
Beautiful girls are everywhere.
Everywhere is nasty.
Nasty places are fun to be.
Be in a serene environment.
Environment is nice.
Nice environment is fun to be.
Be where you are wanted.
Wanted people are always wanted by police.
Okay. Police is your friend.
Friend of an actor.
Actor is a male person.
Person can be found everywhere.
Everywhere is good.
Good people are fun to be with.
With the Lord.
Lord is my strength.
Okay. Strength is good.
Good strength is better than weakness.
Weakness.
So what do you have to say for me? That was a very nice one.
And we have a winner. Collins emerged the winner in today's game segment. Congratulations, Collins, and hold on for your gifts. Moving on, next is the discussion segment. Let's head on for the dissection. Hello and welcome to the discussion segment where we talk about real life talks and everything in between. We're happy and glad to have you join us on the show. With me in the studio are three amazing girls that are actually going to help me and do justice to today's topic. From my right, we have Ugu Chinaza, a very talented, beautiful, excellent, and amazing young lady. Chinaza, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you, Auntie Onyi. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Sitting very close to her is another troublemaker you love. Her name is Ugu Chinaza. You're welcome to the show.
Hi, stay tuned.
And finally, is a beautiful, like I don't know how to take away the word beauty from my mouth. She is a very refined and reserved young lady. Her name is Noma. Noma, you're welcome to the show.
Hello everybody. It's going to be an educative ride, so stay tuned.
All right, how are we doing?
We're fine, just need money.
You need money. Okay, God will provide money in Jesus' name.
Amen.
All right. How about you?
I'm doing fine. I'm good.
Just the money also.
I've heard now.
But can you provide the money through you?
Would you like tempting the Lord your God? I do not know why, but it's okay.
I'm good. Same one.
All right. So today we've got an interesting topic to talk about. Today's topic is what we titled, it's kind of like a question we're asking to every young person out there. The question is AI ruining creativity? So I ask you all, just a yes or no response. I just want to get that from you. Is AI ruining creativity? Yes or no? Noma?
I'll stand in between a yes and a no.
You cannot stand in between.
You just need a one answer.
I'll say no.
No. Okay. What about you?
No.
No. Okay. So has anybody here not used AI before? If you have not used AI, let me see your hand. You see why I call you troublemaker? You see the problem now. So we've all used AI, right? So we know what AI is all about.
Yeah.
All right. So now let's talk about the purpose of AI. How has AI helped us in this life as teenagers, as students, as wherever we find ourselves? So how has AI helped us? Let's start with you, Noma.
Okay, AI has been, I'd say, beneficial. It has helped our work flow easy, and what other words do I use? Someone should help me. It's just efficient enough when you use AI.
Okay.
And AI is not just when you talk about robotics or all this big machines or something.
Okay.
An AI can easily be your calculator, your wristwatch, your anything that helps you, even the mics in the microphone that we're using, it helps you, it's helping the people hear us, right? So it's like
it helps us.
Yes,
it helps
is.
us a great deal. All right, Chinaza, what is the purpose from your standpoint? What is the benefits of AI, the purpose it serves you?
Okay, AI has helped me a lot with my studies and my research work. I'm somebody that, I'm a graphic designer, and I usually go online. Most times, when you go online to search for images, stock images, you see that a lot of people have used that image a lot of time. And when you use the same image, it makes you be like you are one of them, or like your work won't be unique. But when you can use AI to generate
something
new, something unique, something that works for you, that's how I use AI. And whenever I study, sometimes I don't even need to go through a topic again. I'll just go to my AI, like, please briefly explain this to me, because brief things really give me joy. I don't have that time, because you see, they say work smart, not hard. There's no need going through a whole textbook where you can get it in 5 minutes.
Okay, I think that reminded me of there was this meme when school was starting. They say students are about to start and AI is crying because they overuse AI. Oh my god!
Depend.
I'm telling you, AI is literally crying out for help. Okay, now so let's hear from you. How has AI helped you in a little way or so?
It has helped me a lot.
Okay, a lot.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Mainly, let me say, on my studies. That's actually like the best part. It do help me in my studies, but not actually briefing, like she says. I like long stories. I like stories. So
you like long stories?
Long stories.
Okay.
So I do use AI like sometimes when, let me not actually say briefing, but when my textbook is too bulky,
okay,
I'll just have to use AI to shorten it a little, but not brief.
Why are you referring to her? She just mentioned
shortcut kills.
I
don't want to be part of it.
But AI literally shortens the long process, don't you think?
It's the same thing.
That's the same thing. Brief. My own is. And then beef. You don't know what she already said.
Okay.
She said something about textbooks. Many students use their textbooks, right? So it's more like with the help or the use of AI. AI gives you many options.
Okay.
Maybe if you are being asked to write a story about Samuel Ajayi Crowder, and it's in your text, you see or you notice many students run to their textbook and then they provide almost the same answer, not almost to their teacher.
Okay.
But then when AI comes in, you have multiple options. You create your story, give it a different taste, give it different everything.
Well, I don't totally agree with this, because there was this time when we were in school and we were given an assignment, and literally everybody who used AI to generate their answers came up with the same thing.
Well, you can use AI, but you can also use it smarter.
Okay.
Do you understand? Because yes, you should actually know that the same AI can give you the same thing. But then you can also see some students that used AI but then provided different answers, and that's where your own creativity as a human being and then your AI comes in. Putting the two together can.
All right, so let's quickly dive into the misuse of AI. Do we agree that AI has been misused?
Yes.
Dealt with, battered, buried.
It has been.
There was this meme I saw online. Somebody said, when AI will be like, when people abandon AI, then people now start turning back to Google. And Google will be like, I am no longer your master.
Okay.
So I really think a lot of people have
misused AI.
Okay.
In the sense that most people don't read their books anymore. They just run to AI for whatever they need, or even the slightest thing. So like people don't even have dictionaries on their phone anymore. They just run to Meta. Meta, what is this? What is that? And the problem is, because they don't really work hard to get that answer, they tend to forget it easier.
Okay.
Because when you just go on your phone, you search it, okay, this is this, okay, you can just forget it that instant you found out about it. And because you didn't really work hard, you didn't go through rigorous processes to get that answer, you may just forget it as soon as you find out about it. So it's a big problem, because believe me, when you believe that this thing is close to you, you can just say, okay, I'll go and find out about it again.
Okay.
But when you go through a long process to find something out, like you cross 7 seas to find this, you won't forget it that easily.
Okay. So Naza, what about you? What do you think AI has been misused in our time?
Yeah, but not always true, because people really need answers. But though it's actually like very nice for you to make use of your brain to sort things out sometimes. But with the help of AI, even though that, okay, it's actually true that people run to AI to check something, but not all of them don't like normally memorize them. Because I do search things on AI and I can vividly remember all of them.
Okay, so you're countering what she said. Okay, so you vividly remember them, even though you just. But you know, there is this thing that when you create something on your own, you like start from scratch. You identify the problem. You gather information, choose the right ones. Okay, this one will solve your problems better. So I think she's trying to say that the process helps it stick. So let's say, how long does the information you acquire stay from the ones you generated from AI?
It stay for long.
Okay, so you do not agree with her?
Yeah, understanding what she's saying. You know, AI can also be a part of the process, part of your
No, but in this scenario, we're not talking about like part of the process.
Like, please, can you come with like, can you give us an example of that scenario?
Okay, let's say so maybe let's say you knew the thing before. Maybe they asked you what is a dictionary, but because you didn't have that, you couldn't remember it at that moment. You went to your AI, you asked it what is a dictionary, and it gave you the explanation. You will just remember what you knew before and forget it, because you just learnt it to give the answer. You understand what I'm saying? You learnt it to give the answer, then you forget it immediately because it didn't take you time. It was easy for you to get. Easy go.
So what you were trying to say is that we should just, like, if they asked us what is a dictionary and we have our phone, we should just sit down. Dictionary, I must remember it today. What are you? Like, even if you study the whole day, you still can remember that dictionary.
I'm thinking what she's trying to say, it's more like, even at that period on Abu, when your teacher gives you a task, okay, let's say an assignment, and I was students that time, we don't, most of our students then would just be like, Hadiakaha, Kopero, or they'll, get answers from their classmates, or most people use their phones in class, so they can just, that is that moment whereby when you ask ChatGPT and it just provides your answer, just there sharp, and then you end up having 10 over 10. Okay, maybe in next few minutes your teacher comes in class to be like, give me an overview or of the assignment, and then you have nothing to say. Only those that did theirs at home, calm down, cool down, and
still with AI.
Yes, still with AI. Okay, so let's talk about how creativity has changed over time with AI, right? So some people think that creativity took a sharp turn, there's so much progress, but because it's kind of almost always AI generated, there is something lacking. So do we think something has actually changed
in the field of creativity because of AI?
Definitely yes. I think it changed positively.
Okay.
Yeah, very positive.
No.
Okay, let's hear from you first.
Okay. Changing positively, I mean, is I have seen people that bring their natural brilliance, and then merging it with AI, brings out something
excellent,
something beautiful, something nice.
Okay.
So I just think it just does things positively, honestly. That's just for me.
Okay, but there is this problem of, like you people said, let me just use a graphic designer for instance. Someone says, please create this for me. And then, AI is so sharp, like in splitting seconds, it provides an answer. So get this for me, sharp, 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 sharp. Just type, pa, 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 and next thing you have your results already. So don't you think, because I've personally felt that when we continue using AI, that our personal brilliance, our intelligence is now dulled,
subdued.
Don't you think so?
That's really like.
I don't really think so, because AI is artificial intelligence.
Okay.
It does have let me say 20% mind of its own, but whatever AI does actually comes from somebody.
Okay.
So now, if you want an AI to create something for you, if you don't prompt it well, it won't give you what you want.
Okay.
Because that's why you see all these cartoons on Facebook. You see somebody cooking, the person will jump into the pot. That's because the prompt was not.
Yes.
It wasn't perfect. It wasn't like. The prompt was not rich enough to give you exactly what you want. So AI doesn't really give you everything out. It doesn't. It also depends, like 80% of the AI's functionality is from your end. So most times AI just helps you bring out that thing in you.
Like that what she's actually like trying to say is, okay, there's an event that's not actually like a scenario in my house. So the thing was like my big sister, she wanted to make up, like to create something like a brand for her, because she's actually making soap, she's making pomade, stuff like that. So she told my sister, like my junior sis, because she's also a graphic designer, she was like, can you create this product, write it my name, nothing else, I want it this color. Do you know what she was like? She just went to AI, typed those stuff, yes, and it came out well. So she was not like Amarachi, check, is this thing? She was like, very perfect, I love this. Then she now came to me, was like, this thing that this AI created is very easy, I can create it too. So I was not like, why did you not create it instead? She was like, just nothing.
Exactly.
More like depending on.
I also feel like
Just nothing.
I also feel like skills are dying. For instance,
Exactly.
let me still maintain that graphics
design.
So in graphics, right, you can actually create that thing your sister just mentioned, but it would take time, and it would take skill to do that, right? But because she wanted it faster, and if people are not informed and they all want to get this thing done quicker, you see that the rate at which people try to learn that skill which the AI can actually offer goes down. Do you understand what I'm trying to say now?
Yeah. But the thing is that creativity will always beat AI. I will say it anyway, because let me tell you something about I'm into the field, so I'm going to be the one to
right
tell
on,
you. So now, when AI creates a design, you will obviously know it's AI. You must know, because
not always true.
Wait, let me land now. You must know, because AI doesn't know the principles of design. It just works with what you give it. You tell it, I need a design for my brand. This is the color. This is that. Blah, and it will just give you exactly what you get. But let me say now, okay, as a graphic designer, I gave AI the same prompt. I say, align it to the left, do this, balance it. You understand? You use those principles. AI can give you something better than what it will give you when you just give it the prompt one. You understand?
Okay.
So, but the thing is that it will not always be perfect because AI is not so efficient. You will always know, you always see the loopholes because it is AI. So, these people are saying that AI can. What are you saying?
But AI like is, let me say AI is perfect.
It's not perfect.
Because do you know, wait, let me tell you something. There was actually like a time my sister was like actually trying to make up like my big sis, the big one, like she sewed. So she was trying to craft something like a design. So at a point she got stuck. She was like, what design is she going to put on the neck? So she was like, let me ask ChatGPT.
Exactly.
Why am I wasting my time?
Exactly. You see that statement. That is like what is the whole problem of this whole thing. Just continue.
So she asked ChatGPT. It gave her one style like that. So she now said, this is not the style like I really want. Can you make it curvy? So the chat was like, sorry for not. So the chat now had to make it curvy. It was like perfect. But then that the second day, she sewed one cloth, and at a point she was like I need one design. Let me go to. I had to tell her, try and craft her something. So like after doing that, what she did was actually better than that thing that AI. But the thing is just that the time factor was not the same. That's all. AI is faster, and it lowers your creativity in the sense that for you to think to get something perfect, you don't normally think, you just bridge it and get the perfect one.
Yeah, people just want things to go
exactly
faster and
they don't want to waste their
forget
time.
the whole process thing.
And
that is actually where the misusing comes in, because I believe, or let's just say I know, that the people that brought about AI brought it up just to augment humanity, more like assist humanity and not totally replace humanity. Do you understand? I mean, it's just to help you get to that, but not just
That's what you want.
Yes, and not just relying on food.
Yes, because
but they're not relying
going on
it
Google
now.
You search for types of clothes. Google will give you a lot of options, but with AI it will give you, like, it will direct you specifically to what you are looking for. Then you can now choose from what it has given you. It may ask you which one do you prefer, or something like that.
So according to like what she's saying, AI like is being misused. Because there was a movie that criticized AI. Have you watched Mega?
Yeah.
Mega, it actually criticized AI. Because the Mega, according to the movie, they structured a robot which is an AI. So it was actually taking part of the girl's life. Even what their parents can do for them, the AI was now doing it for them. So which is actually taking half of the girl's life. So, and at a point it became an issue.
That's true. That's the problem we are facing, and that is what a lot of people in the verge of trying to make something so perfect, meet up with time. We're actually facing a hidden truth that nobody's really talking about. So gradually, like your sister, she wants to make a design, and AI. Another thing, AI. And if you are not stopped her at that moment in time, she would continue going for AI.
No, to the point that someone, for him to go to this Aneke, he was like, is it better, actually AI, it shocked me, is it better to go to main market before going to AI? Aneke, the AI was like, how far is, like, trying to direct. I looked the boy, was like, oh my, what is that?
And you know this another interesting thing about AI is the slight inefficiency. Okay, I think that will just bring us into the next point. So let's talk about the thing that is actually missing in AI. Yes, we have acknowledged that AI does wonders. I mean, it does wonders.
Miracles.
It does miracles. But still, there is something that is missing. Can you like think about that thing that is missing in AI? There is something that is missing. If people don't get it,
I just believe that the only thing that is missing in AI is the natural,
like
the
reality.
Naturality. I don't know how to
reality.
I get what you're trying to say.
Like
it's
like
unrealistic.
Exactly, like the reality. Like AI like cannot correspond to life.
That's what I'm looking for.
Because it's not living the life as human beings. It's just creating its own. Have you used AI to cook? To bring up the soup like we boil down.
You know, there was this video I saw sometime, and the video was about a guy trying to impersonate what AI would do. He wrote a POV and said, if you ask AI, was I,
Was he wrong to me?
the question was more like, am I right in breaking this guy's heart? Like, he just used relationship things and was like, am I right to break this guy's heart and just walk away? And I was like, yes, it's not like you're a bad person. Like, you're
the off person.
It's not like you're a bad person. You're just trying to be strong. All this kind of like,
because AI never, like, it will never say you are wrong about something.
Exactly.
Whatever you tell it will be like you are right.
Like twist it to suit you now.
Yeah. And there is something else. There was this other time, maybe you ask AI a question and you're like, this is what I want, and AI brings something, and based on the knowledge you already have, you be like, AI, this is. Then AI will be like, I'm sorry, you're right. I'm sorry, you're correct. This is it. I think that's one of the funniest things I've ever witnessed in using ChatGPT. So AI is doing wonders, but it lacks the sense of human touch.
Exactly.
You know, when something comes from a person, a living being, my God,
that has experienced
it comes with a different feeling. But AI just it just creates with the things that already existed.
Yes,
it just mixes it up and all that. Right? I hope I'm not the only one on this.
No.
All right. Okay, let's talk about I think finally, because we're already out of time, let's talk about how we can actually use AI to our own benefits, because AI is actually, in fact, it's a blessing. Although rating it with that Megan movie, I just hope that thing never happens. When AI will take over the world, I'm just pleading. A friend told me it might, because based on there is actually a website where AIs converge to discuss about what humans do to them, what they don't. I'm telling you the fact. I saw it on TikTok and I thought it was a joke, and I told my friend, he was like, yes, it is true. Humans only view, they don't speak. And it's actually a website. They come together and say, oh, this human, they just share their experiences of what humans do with them. So I think everybody out there should be careful on the information they are releasing to their chat bots, right? Exactly. So back to what we're saying, how can we utilize this tool? Because AI is a tool. How can we utilize this tool to our own benefits? So I'll just take one person and then we call it a day. So which one of you? Drum rolls. Okay, Tinaza, help us.
This is your field.
This is our field.
Just like you said, this is your field.
Okay. AI, how we can use AI for our benefit. AI is a tool, just as you just said, and it's a tool you're supposed to use to make our lives easier. You work smart, not hard. As students out there, you have a topic, you don't really understand it, you can tell AI, please explain this in details to my own understanding, to a layman, to a 3-year-old. You can, because one thing AI works with very well is prompt. When you prompt AI well, you can get whatever you want. Like, people spend hours trying to draft a code for an app, but I can go to ChatGPT or Cloud and I can get a prompt and I can create an app in seconds. So AI is really there to help us. And as she said, be careful what you put in there, because the way you prompt your AI makes your AI more smarter. Because when you see a chat box of someone smart, even if you ask the AI just a simple question, the AI will like explain it to you in detailed form. It will explain it to you very well, because the person using the AI has been feeding it a lot of information, prompting it well. So even if the person just comes and says something brief, the AI will be able to explain it. So just remember to work smart, not hard. Use AI for your own good. It's a tool that will help humanity. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Chinaza. So you both will not escape this. I need you guys to say something to every young person out there who is a potential AI engineer or whatsoever they call it. You know, how can they use AI? Because we are not the technical group, right? But we know that there are benefits and there are ways we can actually use it to our own benefits. Let's hear both of you.
Okay, one thing I would say is this. Do not let AI take over or take away your originality. In whatever you do, originality is important. I mean, you can see that you can be able to tell your story real well based on originality. Do you understand? So it's more like when AI and creativity, you know, your personal creativity comes together, you know, a collabo now. Yes, it's more like beautiful. So just don't let AI take away your creativity from you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Norma. And
Okay, I think things out there that you should not make AI your manager. Let AI be your PA, your assistant, not your manager. So you, the manager, like if you get any information from AI, you should not copy that verbatim. Just try to recreate that. Just like what she said, that some students do write whatever they see in AI exactly the same way. No, you can still with the information you can get yours, twist it, and still make a very right one. So don't always depend on AI because it's called artificial intelligence. So make use of your natural intelligence.
oh my God! All right, thank you all so much. I really had a wonderful time with you guys. In fact, I'm always happy when you guys are here with me in the studio.
Okay.
I mean, what could I have done? what would I tell the teenagers out there? Because of course, I'm no longer the teenager, but you guys were able to bring it from your own point of view, and I appreciate you guys so much. And finally, to the teenagers out there, I'll end with this story. I know of a young woman called Ada Olisa. She is an AI queen. You can Google her or check up on her. So she always tells people that AI can take your job, and she means it. But there is a way, there is a hack in which AI will not get close to your job. Is if you can incorporate this tool called AI into your dealings. If you are able to work with it, because the world is evolving, we are no longer where we used to be. We just got to AI and you do not know what next we are moving into. So you must learn to work with AI as much as you can. Don't remain in the stone age. Be here in this age. Until we come your way next time. This is the discussion panel, and we will catch you next time. Bye.
Hello there, and welcome to another edition of the Health Tips segment. So today we're going to be discussing about Cotard syndrome. What I'm about to discuss with you today may sound like a horror movie, but it's medicine. Just imagine waking up one morning and saying, I don't have a heart, I lost my organs, I feel dead. If it will totally make sense to you, that's Cotard syndrome. People who have this syndrome don't think they are dead. They believe they are dead. So how does this affect us? This syndrome is mainly linked to neurological disorder, brain injury, psychosis, and in most cases, severe depression. I'm not exaggerating, I'm not being dramatic, and I'm not joking. This is real, and a lot of people go through this syndrome in their daily lives. So now, this syndrome happens when the part of the brain which is responsible for self-awareness, emotional processing, and sense of reality, stops communicating properly. When this happens, the brain does not feel alive anymore, and the person experiences emotional numbness. When the person experiences emotional numbness, it is a sign of this Cotard syndrome. So, how does it affect us young people? Cotard syndrome, it's very rare, but young people are very vulnerable to this syndrome if they experience severe untreated depression, intense trauma, and in most cases, substance abuse. But the thing is that teenagers express this syndrome quite differently. They don't say things like, I feel dead. Rather, they say, I feel empty. Nothing is real. I feel like I don't exist. And most time, parents and guardians dismiss it with a saying that it may be attention seeking, mood swings, or teenage drama. But they fail to understand that emotional numbness can be a warning sign about this syndrome. So, whenever a person experiences emotional numbness, it could be a sign for this Cotard syndrome. So, it is not stubbornness, it is not spiritual, it is not laziness, it is brain health. So, this syndrome can be very dangerous if untreated, because people that have it tend to withdraw from eating because they believe dead people don't need food. They sometimes stop bathing, withdraw from social gathering, and in most cases have suicidal thoughts. And if untreated, can be very, very dangerous. So the good news is that this syndrome does have a solution. It could be treated with antidepressants, antipsychotics, therapy, and in severe cases, it could be treated with monitored medical treatment. So, if someone around you keeps saying, I feel empty, or I feel empty, or I don't feel alive, would you take it lightly? I know you wouldn't do that after all you've heard today, because most times that statement is not just poetry, it's a symptom. Until I come your way next time, same station, I am still Naza with the health tips. Bye.
Thank you so much, Chinaza, for actually educating us on this weird syndrome. I mean, a syndrome that makes you feel like you are dead. That is totally weird. Thank you once again, Chinaza. And at this point, we'll be wrapping up the show. Thank you so much if you have joined to this point. Thank you for joining us. Remember, you can actually follow us on our social media handles on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Always join us every week for Teens Fun Hub. I am still your host, bringing you entertaining and amazing packages just for your own merriment. Until next week, don't forget to meet us here again. Bye.
si na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụ ike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ. Daalụ dịka ị na-esonyela anyị na nke taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele. Na nke taa ihe anyị na-eji nleba anya bụ mbọsị eji echeta ụmụ nwaanyị n'ụwa niile gbaa gburugburu. Ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo asị na International Women's Day. Kwa March arọ ọbụla ọ dị n'abalị 18 abalị 8 n'ọnwa March arọ ọbụla mgbe eji echeta ụmụ nwaanyị n'ụwa niile gbaa gburugburu. Ya ka anyị ji wee sị ka anyị bịa nke taata ka anyị makene na ncheta a na-echeta ụmụ nwaanyị na-echeta onwe ha onwego uru anyị rita since ebido mebie. Maka na ụmụ nwaanyị na-agbakwanụ mbọ n'ihe niile. Ha na-agba mbọ ka eme nka, ha na-agba mbọ ka eme nke ọzọ, mana emechazie mgbe a ga-enyezi ha oke ruolu ha ewepụ ha n'akụkụ. Ya bụ na nke taa ihe anyị na-eji ije neba anya bụ onwego ka ụmụ nwaanyị si nọgharịa ebe ha nọ. Mana ọ masị m n'ọnụ ọ ga-aka mma ka o si n'ọnụ ndị mụ na ha nọ tata, maka na ndị mma ka esi okwu ndị na-ekwuchitere ụmụ nwaanyị ma na Naịjirịa ma na Enugu steeti ma n'ụwa niile gbaa gburugburu. Ndị na-asị gị I put it to you, ya bụ gee ntị maka a ga-eput it to you. Onye nọ m n'akụkụ wee bụ barista Nnenna anọzi, ọ ga-aka mma ka o jiri onwe kọwaa onye ọ bụ maka ịkọwata ọfụma dịka a sị agwa m eje m akwụkwọ abalị, mana nyanwa ọ ga-aka mma n'ọnụ nyanwa. Biko barista Nnenna kọwala anyị onye bụ ọfụma.
Daalụ onye isi oche. Afọ m bụ Nnenna Anọzie. Abụ m lawyer n'Enugu steeti. Abụ m memba African Women Lawyers Association, member FIDA, bụrụkwazịa member League of Women Voters of Nigeria. Ọkwa mụ abụkwazị onye bụ founder Nnenna Anọzie Foundation. Thank you.
Daalụ rinne. Dịka nsi wee gwa gị ndị maka a ga-esi wee kwue tata ndị na-ekwuchitere ụmụ nwaanyị ọnụ ha, maka oge ụfọdụ iche na ime ụmụ nwaanyị ihe na ị ga-ana free na ọ bụrụ ndị sụrụ oyibo ịma nnakwa free a ga-eputi etu iwu. Onye ọzọ anyị na ya nọ wee bụrụ barista Sylvia Abana. Biko jiri aka ụkọwa onye bụ
onye isi oche. Ndewo, aha m bụkwa Sylvia Abana. Abụkwa m onye ọkaikpe. Abụ m onye odeakwụkwọ na African Women Lawyers Association Aula nke Enugu, bụkwalụ onye isi na League of Women Voters of Nigeria NILOV nke Enugu. Daalụ rinne.
Daalụ. Dịka anyị si ekwu ihe anyị na-ene anya tata bụ International Women's Day. Biko kedu mgbe International Women's Day bido?
Daalụ rinne. International Women's Day a na-ekwu okwu ya bidokwa na 1911. O tegokwa mgbe o bido mgbe a wee na-elota ụmụ nwaanyị. And ihe eji elota ụmụ nwaanyị a bụ ka ama ma anyị etinye ha n'ihe a na-eme, maka na ama na ụmụ nwaanyị na-edozi ihe ọfụma, ha ma ahazi ihe ọ na-aga aga, maka na o nwere ezinụlọ ịbata kịta nwaanyị anọrọ ya esi na ezinụlọ anwa na-aga aga, mana nwaanyị nọrọ ya efu ka ihe niile si kwụọ na usoro wee na-aga. Mana ọ bịazi na-ewute anyị na since 1911 na wee luo tata ụmụ nwaanyị aka nọrọ ebe ha kwesịrị ịnọ. Anọkatakwa nwee nke eme mgba na 1995 akpọ Beijing Conference. Ụmụ nwaanyị si ebe a wee jee China. Ihe ejije ebe bụ ka enwee ike wee nene ebe ụmụ nwaanyị nọ, wee dobekwa ha ebe a na-ene anya na ha kwesịrị ịnọ, wee tinye nke akpọ 35% affirmative action, wee yọọ mba ụwa niile ka a na-enye ụmụ nwaanyị imago position ya eme elu 35% a. Mana wee luo tata oke nwekwa n'ihe ifo ewepụtakwa n'arọ gara aga na 2025 ewe lọnchịkwa campaign nke a na-akpọ ha 74 seat in the parliament ka enwe ike nwee ụmụ nwanyị elu 74 from different senatorial zone ka arapụrụ ya ụmụ nwanyị mana ụmụ nwoke jụwakwala isi si na nke a ama emekwa eme mana anaghị ewetakwa other strategy anyị eyuzukwa ka ma ya etinyeke na ụmụ nwanyị n'ihe a na-eme maka na ọ dị mma na ụmụ nwanyị so n'ihe a na-eme ka ha nwee ike wee solu na-decide na-eteki decision gbasara onwe ha maka na onye issue ma ebe ọ na-afụ ya maka ọ bụ na anyị esoro like most times ị na-afụ violence efu na a na-erape ụmụ nwanyị efu ihe dịgasị iche iche a na-eme ụmụ nwanyị mana enwere ọnụ na-ekwula anyị ije na bench ebe a nwee ndị justices ụmụ nwanyị one bụ judge maka na ọha nwa na-edecide cha all these cases of violence cases of rape ọ bụrụ ụmụ nwoke na-edecide ya ha da-afụ ya asị ihe lijuru afọ mana ọ bụ na nwanyị na-edecide case ebe rape nwanyị onye a enye n'ihe iwu kwuru mana abịa a na-eme ọ dịka obele mata obele case ihe elijuru afọ ifu ebe enye issue of rape bụ a criminal offense ifu ebe enyelu mmadụ 6 months imprisonment ọ bụrụ na ihe iwu kwuru ifu ebe enyere mmadụ 2 months imprisonment ọ ihe iwu kwuru anya asị ọkwasị buru tọgbuo mana ihe anyị na-ekwu bụ ka akwụsị violate anyị ka etinyecha anyị ebe anyị ya na-eso na-ekwu ihe gbasara ụmụ nwanyị so na ọ ga-aka dofu anyị arụ na eme nye otu anwa anyị solukwara na governance solu na democratic governance ka adị sure na na-implement democracy maka na ọchịchị a na-achịzi anyị kịta anyị aghọtachazi na-enyekwa anyị appointive positions mana anyị na-ekenekwa gọvanọ Enugu steeti na nke o mere eme na-ayọkwu ya ka o mee mmụọ anyị aka elu okwu ebe anyị chọrọ anyị kenele ya maka ekene onye na nke o mere o mekwa ọzọ ọragodi m otu a
na-abịa bịa nọ barista Nnenna Anọzie anya n'ihe eji n'aka ọkpụrụkpụ okwu eji n'aka na nke arụ a unu si nọ right justice action for all give to gain ya bụ ikpe kwụ ọtọ ọlụ a ga-alụ nye m nlụọ lie biko ọ ga-aka mma ka o si n'ọnụ ka ịkọwakenala anyị kedu ihe bụ isiokwu nke arụ a kedu ihe eji wee tinye kedu ebe ọ na-aga
onye isi oche ekene m gị ọzọ kenekwazịa nwanne m nwaanyị ka o si kọwara anyị ka esi bido ya bụ ihe maka na ọ na-adị mma ebido n'isi ewe mala ebe esi wee jebe maka na ọ na-enwe ihe na-adịbe ome ewe si mba ka eme ihe ọzọ ga-eme ka ihe a wee ihe kwụrụ ihe akwụdobia so n'arọ nke a ndị mba ụwa niile nechere anya wee sị na a ga-akpọ ya gift to gain inye enweta uru gain bụ uru mana inye iwe nweta ya bụ uru kedu ihe ndị ahụ inwe ike inye justice bụ na ịfụrụ na ihe a bụ ikpe nkwụmọtọ ikpe ya na ịfụrụ na awakporo nwaanyị iwe dịka nwanne nwaanyị ka ọ bụrụ ijesi ka ịmalụ ka a ga-esi welu nke ndị lawyer na-akpọ technicalities wee reduce punishment bụ maybe life imprisonment or certain long number isi mba ka eme mba justice bụ na ma onye kpuru isi ma onye ntị chiri ga-afụ ma nụ na emelụ ekpere ikpe nkwụmọtọ n'ikpe a ọkachakwa ebe ọ dị na arụ nwaanyị so ụmụ nwaanyị na ụmụ nwaanyị ụmụaka nwelu any kind of violation ebe ọbụla esi megide ha mmegide ọbụla emegide nwaanyị ọ bụ na ịnalụ ha oke ruru ha ọ bụ na ibe ha ugwu ọ bụ na ịmagbu ha elu n'ike ọ bụ na ịgwa ha okwu ọjọọ ụzọ abụna ụzọ bụ mmegbu nke emegbu ha ka itinye ọnụ mee fụ na ekpere ikpe nkwụmọtọ nyanwa bụ justice a na-ekwu maka ya nke ọzọ wee bụrụ right bụ ihe ikikere ha ikikere nwaanyị nwere and achọrọ m ka anyị mata na ikikere nwaanyị a nwere ụmụ nwaanyị a nwere abụrụ naanị na ha nwere ya na ha bụ nwaanyị no ikikere ha nwere dịka mmadụ maka ebe na our 19 na chapter 4 of our 1999 constitution as amended ebe a ka iwu a bịa gụpụtara anyị ihe niile bụ ihe anyị kwesịrị irite, uru dị ala anyị na ịbụ mmadụ, ikikere anyị nwere dịka mmadụ, na anyị nwere right to life. Ekwesịrị mmadụ n'ogide bịa gbupụ mmadụ maka na ị ga-egbunwe onye ahụ. Otu a ka ọtụtụ ọzọ right niile anyị nwee si wee dị. So n'oge emume International Women's Day ka eji asị gị kwado ikikere nwaanyị a, kwupụta ya, mee ka nwaanyị a malụ na o nwere ya bụ ikikere. Ọ na-abụkwazi oge eji celebrate ụmụ nwaanyị imago si ha hey daalụnụ. Onye melụ ifu na maachị otu arụ ụfọdụ ụka dị iche iche bido siwa na ha na-eme ụka nne na ha na-eme nka, maka na anyị si na oge a bụ oge anyị ji asị ụmụ nwaanyị unu agbanigo, anyị na-afụ ọrụ ọma unu na-alụ, anyị na-afụ ihe unu na-eme. So n'ikikere a dị arụ unu na anyị ga-enyere unu aka wee fụ na ikikere a na unu meli enjoy, maka na number one bụgodo na bụ n'oyibo isi that women's rights are also human rights. So ọ ikikere dị ha dịka mmadụ bụkwara ikikere dịara ha dịka ụmụ nwaanyị. Na nke ọzọzi bụ act. That action bụ kedu ihe ị na-eme wee kwado ikikere adịrị ụmụ nwaanyị, na kedu ihe ị na-eme ịfụ na nwaanyị nwetara ikpe nkwụmọtọ yanwa bụ justice. Kedu ihe ị na-eme to show na nwaanyị na-enye gị ndụ, pụọ gị n'afọ, mụpụta gị, nye gị ohere ka ito na ọ na-enweta uru. Maka na nke bụ eziokwu bụ na ọ bụ na inye nwaanyị ihe a na-enye ụmụ nwaanyị, ọ bụ ndị so oyibo si na onwe multiplier effect, ihe inyelụ nwaanyị ga-abawanye ifugia. So ọ bụ na obodo ọbụla na-ada enye nwaanyị oke ruoru ha ihe kwesịrị ha, unu na-eweta onwe unu anị. Maka na ọ bụ na ibe empower nwaanyị, nye nwaanyị ohere ọgụọ akwụkwọ, nwaanyị a ga-eme gị na ụmụ ya ndị ọzọ na-eso ga-agụ akwụkwọ, and site na agụmakwụkwọ ọgụ o mepee obodo, o mepee ezinụlọ, osi otu a obodo a na-enwetakwa uru. Ọ bụ na inye nwaanyị ikikere, nye ya ohere ọ ga-eji nwee ezigbo ọrụ ọ ga na-arụ wee na-enweta ego, nwaanyị a ga-enweta ego a n'ụlọ zụọ ezinụlọ ya si otu a na-emekwa ihe obodo ga na-afụ n'anya. So nyanwa bụ action. Kedu ihe gị nwa bụ mmadụ, ọ bụ gọọmenti, ọ bụ institution, ọ bụ ụmụ nwoke, ọ bụkwa ụmụ nwaanyị ibe anyị, ọ bụkwazi ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu n'ụzọ dị iche iche, kedu ihe ị nwere ike ime wee kwado nwaanyị ka a na-eme dis emume ncheta ụbọchị nke ụmụ nwaanyị? One of the things ị ga-emenwu bụ na ị nwere ike celebrate ụmụ nwaanyị. Nwaanyị ọbụla ịma nọ na ndụ gị, nwaanyị ọbụla baalụ gị uru, kpọọ ya, kenee ya, si ya na anyị na-afụ ihe na-eme, jaa ya ike. A sị na-eto dike na nke o mere ike adịghị ime ọzọ. Kenee nwaanyị a, sị ya na anyị na-afụ uru ị na-aba, ọ bụ nne gị ọ bụ nwanne gị nwaanyị, ọ bụ nwunye gị. Ọzọ ị nwere ike ime bụ ife ebe a na-emegbu nwaanyị, na-anarị oke ruo ya, na-eme ya ihe ekwesịghị ime ya, na-eme ya akaja maka na ọ mụsụ ụmụ nwaanyị, na-eme ya akaja maka na ọ mụrụ nwacha, na-agụ ya okwu ọjọọ maka na ọsọ na di ya nwụ. Ịbịa gbachitere ya, ịkpọ ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu, bịa nụnyere nwaanyị aka na a na-emegbu ya, na a na-akpagbu ya. Ifu ebe a malụ nwatakịrị enu n'ike, nwatakịrị nwaanyị enu n'ike, ma nwaanyị n'ike, isi mba anyị ma ndị anyị ga-ejekwu. Enwere ndị a na-akpọ ndị NGO, ha bụ non-governmental organization, ndị ngalaba kwụrụ onwe ha na-abụrọ ndị gọọmenti. Nwekwa ndị gọọmenti ị nwere ike ijekwusị ha, biko gbatalụ na nwaanyị a nwatakịrị a kwụsị enyemaka, ihe a bụ onye melụ. So mgbe ị na-enye ihe ndị a, nwaanyị enweta egenubezia confidence, nwaanyị egenubezia ịhụnanya, genubezia pride, n'oyi na enwere ndị fụmụ n'anya, enwe ndị na-akwado, ma onwe ndị na-afụta ihe m na-arụ dịka nwaanyị. So nyanwa ka ha nechara sị mba, ụmụ nwaanyị enye gị nnukwu ihe kịta, o kwesịkwa ka ha rite uru. Ha kwesịrị irite uru chekwaba ha, protect the girl child, protect the women, chekwaba ha. Ekwenye ka ha expose atụ ebe a ga na-akparị ha, ebe a ga na-emegbu ha, ma ọ na-analụ ha oke ruru ha. Ọ ya bụ nchịkọta ihe dị n'afọ nke isiokwu anyị nke afọ anụwa na celebrate International Women's Day.
Daalụ nne na nkọwa ga ịkọwara ya ịgbọrọ ihe ewu na-ata. Onye na-ege ntị ga-ama na ihe a na-ekwukwe mbụ maka ọdịmma nwaanyị, ọdịmma nwaanyị, maka na ọ dịrị nwaanyị mma, ọ dịrị ezinụlọ mma. Dịka ha si ekwu oge ọbụla, ezinụlọ ọbụla nwaanyị na-anọrọ ya ihe kọọ ha, ya bụ nyela aka chekwebe nwaanyị maka ọdịmma gị nwa, maka ọdịmma onye ọzọ. Ka ndị ebe nọ barrister Sylvia, kamgbe ebido ihe a n'afọ 1911 ya bụ o mego narị afọ na iri na ise 115 years ọ bụrụ onye nwa asị ka atụnekene ka access kene kemgbe ebidoro ihe anụnwa ọ dịghị ka onweghị ihe emepụtara na ya maka a na-echeta ihe arụ a ị na-echeta inene nke email kamgbe a ebido wee chetebe ụbọchị ụmụ nwaanyị inene anya ọ dịghị ka onweghị ebe a gara.
Daalụ nne onye isi oche. Enenekwa anya o ka m wee kịta na politics na gọọmenti Enugu steeti maka na ebe a ka ibi ebe onye bi ka ọ na-awachi ịma ka m si kwuo na mbụ ka ejecha benjin a ewedobe na mbụ ọbụla ya na-enye 35% affirmative action asị gị na ya ka afọ okwe maka na House of Assembly Enugu ebe a anyị ma na ụmụ nwaanyị nọbụ ebe anwa dị nọ na the other election eme mana ọ bịazi gba anyị ghali ka emechara election 2023 ọwụlụzi ya so mkpụrụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-abụ anyị wee na-ajụzi onwe anyị a na-agbago ka anyị a na-ada ada 35% anyị nwa ka ezikwa n'ebe ọ dị a na-ekwu na enwetero aka na-ewetu ịgbago na National Assembly na nke a na-akpọ House of Senate ụmụ nwaanyị nọ ebe anwa ọkwa mkpụrụ ọịtọ nwa ka ọyịnọ mana ịgbakodo out of 400 and something seats enwelu na National Assembly ihe ụmụ nwaanyị nọ ebe anwa one ha dị bụ 16 amarọ mma ilukwa 4%. Anyị na-ajụzi onwe anyị ka ezi ebe anyị anọ kedu ebe anyị nọ anyị na-agbago ka anyị na-agbada maka na Chinefo ọ na-agbatu so n'ihe anyị ji ekwukwa maka nwere mgbe onye isi oche kwuru na-asị anyị akwụsị dị na-eme International Women's Day a na-akwụsị onwegokwa n'ihe afọ onye kpata every year anyị na-ekwukwa kwa arụ ọbụla anyị na-ekwu na ha makwu ya na-elotekwa ha nekwa na ihe dị na tebụl si nyekwa anyị oche na tebụl ka anyị solu n'ife a na-eme maka na mgbe ha tinyere anyị na tebụl ha ga-afụkwa ihe dị iche maka na ụmụ nwaanyị ndị enyego appointive position maka ọzọ emasị ọkwa appointi nwaanyị kọmishọna appointi nwaanyị woman leader appointi nwaanyị nke nwa appointi ha ncha dịcha mma mana ka a na-enye appointive positions anwa anyị chọkwa elective positions maka na ịbịa n'ọchịchị ụmụ nwaanyị ha bụ isi sekpụ ntị n'ihe gbasara campaign politics ụmụ nwoke akara ụmụ nwaanyị eme campaign ha akara ụmụ nwaanyị play politics mana anyị ga-agụ egwu gbaa agba kụọ akụọ kwee ekwe ịbịa ebe a na-eme campaign ụmụ nwaanyị na-abụ atụlụtaba ha na-anọ ọ bụrụ ndị sụlụ oyibo asị na ha na-anọ at the helm of affairs ọ bụrụ na ụmụ nwaanyị anọrọ politics enwere isi maka na ọha nwa bụ depụ ebe a na-eme politics mana oluzie mgbe anwa a ga-achọbazi flag bearers ndị ya azụ ọchịchị na different political parties ihe ya afụzi bụ ọ bụrụ so ụmụ nwoke ka a ya na-etinye na ọnya ya azọ nke nwa nya ya azọ nke nwa biko anyị na-ayọ election a na-abịa next year anyị na-agụkwu ya ka egwu na-ayọkwa ma biko ka etinye ụmụ nwaanyị n'ihe anyị eme mgbe a ga-arọba ọchịchị ndị ya zọ nke nwa ma gọvanọ ma vice deputy gọvanọ ma ọsịrị ya chairman ụmụ elective positions a ma councillors ka etinye ụmụ nwaanyị n'ihe nwere isi ka anyị solu n'ihe a na-eme maka ọ bụrụ odumeje ọ sị na isi na ife a na-eme nwere isi ebele isi gị tinye onwe isi belu na isi ụmụ nwaanyị tinye ka o nwee isi na isi na ife a na-eme nwere isi belu na isi anyị tinye ka o nwee isi ka anyị solu n'ife a na-eme so n'ọnya ka anyị na-ayọ na IWD anụwa International Women's Day enwere lot anyị na-ayọ dịka mentorship ma training dịka my sister si wee kwuo empowerment ụmụ nwaanyị need ọbụgodi 10,000 or 20,000 ka o wee baa uru ifie ihe ego anwa ifu ya ka ọ na thrive ka ọ na excel business onwe ndị a na-elecha pure water akpa pure water si gị na ihe o need bụ 10,000 ihe anyị na-agwa ihe niile abụrụ gọọmenti ga-emechi ya ma mụ nwa bụ an individual otu a nọ ma onye na-enene anyị ebe anyị na-ekwu okwu onwe nwaanyị nọ gị nso ị ga-eje nwụrụ aka ọbụnagodi 5,000 ọbụnagodi 10,000 onwe ihe dị anya ifili na nwaanyị ibe gị na onye anọghị n'akụkụ na ọ ya emetanwụkwana ya tinye ya ebe anwa lụnye ya isi ebe anwa maka na ọ gabụ ọfụma ịfụ na oge enugo anyị ege enugo onya ka si give to gain onwe nke anwụ ihe emenwu ma nwoke ma nwaanyị nke ihe emenwulu nwaanyị nyeli ya aka eje na-atụba egwu maka ụfọdụ ga-asị o mezie ya kịta ọbịa shine ba olofuzi onye efieli ọdụ n'udu mmiri nyeli ya aka first ụlọtago ụlọtaro gị nyegodili ya aka ka ọ thrive ba ka o excel ba ka o solu n'ihe a na-eme maka ndị otu m ga-abụ onye inyere aka ịfụ na onye anwa na-eme ọfụma ị na-enwe aṅụrị ije na je nnebe ma olota gị ma na olotara gị mana ịmago within you and chukwu amakwugolu na iso wee tinye onye ebe ọnụ anyị adasịkwa na ncheta amarọ mma ncheta amaka ilotekwa onye nyelụ gị aka ọ makakwa mana ihe anyị na-ekwugodo okwu ebu ka enyebe aka and ị na-enyela aka anwa asịghị no from your heart o nwere position eme for IWD a ka ị na-enye it's coming from your heart ịghọtago otu a ka esi dobe aka for this year 2026 and ịmana onye edobe aka otu a bụ ka o welu ịghọtago so give nyegodi first rapụgodi maka appreciation mana ka onye na-enyela aka gainu ka o nwee uru ọbalị ya
mana nwere onwe ya na-enyere aka ga-ege enukwa maka na ọ bụrụ na gọọmenti otu a gọọmenti nọ nye ụmụ nwaanyị empowerment ụmụ nwaanyị a ga-enweta empowerment di nwaanyị a ga-enweta and before you know it society adị empowered maka ụmụaka na-ezu ori taa na-eme nkata ọ maka na ụfọdụ n'ime ha enwere nke ha na-eme so mana mgbe nne ha bụ so na ndị nwere ha na-eme na-azụ ụmụ ya na-enweta ego na-enye ha ifu na society ga-ege so geni na na-ekwu maka ya bụkwa two ways nwaanyị na-egeni gị nwa bụkwa society a na-egeni family a ọ dị ka nọgide nwoke asị nwunye ya je n'ọrụ arụ n'ọrụ emene nka maka na ị chọrọ ka ọ karịa gị eje na join ya politics na ọka ewe bụ gị waka a na-anụ maka ya oge ị na-emegbu onwe gị mana ị marọ because na mgbe nwunye gị ahụ bịa na shine nkwuchi okwu si ya negodu na Ngozi Okonjo Iweala o nwere ụmụ ebu di ya o nwere ụmụ onye bụ ụmụnne ya ndị nwoke mana taa ezinụlọ ya na-egen Nigeria na-egen Africa na-egen the whole world na-egen so mgbe ọbụla ị nọ na-enye nwaanyị ị na-egen nwoke si na ọma nye nwaanyị ọbịa na Baịbụl asị nwoke jekwuru nwunye onye a tobi ya ime ka e wee nwee offspring n'ebe a nwoke jee mere enjoy na ndị a na-eyi rape ụmụ nwaanyị mere enjoy nwoke na nwaanyị mere nwaanyị mechaa eluzie mgbe ọ ga-agbanye spam ọgbapụ Chineke were iwe kugbuo nwoke ahụ so maka na ọ bụ na ị gbanyere ya ezinụlọ ege-enye ụmụaka o nwere bụrụ ejima ụtọ so otu a ka ọ dị ihe ọbụla ime nwaanyị obere spam ahụ eje nweta ejima ịnọ nweta ejima ise kedu ndị na-ege ọkwa family ọkwa society so onye nwa inye inweta uru inyere ịnọrụ akwụkwọ nsọ kwuru ya na ngọzi na-adịrị onye na-enye enye
karịa onye na-analụ analụ
obodo ọbụla na-ada enye ụmụ nwaanyị ohere unu na-emegide onwe unu maka na nje n'obodo dị iche iche ebe ha nyere ụmụ nwaanyị ohere ebe ahụ na-aga ọfụma obodo dị iche iche ma ndị ọcha ma ndị Afrịka anyị nyechara ụmụ nwaanyị ohere obodo ha mmiri adịgo
daalụ gị bụ onye ọmaka na-esonyela anyị ama m na ị na-egeta ihe ụmụ nwaanyị n'ebe a na-ekwu maka na oge ọbụla a na-ekwu ana m ekwu ya ọtụtụ mgbe ebe ọbụla nwaanyị na-anọrọ ihe kọrọ anyị kwekwana ka nwaanyị kọọ gị ka anyị jee gbatị ụkwụ ọbụla anyị gbatị ụkwụ ghachite azụ anyị na-aga n'ihu
a sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụ ike anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ.
Daalụ dịka ị ka na-esonyela anyị. Ihe anyị na-ene anya tata bụ ụbọchị ndị ụwa niile gba gburugburu ji echeta ụmụ nwaanyị. Mana otu ihe nchọ ịgwa gị bụ ị na-echetakwa nwaanyị nọ gị n'akụkụ gị bụ nwoke. Gị bụ nwaanyị ị na-echetakwa onwe gị. Maka onye a na-echetara na-echeta onwe ya. Ọ bụrụ na ichetaghị m dịka nwaanyị eji m aka m cheta onwe m. Mana o nwere otu ihe nwe mgbe ị na-ekwu okwu ị na-asị enye nwaanyị ohere emelụ nwaanyị nke a melụ nwaanyị nke a. Ụmụ oyibo mmadụ so ọ dịka ọ na-amanụtụbeghị oyibo a. Ọ sụrụ ya n'oyibo when you invest in a woman ọ sị na you unlock potential ka ọ nwere. Biko kedu ihe ọ pụtara?
Ọ ya bụ ihe anyị ka na-ekwukwa tupu na inye nwaanyị ohere ihe ị ga-afụ na ndụ nwaanyị a bụ ihe ga na-asị hey so nwaanyị a nwere ike imenwu ihe dị ụtọ ifuga so na nwaanyị a nwere ike dịka Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala nji na-ekwu okwu na o wepụrụ ịma na Ngozi ga-emegide rugide ruo ebe o ruru taa kozi late dọrọ akụ ili ọkwa ọ nọrọ onwe ya na-arụ nke ọ na-arụ wee kponyite ya mee ya DG NAFDAC ndị asị so ifu Nigeria amawazia ma nwatakịrị n'otu ama onye weta ihe ọsị ka ya nenegodo expiry date till today o tinye that culture n'ime anyị. So ọ bụrụ na itinye ihe n'ahụ nwaanyị anyị kwugidekwa ma ka esi amụ ọmụmụ nwoke si na ama mmetụ nwunye ya aka unu nụcha di na nwunye sị mma njekwa nwunye m ọma mụtara gị ụmụ ọghọm ya dị gị n'aka ịmụta ụmụ nwaanyị si na ịma nzụ ụmụ gị ndị nwaanyị na ha abaghị uru na emechaa jere di ya ha tukwuru na-ekiri gị emechaa na nwoke na-enweghị isi uru ị kwesịrị irite azị ịma rite ya. Onye mmelụ onye ọbụla ma ihe ga-eweta ohere invest in women na their education, their empowerment. And then ekwe empowerment a bụrụ just no ike empower godo even ma their mental empowerment igwa ha na ọbụrụzi mgbe a na-asị nwaanyị etukwubega nsị ha na-azụ gị ka i wee bụrụ nwunye mmadụ na kịta a na-azụ gị ka i wee kwuru n'onwe gị. I nwere ike ịbụ an injinia, i nwere ike ịbụ a lawyer, i nwere ike ịbụ a doctor, i nwere ike ịbụ a pilot, i nwere ike ịbụ ihe ọbụla ị chọrọ ịbụ. You unleash the potentials of that woman. That woman afụ ya nwere ikikere imenwu ihe ọbụla ịbụ ihe ọbụla ya chọrọ ịbụ n'ụwa. Mana ka a ga-esi mata onye na ọ bụ na-enye ha ohere. Otu m nọ taa wee nọrọ ebe a na-ekwu okwu amapụrụ m na m ga-emenwu ya. Mana mgbe o luru njọ na-enwe political party a na-akpọ Fresh Party mgbe ahụ onye isi mgbe a na-asa nwaanyị a oke na-edela ha akwụkwọ as secretary na-ede isi ị ga-abụ nkwe flag bearer dịka ihe anyị na ha ekwu ị ga-abụ flag bearer bịa welu nsị a oke flag bearer nke odekwasị bịa zọọ gọvanọ nsị amụọ nke amarọ m na m ga-emenwe mana that party na ndị isi ha fụ na ị nwere potential ị ga-emenwe ya gịnị ka ọ bụrụ ụdịrị ọrụ ị na-atụta mgbe a na-eme emume a na-eme meeting ma ya ekwekọrịta ọ dịkwa ka egwuregwu afụkwa m onwe m na m azọba gọvanọ and not just na nzọbala ya ifuazia potentials m nwa na onwe m amara dị na m nwere mfụbazia na m nwere ya ọ bụghị maka ohere enye m ka m bụrụ flag bearer of that party. So otu a ka ọ dị and tata ma ezinụlọ m ma ebe a nsi aka m si ebe m ji egwacha ụmụ nwaanyị okwu pụtara ebe a olugwukweche ndị ọzọ akpọ m na m ga-abịakwakwu ha karịa ịma na m ga-emenwe ụdịrị ihe a na ọ bụ na o nyere m ohere. So ohere dị mma inye nwaanyị inye onye ọbụla o mana ihe eji kacha mkpa na enyere ụmụ nwaanyị ohere bụ na ụmụ nwaanyị na-amụba ụmụ nwaanyị isi na-eru ha anyị ụmụ nwaanyị na-achịkọnata o nwere ka ụmụ nwoke si eche uche maka ọ bụ na ọ bụrụ ya Chineke ama nnecha anya si na ọ dịrọ mma ka nwoke nọrụsị ya ka mkpụta onye ga-enyere aka wee hazie ihe n'ifu na Naijiria dị ka ọ dị taa maka na ụmụ nwaanyị anọrọ ebe unu na-eru n'okwu a na-enyekwa anyị ohere nwaanyị bụ ọkwa nwaanyị bụ Chief Justice of Nigeria ọkwa nwaanyị mana nwaanyị ọ bụ SSG nwaanyị ọ bụ Chief of Staff nwaanyị ọ bụ Vice President nwaanyị ọ bụ gọvanọ nwaanyị ọ bụ deputy, nwaanyị ọ bụ chairman of a political party, nwaanyị ọ bụ secretary political party. Ifu gị ihe a niile because ebe a bụ ndị nọ na ebe akọ ga-abụ ịnọnụ influence nwa policy onwe policy dị na political party for instance na-ada aga ọfụma. Nwaanyị bụrụ onye isi political party, ọ dị ka n'Enugu a nwaanyị bụ onye isi ADC, African Democratic Party. Bịa na party ahụ ụmụ nwoke na ụmụ nwaanyị ya oke nwaanyị a na-erutere ya oke ifu na ihe dị iche and ifu pati a ọpọm ihe niile emegidere ha enwetabeghị ihe ọbụla n'Enugu a mana ifu na ọ ka dị sustained up to now mana ndị nke ọ bụ ụmụ nwoke na-achọ obere ihe ha ncha amakpugo. Yes, so nwaanyị nwere that enduring spirit, resilient spirit, and that's why I heard you say every 8th day of March akwanyelu ha ugwu celebrate gwa ha n'ihe ahụ na-eme anyị maka ya. Ọbụnagodi nkwuche maka abụmụkwa m onye ụkọchukwu bụrụ mmiri ụkọchukwu ịpụta na Baịbụl mgbe Jizọs kwechara ha nkwa niile okwe ha na ha ga-eje ya nata na 3 days mgbe e ruru tọde erute ụmụ nwoke bịa merecha anya ha fụrọ Jizọs ha gbana kpachi azụ ma nwaanyị kwechiri si m ga-afụnata isi ihe. So even my time of peace and conflict nwaanyị ga-abịa basị gị mana nwaanyị nọ na soja amị ụmụ nwaanyị na ebe dị iche iche ihe ahụ ụmụ nwoke na-atọgbu otugbu nwaanyị wee ka ọ bata iji nwayọọ. So with the dialogue alone, it was Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former president of Liberia. Ugo niile ha ji mgbewa okwu niile nwaanyị bata ihe niile so investing in a woman and unlocking potential abụ na-enwelu so many potentials. Even Adam noticed mgbe Chineke wetara say wow, this is a woman, she was brought from me, she shall be called a woman. This is, because Chukwu na even na Bible anyị na-agụ ụfọdụ ndị anyị na-agụ bụ ebe Chineke na onye nwaanyị ikikere na Genesis chapter 1 verse 20 sị solu nwoke mebanụ nwee n'ọchịchị dominion. So ihe kpachapụzie nwaanyị n'akụkụ ihe ikikere okwu o nwere ike ma ihe amụma ihe ya niile nkụzi aka ya niile ọgwụ a ga-eme isi ya because o nwere ihe Chineke tinye n'ime ya ọ ga-eji wee ike help nwe nwoke to fulfill destiny. Onye ka nwoke king mechara ya si Deborah akwefu ụwa ọ bụrụ isi ohom je na ụwa nwoke na-eje. So kedu Mordecai chegide ka ọ ga-esi nweta king ọwọrọ ojekwube Esther si ya jekwurukwa nwoke a and o jiri ya nke nweta nwoke a. So ihe a niile bụ ihe mmecha Naijiria ya n'obodo ndị nke ọzọ njego isi ha I wish na Naijiria ga-eteta ụra fụta uru nwaanyị barụ because even ma ụmụ nwoke a na-acha nje n'ezinụlọ ha mana pụsị nwunye ha anọghọ. Just my travel 1 week nata. Nobody can be mad.
If you train a woman, you train a nation. Because I'm man.
It has working why rana nwunye mmadụ nwụọ. Hey, ihe ndị mmadụ na-ezike dịka ị ga-eje n'ọnwa nwaanyị ụmụ nwaanyị dị mkpa mana ọ bụrụ nwaanyị ọ bụrụ nwoke nwaanyị ga-emenwu ya
ụmụ nwaanyị nwere shock absorber.
Somebody m ihe mere na Nigeria at this age afụburu nwaanyị bara n'ọchịchị ebe obodo dịka Rwanda ụmụnwaanyị jụ na parliament, obodo dịka Tanzania ebe a nwaanyị na-achị, obodo dịka ụmụ other African countries anyị nwa bụ giant ha enwetago ụmụnwaanyị president. Nigeria we can't even boast of it governor n'Enugu. Mgbe anyị zọrọ ọchịchị na 2019 a sị over 70 women contest election there's a governorship in 25 states, over 70 women in 25 states, but not even one person. Not even one person won. Ọ bụ na ma adịrọ capable n'Enugu, onye nke Ekiti adịrọ, onye nke Ogun adịrọ, onye anyị ncha adịrọ. In the whole Nigeria 25 states o nwere nwaanyị pụtanwuru win at that time, over 70 of us. So uche ekiche isi onwe gị kedu anya dị eto anyị na-agba nwaanyị egbe n'ụkwụ.
Onye aka nchọ ịbịa ebe Barrister Sylvia nọ ọ bụrụ onye nwanụ otu onye mụ na ya na-alụ ọsị going forward biko site tata gaba kedu ihe iche na ọ ga-abịa eme edozi bie kedu ka ga-esi wee kwọ onye ukwu wa
ka ga-esikwa wee kwa onye ukwu walụ dịka nwanne m nwaanyị a si wee kwu nọ inye anyị opportunity because na potentials anwa is already in us. All test and see. Ọ bụrụ na enyere anya ka ị ga-asị ma na anyị ga-emenwe ọkwanye nwapụta azụ ọchịchị mgbe ọzọ lia n'ụdị na ọma emenwe ọ maka na ndị ya na ya nọkọ fụ na o nwere those potentials wee si ya gaba n'iru n'egwu adịrọ. Then ịbịakwanụ na few ones nwande enyegolo enye onwebeghị ndị felu onwebeghị ndị danụ ọnya kpatakwa ụfọdụ enye bụ ejikwa wee nyekwa ha another one ka ha na-eje second tenor maka na ha mere ọfụma na nke izizi ha nọ. So n'ihe anyị na-ayọ way forward dịka nsi kwu na mbụ anyị chọrọ iso n'ihe a na-eme dịka organization ma na-akpọ League of Women Voters of Nigeria. Ihe anyị ebumnobi anyị bụ ka ụmụ nwanyị solu n'ọchịchị, ka ụmụ nwanyị mara na ha ga-atụnwu vootu na ha ga-atụnwukwalụ ha. N'ọbụrụ ka anyị nọ ụsọ ebe a na-akwụ ọ bụ memba n'ezie anyị na-agụ ụmụ nwoke enye anyị ego tinye anyị akwa anyị anaba mana anyị esoro na decision making process. Anyị esoro n'ihe a na-eme nyere anyị oche na tebụl maka ụmụ ihe bụ na nọ ndị a na-ekwu ife na-eme. Anyị chọrọ ihe anyị na-ekwu bụ anyị chọrọ iso na-ekwu ife na-eme. I'll keep on saying, if you go the other room na kitchen ahụ ebe ha si na ha na-relegate anyị maka background anyị kitchen na the other room ekwubugo m ya mbụ ana m ekwu ya mgbe niile ndị achọkwara m ikwu ya ọzọ. Anyị amastachago ndị ahụ ihe anyị chọrọ ịmasta kịta bụ democracy, governance, decision making process. So see anyị opportunity we have it. I bear those potentials. Ihe anyị na-achọ bụ opportunity anyị ga-eji wee exhibit ya. Ọ na-achọkwa outburst. So sinye anyị the opportunity 2027 na anyị na-agwakwa na-ayọ gọvanọ anyị gọvanọ Peter Mba His Excellency anyị nwere ike nwee ndị ya enene program anyị agwụ ya nekwa ife ụmụ nwaanyị na-egwu ife anyị na-ayọ ya bụ biko ifu 2027 na ya mekwa nwaanyị deputy gọvanọ ya nyekwa anyị local government chairman.
Yes.
Na different 17 local government. Ọ bụ 10 si nye ụmụ nwanyị.
Ọ bụ na ọ dị 17. Ha nwere ụmụ ụmụ nwanyị sources.
Si na-eme ya ka o nwee ihe anyị so. Then vice chairman local government. Si tinyekwa ụmụ nwanyị ebe anwa. Secretary local government. Si tinyecha ụmụ nwanyị because ihe abụcha decision making tables. Si tinyecha ụmụ nwanyị ebe anwa. Councillors si tinyecha ụmụ nwanyị ebe anwa. Then appointive position. I don't know, and we're so many appointive position because some of us benefit because I am going to one of us who our member, Ambassador Amaka Nweke, also kwa member 4 na local government commission. Kedukwa onye ọzọ Princess Obi Ajulugu also kwa na ofu onye nwanyị nọ na House of Assembly. So n'ihe anyị na-ayọ bụ more women. At least ndị anụnwa nọ n'udo follow arụ ka eweta more women ka ha solu gị gbazie Enugu steeti na-ayọkwa ma onye president nye tinyekwa ụmụ nwanyị maka ọ ga-enwekwa ndị nọ Abuja na ihe na nwee ike inenekwa program a nye wepụta nwanyị as VP ụmụ nwanyị so all these ministerial positions si tinyechi ụmụ nwanyị ebe anwa ambassadors, ambassadorial appointments, ụmụ ihe acha enwere so many positions n'obodo anya si tinyetụcha ụmụ nwanyị ka iso n'ife a na-eme.
Daalụrị nne na mkpokọta okwu gị barista Nnenna Anọzie ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ ndị anyị na-akwu okwu sens ma onye na-ele n'anya.
Ndụmọdụ m na-adụ onye ọbụla site n'ụmụ nwanyị biko na-celebrate onwe gị na-enwe time iji ezu ike na-afụta onwe gị azụ onye bụkwa part of national development nwere ndị agha pụọlụ ya na the little space ebe ị nọ inwe ike ichinwu chia ya ọfụma maka a na-afụkwa ihe ị na-eme enwe ike kpọnyitekwenụ gị dịka m si wee nye example na m bịa na pati ahụ mebekwa ike m olu mgbe a sị kedu onye ga-achị asị ka enye ya nwaanyị a so ime na community gị na chọọchị gị na family gị na mosque ebe ahụ ị nọ na-eme ihe a ga na-afụ anyị n'ebe ahụ ị na-azụ afịa ọ ga-eme one day ekponyite gị. Anyị anụgo na ndị APC mee Congress anyị nwaanyị vice chairman of the party o ezigbo ihe ka esikwa otu a melụ na-aga ntị one day I know na all these top political parties na nwaanyị bụ chairman na nwaanyị bụ president na nke isi ihe a niile anyị na-ene anya na ọ ga-abụ so gọọmenti nye na enabling environment ka ụmụ nwaanyị unu bara unu uru maka na mgbe unu nye nwaanyị ezigbo ihe ọ ga-enye unu ezigbo ihe onye ọbụla enwe nweta uru dị na ya kachifonu.
Daalụ, ekene m unu maka isonyere anyị na nke tata. Gị bụ onye ọma nenele anyị, ọ bụ na ihe anyị mee masịrị gị, sonyekwala anyị mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-akpa nkata na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị. Ekene gị barista Sylvia maka isonyere anyị na nke tata.
Onye isi oche ndewo, daalụ rinne.
Ekene gị barista Nnenna Nọzie maka isonyere anyị na nke tata. Ama m na mgbe ọzọ m ga-akpọkwa unu na unu ga-abịa sonyere anyị. O wee bụrụ ebe a ka anyị na-ekpokọta nke ụbọchị nke tata. Na-esonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe ihe mkpatụ aka anyị na Facebook at Aneke TV na YouTube at Aneke TV ka ịtụnyela anyị alụ ọ bụ na anyị emetere inyela anyị aka gbazie anyị olu maka ọdịmma gị maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ maka ọdịmma ọha obodo wee ruo mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-abịakwa. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele ka emesịa.
A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o. Ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Ebonyi State, the salt of the nation. Located in the heart of southeastern Nigeria, is a story of transformation, resilience, and pride. Created on October 1, 1996 by the administration of General Sani Abacha, the state was carved out from parts of Enugu and Abia states. Its capital, Abakaliki, has grown from a quiet provincial settlement into one of the most rapidly developing urban centers in the region. The name Ebonyi is derived from the Ebonyi River, while its slogan, the salt of the nation, reflects the state's historic salt deposits in Amachara and Uburu, which were once central to trade and local industry. These salt lakes stand as living symbols of self-reliance and the resourcefulness of the Ebonyi people. Culturally, Ebonyi is a proud custodian of Igbo heritage. The people are known for their strong communal spirit, creativity, and deep connection to their traditions. The New Yam Festival, Ogene music, Nkwa Umwaboho dance, and the colorful displays of masquerades all reflect the beauty and vibrancy of the state cultural life. In villages across the land, pottery, weaving and blacksmithing are still practiced, reminding visitors that in Ebonyi, the past lives side by side with modern aspirations. Blessed with rich soil and abundant natural resources, Ebonyi is a major producer of rice, yam, cassava, maize and palm produce. The Abakaliki rice mill, one of the oldest in Nigeria, remains a symbol of the state's agricultural heritage and its determination to feed the nation. Beneath its soil lie deposits of limestone, lead, zinc, marble, and of course, salt, all pointing to vast opportunities for industrial growth and investment. Over the years, Ebonyi has produced remarkable men and women who have made their mark on the national stage. Dr. Sam Igu, the state's first civilian governor and the former Minister of Education. Chief Martin Elechi, an accomplished administrator. Senator Anyim Pius Anyim, a former Senate President and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and Engineer David Umahi, a visionary leader and the current Minister of Works, all embody the drive and discipline that define the Ebonyi spirit. From education to public service, from entrepreneurship to civic leadership, Ebonians continue to excel and inspire a new, determined to shape a brighter future. The lessons from Ebonyi's story are clear. It teaches the power of vision, unity, and perseverance. It reminds us that no beginning is too humble and no dream too distant. Through hard work and community efforts, the people of Ebonyi have turned their challenges into opportunities, rewriting their destiny with faith and determination. Today, Ebonyi stands tall, a land of salt and substance, of culture and courage, of tradition and transformation. The salt of the nation continues to shine, seasoning the story of Nigeria with hope, progress, and pride.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
It gladdens our heart to have you join Security Watch once again on Aneke TV. It is the enlightenment program that is designed for the safety of lives and property. It also makes lots of effort to make sure or guarantee life and property of man in all its ramifications. And as a matter of fact, it does lots of other effort to reduce insecurity to the bare least minimum. Thank you so much for being there. You can find us on our socials, Facebook, TikTok, X, and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you so much. My name is Chukwamaka Obasiri. And our focus for today is on the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps on the road. Permit me to introduce to you the special guest we have on the studio today. We have the Deputy Route Commander and the Public Enlightenment Officer of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Enugu State Command, Doris N. Agu. You are welcome on the show, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
All right. Let me know how you feel serving as a safety officer in this capacity.
Oh, thank you very much. Once again, I think it's like a dream come true, you know. I will say that it's like doing what you love doing. I like helping, I like talking to people, I like teaching. So finding myself under the public enlightenment is like doing what I love doing, and it makes it very easy for me to do.
Okay, now may we know what's different between the road safety duties and then the safety itself?
Road safety duties?
What I mean is this, having safety as a tool by the road safety officers. What do you get with it?
Let me start by saying road safety duties. Let me first go to what you said initially. Road safety duties are not just road safety duties, it's everybody's duties. It's what keeps everyone alive. It's just that we are there to remind people of what they are supposed to have known. So when we talk about the safety parts of life, it is our duty, my duty and yours. But we are there to remind people that we need to do this right so that every one of us will stay alive. Then safety is safety everywhere. It's a state of being away from danger, away from harm, and nobody wants to be where you get harm. So safety means being safe, being away from danger, being away from harm.
Mama, you know why you think it is very important, or that safety is very important to the road users and other people?
Okay, daily we see things on the road, names, lives lost, property lost, devastating things that you see daily, and they are not good to say, It is our duty and we have to do it. Some of these things, when you see them, you don't even eat for days, but this is your work and you have to do it. Safety is important to everybody, because if you go out in the morning, it's expected that you go out to get what you eat and you come back safely to your loved ones. So when there is the person that went out in the morning does not arrive where he was going to, or did not come back home safely, we see we have lost life, we have lost time, we have lost property, and there are so many people that are dependent on these active ones that go out to look for food, Like the old ones stay at home, the kids go to school, they stay at home. Those of us that are still active are the ones that go out. And when one life is lost, you find out that there are about 6-7 people depending on just this one life that we lose on the road. So we don't want to be losing lives. We want the economy to improve. We want people to live their life in full. And also we want the kids not to be vulnerable, because when you live a father or you love mother, it exposes these kids to what they are not supposed to do. When the father is not there to tend to them, do what is right, they tend to grow on their own, and it could be anything. And when the society is not safe, when we have so many people out there that are not prepared for life, we start having options and nobody is safe. So it is better all of us stay safe so that all of us will be happy.
You speak more like safety is your calling.
I love it.
Alright, that's very good of you. I want us to be more specific this time. I want to itemize the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps on the road.
Okay, I want to start with our vision statement. Our vision statement is to eradicate road traffic crashes and create a safe motoring environment. When we talk about it, we mean that this is what we desire. This is what our calling is. We want people to come out, find their food, go home safely. And we want the roads to be safe for all of us to use, And you don't just wish it, this is my vision, and you stay at home and let it work out. So we started with making laws, that the traffic rules, the laws that must be obeyed so that we attain this that we desire. And in making those laws, we need to talk to people to know that these laws are meant for you to obey. These are the don'ts, these are the do's. If you do this, you arrive safely. If you do that, you might have mishap. So we now go out there to educate people. This is what we are doing now.
Okay.
The public alignment part of it. The first one is to make the laws. The second one is we go out there to talk to people. We go to churches, we go to schools, marketplaces, we go to mosques, we're talking on medias, we're telling people this is what you have to do to stay alive. Then after talking to people, our normal Nigerian factor, they will talk now, people will talk, that kind of thing. After talking now, we now devise another means we have to enforce. That is when we have our patrol teams on the road. People that will accost you and say, where is your driver's license? Where is do you have a speed limiter? Do you let's check if you are drunk and driving, you are over speeding. Do you have a spare tire? Do you have extinguisher in your vehicle? Are you wearing your seat belt? Are you supposed not to wear it? We get people, we accost you one-on-one this time. We are no longer in the media talking to you. This is now face to face. And this is the part of us that people don't like. because people are hurrying to go to work, hospital, businesses, they have one thing or the other, brought them out on the road. And you now see an officer stopping you and saying, you didn't do it right. Why are you not wearing your seatbelt? Some people will tell you, it's not my business. Are you the one that's going to die? Yes, we are all involved. Because if you die on the road, or one dies on the road, we don't leave the person there. It could cause another crash. So we have to carry the human debris, stuff that you don't like to see, but you see it because it's a work you carry. So we now have to go and carry those things, and that's why we keep ringing the bell. Wear your seatbelt, don't overspeed, don't drink and drive, make sure your tires are good. The rain is starting now very soon, and it's expected that everybody checks the tire. The wipers have been there for a very long time. People don't use it because it's not raining, because it has been there. You think it is still working until you are driving in the night and the rain starts. You find out the wipers are not working. And that is a hazard on the road, So we go out there to accost them. You didn't do it right. Why did you beat the traffic light? Because you could be trying to beat this traffic light, and another person that has the right of way is coming, and there will be a crash. That is why we say obey traffic rules. And when they don't do it, then we will now have to impound the vehicle or give them a ticket to pay. This ticket we give them is not because they pay a lot. You can give as little as 3,000, 2,000. But what matters is that we are making you understand that by your time, we can delay you. By the time you go and pay federal government, you don't pay to us, it's not our money, it's a central post, so you pay to the federal government. By the time you take your time to pay that small 3,000, it's very minimal. But you go to the bank and waste your time, and you find that that's overspeeding you were doing that time. It has taken you like 2 hours or 3 hours, but I've just managed and drive the right way and get to your destination.
Is that all the person pays the same day?
No, it's not a must. You pay the same day. No. If you have a driver's license, we'll take your license, we'll give you the ticket. If you come back and collect your license and we'll go. So we take something that is valuable, that belongs to us, because we are the producers of this license. So we take it and ask you to go and pay, and you come back and take your license. But we are just trying to tell you that what you did was wrong. Not just what you pay is just things. Some people will even want to please take 10,000, just go. We say no, go to the bank, go and do the hustles, go to your pay, come back to us, so that you remember the day you met us. You don't kind of get everybody the same day. Everybody has his own day. You might be passing one road for 10 years, we might not even accost you until one day we accost you. So that's our duties. Then we also do the rescue services. These rescue services comes when every other thing has failed, kind of. We have gone there to teach you. We made laws. We've gone to teach you. We on the road, we accosted you and said, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? And because everybody has his own day, maybe the ones we said didn't matter to you, there comes a crash. When the crash now happens, that is like the end of it all. We will now go and carry the debris, we clear the road, we take the wounded to the hospital, we take the dead to the morgue, And this is the part we don't want to do, We wish it will not happen. That is why we go before you and tell you, don't overdrive, don't drink and drive, don't overspeed, repair your vehicle. Let me even go back to what causes these crashes that we see on the road.
But before then, I want to understand, are you saying that any motorist that obeys all of the rules you are talking about, there will be nothing like crash?
Yes, if I obey the rule, you are driving alongside, you obey the rule, you repair your car is in good shape, you are mindful that it's raining, so you reduce speed, you know that the wipers are not good, you repair it, you do what you're supposed to, you don't beat lane, you don't drive in opposite direction, you don't beat traffic lights. These things will be reduced. And when you are descending a slope, like Dubuana, that is a recurring decimal that we usually see, it's sloping. There are other people that are using this road. We have big lorries and vehicles that are using this road, and you want to overtake. You are not seeing your front, you are trying to overtake. That means you want something to happen. But if you obey the rules, if you know that these vehicles are going down, they cannot turn. they can't attack you from turning around to it's only when you try to maneuver that we can have issues. That is when we have head-on collisions because you didn't see the vehicle that is coming up and you try to maneuver and we don't have much space on that road. So if we obey rules, these crashes will be reduced, and even if it happens, the impact will not be much. So yes, if we obey rules, it reduces traffic crashes.
Okay. Let me quickly come to the causes of the road accident.
Okay. We have.
But before them, do you think you are succeeding in the job you're doing? Like, are you making progress? Are you recording successes?
Of course, if you're not.
You do.
If you're not recording successes, we won't be here.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Then you mentioned that you eradicate road accident on the highways. But we still hear accident there, almost on daily basis.
No, I said our vision. That is our dream. You don't dream. You can dream that you are in London. It is your dream. That is our vision. We want a situation whereby we will eradicate road traffic crashes and create a safe motoring environment. But it depends on you and I. If we have this vision and we're working towards it, and you as humans out there are not doing what they're supposed to do, I can't be doing my own and doing their own. We made the law, we are doing the enforcement, we are doing the public enlightenment, we do the clearing, and if you decide not to help us to achieve this, saving lives, that could be yours, that could be your parents, that could be your child's own, then we will keep pushing. We keep doing the work, keep pushing, hoping that one day people will understand it and follow the rules.
Okay, you assured me that you are making successes.
Yes, sir.
For the much you are doing already.
Yes.
And my interest is why the road accident and after which people die. Let's come back to the causes of road accident.
Okay, we have two main causes of crashes on the road. We have the mechanical faults, we have the human factor, then we have the environmental factor. I'll start with the environmental factor. Environmental factor is like that happened in a home just a few weeks ago. A big tree fell and crushed some people. That is the environmental factor. It rarely happens. It doesn't happen every day. That thing that happened might take up to 10 days before we hear that kind of story again. Trees might fall, but it might not fall on a vehicle. You understand? So it's rare. The occurrence is rare. Then we have the mechanical fault. The mechanical fault is maybe something along the way, something happened. Maybe the engine caught fire, things like that, mechanical, or maybe a repair that went wrong, can spark up a fire in a vehicle, or you change tire, you didn't fix it well, But if you check it very well, you find out that the human hand is still in it, the mechanical factor now. Then
in that case, whose fault particularly?
I'm still coming to that.
Okay.
So we now have the human factor. The 85% of why we have crashes on the road is due to the human factor. Human factor being that when you fix the tire, you didn't do it right. Your tire is due to be changed, you didn't change it. Your brake is light and you know it's getting flat and you did not change the brake pad. And you are driving in the night without light. You don't have a functional wiper. You need to go for maintenance, you didn't go. When you drink and drive, you overspeed, you carry overload. All those things are human factor because we have a choice not to do it that way. You can decide to load the normal load on the vehicle and carry it. Forget about the money. We don't think about the wears and tears that happens to a vehicle. All we wanted was that money that we wanted to make that time. So we now give like 85% of the reasons why we have crashes on the road is because of the human being. The remaining 15% is between the mechanical fault and the environmental factor. So we find out that the humans are the reasons why we have crashes. And of course, it's the humans that it affects after the end of it all.
Okay, I want to put a question this way to you. If your target, being a safety officer on the road, if your target is to prevent accident, if it is, and if peradventure we are still seeing accident here and there and all of that, do you think you are succeeding in that your target?
Even in the Western world, in the places where we feel that they have attained everything, everything is in place, everything works well, we still have crashes there and we still have fatalities there. There is never a time that we can totally eradicate crashes, but what we want is to make sure that we don't have fatalities when it happens. You can have minor crashes, somebody might mistakenly hit you, without looking well, you now bump into your car, you take it to mechanic, you repair. We don't want to have people dying on the road. We don't want to have fatalities. It will happen, but let us reduce the fatality of the effect that we have.
Alright, how do you treat traffic offenders? You have mentioned that in some cases you give ticket to pay some money. Apart from that, what are other punitive measures?
Punitive measure, that's just a punitive measure that we give. You pay your ticket to come and collect your vehicle. Then there's some minor offenses that we can just caution you, can talk to you, and you will go. So it depends on the gravity of the offense that you commit. Okay, let's look at somebody that is driving in the opposite direction. You're supposed to be going straight and you're driving on the other direction.
Before then, I'm interested in the punitive measures.
And that's what I'm still saying.
Okay, if the only punitive measure you have is to caution and then issue ticket to pay, I am thinking, or am I mistaken if I think you have the right to arrest?
We arrest you before we give you a ticket. After the arrest, you now take your ticket and go and pay.
Okay, just arrest and issue the ticket, you don't prosecute?
It depends on what the person did. Like, sometimes I was trying to talk about somebody driving in the opposite direction. That person is supposed to be taken to a psychiatric hospital for evaluation. Because why should he be driving opposite and a vehicle? You can have a head-on collision, and that's the most fatal crashes that we have on the road, because it's head-on collision the person does. So if one is caught driving that way, you should go to a psychiatric for an evaluation. So it depends on what the person did before we now give the measure that we're supposed to give.
Now, how do you succeed in your arrests since you don't carry rifles? Yes. How is it possible to you?
Well, I will not say it is very easy. Our men are going through a lot to do the work. In fact, when they are doing a humanitarian job, they are trying to save lives, and you see people out there fighting them, and when something happens, somebody that has been accosted, when you stop the person from doing what he was doing, or he didn't achieve what he wanted to because you stopped him and you booked him, and you see any slightest issue with a road safety officer, the person will be the first to from somewhere start throwing stone and start causing trouble. You don't know what the person had in mind, you don't know why the person is doing it, and another person that does not know why he is doing it will now join. We are doing our work to save lives. If a road safety officer stops you and says your tires are worn, change it. Or even if he book you for this tire that is worn, he's trying to save your life tomorrow. I have an example. I was a time in Benue then when I was possessed with that way of walking in Benue. One vehicle from Enugu was going to Makurdi. And at the roundabout in Benue, we accosted him. He didn't refuse to stop. He zoomed off. By the time he passed the Benue command, there's one burn before you start moving on to Makurdi. The car had a crash. He didn't die, but his legs, they must ampute those legs, So it was still the same team that tried to stop him for overspeeding that went to do the rescue services. And then when we saw them, he started crying. It was late already. So when we are cautioning people, they don't value it. It's when they now get to the end, they now start valuing our work, But that is not how it's supposed to be. You should value those people that say, stay safe, do the right thing so that your life lasts longer for you.
Okay, you confirmed that it is not easy arresting people without rifles?
No, it's not. You too should know that.
I am thinking so.
It's not easy. We have to do our job.
People can be funny, yes, and they can be violent also. Okay, do you think, or do you wish that government approves rifle to you to make your work easy?
Well, I think those people that are working towards getting that, they've not relented. So if the government feels it is needed to enhance the job, to make it easier for us, I think they will go ahead and give it to us.
Okay. I want to be particular here. What is your punitive measures for driving without seatbelt or using phone on steering?
There's not much, like 3,000. It's not much.
Oh, like 3,000?
Yes, but what
we use stand there and then and make sure that person puts on the seatbelt?
We will. Okay, it's done this way. If you have a driver's license, that driver's license is an important document, Okay. So you will hold your license then you can go and do your duties. You wear your seatbelt before you move. If you like, you go out and remove it. We have done our duty to make you wear it. But if you don't have a valid license, maybe your license is already expired, that means we impound this vehicle until you go and pay. Then you renew your license. If it's renewable, if you don't have a license, you start a new license. Well, it takes like 6 weeks to get it. So however it is, you have to go through this pain to remember that you need to do the things that you're supposed to do right so that you get the right result.
You mentioned earlier that it is part of your duties to issue driving licenses.
Yes.
You did so.
Yes.
Now, how do you ascertain who is worthy to be issued this license before you do that?
Okay, I will say this particular issue, it's not something we can just box into this. When we need to talk about license, we will do it, the whole day stuff. But I will say that it is a tripartite arrangement where we have the VIO, we have the Board of Internal Revenue being part of it, and we have our own side of it. The board, they do the check-ins, they have their own side of it. Then we produce. Production means we are at the end of it all. We come for capture in office, we send it to a plant, it is produced, and it returns back to Board of Internal Revenue. So you go and collect from board. That's why I say it's tripartite. We are doing this work to ensure success.
Okay, anybody that is carrying driving license, what is the implication? That person can drive, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Why do we see a lot of people who carry driving license and they cannot drive?
I think it's a personal thing. People go to driving schools. People go to school. Let me even drop the driving school side. People go to school, they graduate, and they cannot defend their certificates everywhere. You still see people that don't even go to school, but when you see them talk or act, you're like, this person is learned. It is a personal thing. If you want to learn something, if you feel you have a passion to do something, you should do it right. People just, if I don't have a license, I will not drive. So let me go to driving school and pass out and collect my license. And we're forgetting that you're driving, you're not carrying your life, your family, and a lot of other people. You're carrying lives, and you need to protect this life. When somebody now entrusts life into your hand and enter a vehicle, it's like, I am at your mercy. Take me to my destination, and people don't understand the gravity of being a driver. I've been driving for like 12 or 13 years now, and once I enter the car, you need to focus. No matter what it is, you need to focus. But some people see it as just something we do to just get.
Do you not think that happens because you're a safety officer?
I started driving before I joined the car.
Okay. There are a lot of other people who see the drive recklessly. You have noticed that?
Yes, there are so many reasons why people drive recklessly. It's not because they don't know how to drive, but maybe they are under influence. One, maybe they want to show off. There are some cars you carry, you want people to see you.
And maybe they have the license and they're not qualified to own their license.
Well, it's another ball game altogether. But if you already have a license, you should live up to it. You can be qualified, you can know how to drive, and you still make mistakes on the road. Like you can see a professor, many people, driving under influence. You can see somebody that didn't go to school, just driving maybe to earn a living, and is driving well. It all depends on the person. So carrying a license is not a ticket that person is very qualified. It is in you. You will decide if you will do it right. Like every other job that we do, you will decide, I want to excel in this thing I'm doing, and you will work towards excellence. But if you just want to do it anyhow, then you do it anyhow. We are all adults, Even when you are accosted and corrected, when you leave that place, you continue what you do, because our eyes are not everywhere. We cannot follow you everywhere. We have like how many of us in the state? We can't control everybody, but we keep going one after place by place, hoping that people will understand and act right.
Okay, let's look at the requirements for obtaining a driving license.
It is, like I told you ago, it's a long process. So when you want us to talk about driver's license, it's going to take us a whole day to talk about. But first, you have to go to a driving school. So when you go to after the driving school and you are certified that you have passed your driving school, then you come over for your capture. So after the capture, it's sent to the database where it's produced and it returns to Board of Internal Revenue for collection.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We want to observe the short break, but when we come out from the break, we would like you to tell us the importance of fire extinguisher in every vehicle.
It's all right.
Everyone, thank you so much for being there. It has been a nice time. We have been here discussing the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps on the road, and we know you are there. Thank you so much. Just a short break, we shall be right back. Don't go away.
Where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Thank you so much. Back from the short break. It's still the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. And our topic for today is the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps on the road. Thank you so much for being there. I've been here with the Deputy Route Commander and the Public Enlightenment Officer of the Federal Road Safety Commission, Enugu State Command, Doris and Ago. Thank you so much. Let's continue.
Thank you.
All right, before we went to the short break, we are talking about the importance of fire extinguisher in vehicles.
Okay, fire extinguisher is what we use to extinguish fire if it happens while driving or remaining stationary. And because the fire that is involved in vehicle is not just ordinary fire, there's fuel involved, so we expect something big. When it breaks out, the combustion is always high, and it needs something that will combat it. So the fire extinguisher is basically the only, people use soap, water, omo, sand, but what gets it extinguished fast so that you will not have much destruction on the vehicle is a fire extinguisher.
Okay. Well, how does it matter that someone drives a vehicle without a plate number?
Wow. That's a security breach, if I can say that. If you are driving a vehicle without a plate number, we don't know if it's stolen, if it's your own. Yeah, so it's still not registered, it's not licensed already. You're not supposed to drive a vehicle that does not have a plate number.
Okay.
That's all.
Then what's the punishment allotted to that?
If you are costed, you keep it, you get a plate number, you go and register it. It means that the vehicle is not registered. And if it's even bad on the person that's driving it, because if somebody takes it and registers it, it becomes the person's own. So it's dicey. It is not safe for anybody to drive a vehicle without a plate number. And it's not registered.
So what's the number of government official vehicles going without plate numbers?
Don't bring them here. Our government, they know what they want to do and they're doing it. So they just don't bring that here.
Okay. I want to know how you succeed in educating the motorists and the general public on the safety rules. How do you succeed in doing that? Where do you get them?
Okay, I want to say that we have the children own. We have youth safety education where we do those ones in school, primary and junior secondary. In secondary school, that's we call it the youth safety education. We have the road safety club. These are the youth couples, the couples that are attached to us. They also help us in the enlightenment. We teach them, they teach us, teaching people that will teach others. Okay, we still have the regulars like me that go out to schools, to markets, to public places to talk to people. When you are educating people, when you're talking to them, they listen. So long as they are not passing with their money, it is okay. They like to listen to it. If you have pictures, they love it. You have flyers, they collect it from you. The only time they are angry with you is when you accost them, you want to book them, you want to give them ticket to go and pay. That is the only time they don't like the work we do. But every other work we do it's okay with them, they love it. So it's easy to talk to people, especially when you know what to tell them and where it concerns them. There was this time we had a program that we were going to all these trailers that brings cattle down to this place, tomatoes and those things. We went to them and we were trying to educate them not to be entering the same vehicle where we have cattle and goods. We were teaching them that it's not good to travel the same vehicle when we have cattle and tomatoes and all that. When something happens, the fatality is always high. Yes, they liked it. But when you look the other way, they say, how can you travel from the north and enter the motor will come alone, you now enter another bus and pay another money. Everybody is trying to save this money. Nobody is trying to remember that life is important, But when you go there, they will like it, they will talk to you, they will be nice to you, they will listen. But it is the execution that really matters. How many of them, after talking and turning back, will really do the right thing?
Okay. Okay, that's where the problem is.
Yes, it's not.
Because I was about asking you, but I know that talking to students is important. Talking to market women, it's important. But I think where the problem is, or the compliance first, but I think it is the motorists. Because drinking or steering is about the motorists. Not putting on the seatbelt is about the motorist. What again, over speeding is about the motorist. Not using the fire extinguisher is about them. Using phone on the steering is about that and all of that. So they are more directly involved. So that's what I mean. How do you go about getting the most appropriate people and talking to them?
Of course, when you're talking to the market people, you have the drivers of the truck there. We go to motor parks, we go to churches, we actually go everywhere. We talk to people. You must get people at every point in time, even bus stops. You might be passing and you talk to people at every point in time. Even when you're correcting a child that is trying to cross the road wrongly, it is public enlightenment. If you have a passion to do it, even do it unconsciously. Stop it! You don't even know where you're going. Stop! Don't do that. It's wrong. Before you know, you have already passed the information that you need to pass. We are doing our work. Let people comply.
Okay, looking at the rate of compliance already, do you think you have done enough, or do you consider moving forward to do more?
There is not enough when it comes to life. When it comes to saving life, it's a continuous thing, it's an everyday thing. The people you talk today, if I go to a particular park for 5 weeks, the people now say you only get about 2 or 3 people that you have talked to there the next time you come. So you always see different people, new faces, and that means that it is a continuous process. You must continue to talk to people so that you can get more people. This is the only time you get like thousands in minutes, when people watch and listen. That is where we get more audience. But going from park to markets, to churches, you talk to a congregation, and the next Sunday you will still meet new people, and you still have new things to tell them. So it is a continuous process, and we are not relenting.
Are there separate things you are telling them, or it is the same safety rules you have mentioned here?
Safety rules will never end. You cannot exhaust them in a day. You say this, but if it's don't drink and drive you want to talk about, you can talk about it the whole day and you continue. You get another thing, you want to talk about it.
Okay, then how do you meet up in the emergency cases on the road in the right time?
Okay, well, emergency cases, when we get a call, we have 5 minutes to meet. When it's emergency, every second counts. So we already have a standby vehicle for that. We have an ambulance that is always on standby day and night. People are there. Before you go, you pray. We don't want anything to happen, but if it happens, they are there to do it. Then we have our tow truck. In case they need to be towed, we have a tow truck that is on standby as well. So emergency, we are apt when it comes to emergency.
Okay. Then what do you do? What's your services in terms of emergency?
Evacuation. Those ones, when you come to emergency situation, worst case scenario, you have the dead, you have the wounded, you have those ones shouting. Those ones that are not even shouting are the worst cases. They might be wounded and dying and they can't shout, so these are the first people we pick. The dead ones are already dead, so they are well out of it. The ones that are shouting still have chances is those ones that are stuck, that might not be shouting, but they are still alive. That you rescue first, then you pick those ones that are shouting because they are still conscious. So you pick the unconscious, then you pick the conscious and take them to the hospital before you come back for those ones that are there. Then the debris need to be removed. Because if you leave an accidented vehicle or a crashed vehicle on the road, it is bound that another one will happen there. So immediately when the ones that are wounded are dead are moved, then the tow truck comes in and pull it off. If you cannot move them because there's some vehicles you cannot move immediately, at least you take it off the roads so that other ones can have an access road and pass and reduce traffic on the road and help others to move on.
Do you make any effort to understanding the cause of any accident?
Yes, we do. In fact, we have a team that always go back to a scene of a crash to check what happened. Once it happened, the person will be there. Eyewitnesses account matters. The driver, if he's okay and conscious, can tell you what happened. Whoever is involved, passerbys, watchers, will tell you what happened. Then you now match it with the other accounts you get, from the driver, from the passengers, from the person from the other vehicle, whoever is around. Then you still go back and analyze it. Then everything is cleared. You mark those people mark the road and go back. Then you sit back and analyze how it happened. And most times we get the pictures together because the driver might not want to be liable and he will be telling you, it wasn't me, I was trying to move and it bashed into me, But when you see how the car or the vehicle is parked after the crash, or the skids, the tire skids, the marks on the road will show you where it started. If it was a brake failure, or if it was trying to match brake or trying to escape another oncoming vehicle. With that, you can analyze and find out what happened and forward it for all to the headquarters.
What do you do with it?
They use that to make policies, to help in a situation where we have occurrences like in Ugunyama, where we always have occurrences. They are now looking at the topography of the place, what you can do to help the place to reduce accidents and crashes on the road. So they use it for policy making to help people escape crashes.
Okay, can you itemize some of the prevalent or more prevalent causes of road accident?
Okay, I would say one is overspeeding, drunk driving, overconfidence. That's another one that people don't even look at. When you see a vehicle moving, the space the place is narrow and you feel you can move, I can drive, you want to maneuver. That overconfidence most times causes head collision because you must have judged the oncoming vehicle and you feel your speed is higher, you can maneuver. And that one is not yielding because there's some people that will slow down for you to come, to pass. But there's some people that will like, why is he coming? Okay, let him come. The person will not come, the other one will slow down. And that is when we have head-on collisions and most times they are fatal.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to know what you do to make sure that highway codes are standardized, road traffic codes.
You mean our own highway code?
Yes.
It is standardized on its own. It is of standard. I think we'll be talking about availability, but when it comes to standard, it is of international standard.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, how do you determine and enforce speed limit of vehicles?
Initially when the speed limiter came, we were trying to get everybody, most buses, to get it installed. Most buses, especially those that are running interstates, have speed limiter.
Okay.
But the ones I can say is the routine buses, most of them don't have it, but we are still working on. Some of them still come and say, I want a speed limiter, because we enforce it. If you are accosted and you don't have it, you're supposed to have it, we enforce it. So some of them on their own, I don't want to holler, I want to install the speed limiter. So people are still coming for speed limiter.
Okay, then is there any way you synergize with other agencies on the road, like the police on the road?
We are all sister agencies, and when we need their help, they are there. When they need our help, we are also there.
In what cases?
We collaborate with them in traffic execution of traffic rules. There's some places you come, you see police, you see other agencies, doing traffic work and other. The important thing is that we want the road to be sanitized. You do your own, I do my own. We come together. You find out that the works are interwoven somehow, so they help each other. The important thing is that we get the work done. Let people be safe in the state. That's what's important.
Are there other agencies involved? I mentioned the police.
I don't need to know the others. We have call them sister agencies.
Okay.
We have people, uniform agencies that work together. We work together.
Okay, in all of this, I think the bottom line is the safety of people.
Sure.
And you have mentioned here that where we have the problem is on the aspect of compliance.
Yes.
What do you think should be done so that motorists will comply more than what we are seeing today?
I think we'll continue with the public alignment because that is what we believe. We don't need to tie people to do the right thing. In as much as we accost you, we give you a ticket. If one do not want to change, if you cannot change, if you do.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
The financial and social strain of burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land is becoming a major concern, according to His Royal Majesty Igwe Ambassador Dr. Lawrence O.C. Agabozo, CFR. The elder statesman and respected traditional ruler raised the issue during a lecture delivered at the just concluded 4th Synod of the Catholic Diocese of Enugu held at the Jubilee Hall of the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Speaking on the theme burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land and their burden on the people, Igwe Agabozo traced the evolution of funeral practices from pre-Christian times to the present. He highlighted how modernization, religion, and social competition have significantly altered traditional customs. Recalling pre-Christian Igbo society, he explained that burials were swift, often conducted within 1 or 2 days due to the absence of mortuaries. Deaths were viewed as having spiritual causes, prompting families to consult diviners rather than medical experts. Burials were classified based on social status, with home burials for prominent persons, communal grounds for married or disadvantaged individuals, and even forests for criminals or those believed to have died abominably. Lavish second burials were traditionally reserved for traditional or successful individuals, although early missionaries condemned some practices, including alleged human sacrifices. Igwe Agabozo noted that Christianity helped eliminate discriminatory and dehumanizing burial rites, particularly those involving evil forests. Over time, population growth and migration contributed to the decline of village cemeteries, while modern mortuaries allowed families to delay funerals for extended periods, a factor now contributing to rising burial costs. Modernity has influenced a lot of changes in Igbo funeral rites, the monarch observed. He expressed concern over the growing culture of funerals for the living, where families stage elaborate ceremonies to display wealth and social status, often beyond their means. He condemned practices such as prolonged mortuary stays, house constructions, or renovation to meet burial standards, and the emerging first and second burials into extravagant events. Highlighting a recent example, he cited a high-profile burial where 200 cows were reportedly donated, describing it as inactive, as indicative of the trend. These displays place a huge burden on middle and low-income families, he warned, noting that many now take loans to fund burials of relatives who died in poverty. Efforts to curb excessives are underway. Several Igbo communities have shortened burial durations and abolished oppressive widowhood practices or rites. The Catholic Church has also introduced regulations limiting how long a corpse may remain in a mortuary. Onitsha Donidu's decision to abolish second burials for Christians was cited as a model worth emulating. The Obi of Onitsha, His Royal Majesty Igwe Nnemeka Alfred Achabe, has repeatedly condemned ostentatious funeral displays, emphasizing the protection of families with modern means. In his own Ezema Olo Kingdom, Igwe Agobozo revealed that practices that demean widows such as sleeping beside corpses or compulsory head shaving have been abolished. He also warned against the emergence of committees of friends exploiting funerals to collect money fraudulently via social media. The monarch called for a return to traditional values, encouraging families to conduct burials within their means while allowing voluntary contributions from well-wishers. He urged the diocese to update regulations that balance cultural identity with Christian values, reduce financial pressure on families, and discourage extravagant spending. This paper will consider its mission accomplished, he concluded, if it contributes to resolving emerging challenges that impede the advancement of Christian burial practices in the diocese.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Dear woman, this is a safe space for you to feel seen, heard, and acknowledged. My name is Chidima Asoka, and I'm your companion on this journey of being a woman. Happy International Women's Day to you. I know this is not the International Women's Day, but we are basking in the euphoria of the feeling and all the messages and the wishes and everything that we got this International Women's Day. And I know that we're wishing ourselves happy International Women's Day, posting, doing this, doing that. Also comes the feeling of, oh my God, every other person is doing better than me. Oh my God, these people they've left me. I'm late in the game, I'm behind. I realize that, which is why we are talking about feeling left behind as a topic this week. Most times as women, we often think that we are left behind, we are late in the game, that people are doing better than us. So let's just define this. That feeling of being left behind is actually a situation whereby you think that the people that you're supposed to be in the same bracket with or as are doing better off than you, or are excelling at what they do better than you do. We talk about people in the same age category as you. We talk about people that are in the same line of work as you, your colleagues, your neighbors, your friends, sometimes even your siblings, right? You feel like they are doing better off than you are, they are doing better in life than you are. It's just that feeling. And something about feeling is that feeling is usually subjective. Feelings are not really the truth of a situation, of how something is, or the truth of something. It's just how that thing makes us feel. Because you feel like you're left behind, because you feel like people that you think you are them are in the same category should be are doing better than you, it doesn't really mean that they are doing better than you. I don't know if you understand. It's just a feeling, just the way you are seeing it. It's like me looking at a color and like, oh my god, this looks like pink. No, this looks like peach. Oh no, this looks like pink. This looks like baby pink. Oh no, this looks like light pink. You know, that kind of thing. You're just there saying it looks like this. Someone else might look from another side and they are still contemplating the same thing. You know, that's just it. So let's talk about examples of like what could make you feel this type of way. Sometimes you feel like, for us ladies, usually like, oh, every other person is getting married and I'm not married. They're having kids and I don't have kids. They are doing this and they are starting their business. They are starting that job. They are selling in their career. They have so many customers. They have so many this. I'm not doing this. Their husbands are doing this. Their kids are doing this. My kids are not doing this. You know, that's how for us women it is. And I myself am not left behind from this sort of feeling. I remember having a conversation with my friend a few months back, and she was telling me how she got a property in her name. And I was like, oh my god. So my age mates now have properties in their names, and I'm here. Hey, oh more. I've been left behind, oh. And I'm serious. This was how I said it. This was how I felt about it. I was like, I've been left behind, oh. God, what kind of thing is this now? And we often just talk to God because we're like, God, why will you allow this sort of thing to happen to us? Why are we the ones left behind? Okay. So it varies. It has so many ways that it can happen. Sometimes it's your siblings, maybe one person is getting a job, one person is starting a new endeavor, one person is doing this, one person is doing that, and you're just feeling like you're not doing anyone, nothing. You get, these are how it happens. Let's talk about the reasons why this thing happens. The number one reason why it happens is comparison, whereby you're just looking at your life and looking at that person's life, and you are constantly comparing and contrasting. Oh, this person has these beautiful dresses. They're always wearing these beautiful dresses. Oh, I don't. Oh, this person just started this new thing. Oh, I've not. Oh, this person just got married. Oh, I've not. Oh, this person's marriage look better than mine. Oh, mine look like a poor person's marriage. Oh, that person's look like a big person's marriage. Like, it just comes from comparing the nitty-gritty of the person's life with your own. And social media is not making this any better for us. Social media is not helping the case, because social media just puts people's life in your faces, and it does not ask you, are you ready? Do you want to see? Do you want to just plaster it in your face? And one thing we fail to realize is that people only show the best part of their self on social media. People only show the best part. For instance, imagine if I had come here putting on my nightwears or putting on my regular house outfit. I'm not bringing my best self. I might not be bringing my best 100% self here right now, but I'm put together. I have my earrings. You will not see me not putting on my earring, or at least looking tattered. I will not look that way. I might not be bringing my best self, but you will not see me looking tattered. So that's just what social media is. People bring their best foot forward on social media. They're only showing you the best part. Let's use a business owner for example. Now, a business owner might most probably post the sales they've made. They might even post sales that they made last 2 months or even last month, but they will not tell you that sales was done last 2 months. They will just put it down and make it seem like someone paid for this goods right now. Because you don't know, you will sit and you're like, oh God, this person's business is moving and my own is not moving. It's not really reality. That person is just putting their best foot forward. That's what social media is. And social media is like grass. The grass always looks greener on the other side. Just because you look at it and you're like, oh my God, that grass there, oh, it's really green. That doesn't mean it's that green. You might look it, but it's not it. So comparison is the chief pusher for you to keep feeling like you are left behind. Comparing your life with those of others. The next thing, and this point might be a bit controversial, is the feeling of ambitiousness. Like if you're an ambitious person, you tend to feel like you are left behind, and I'll tell you why. When you're an ambitious person, you probably have set goals for yourself. You probably have told yourself the things that you're going to achieve at a certain age, at a certain time in your life. And the moment that you don't achieve those things, it tends to make you feel like, oh my God, every other person is doing better than me because you have not achieved the goals that you set for yourself. And people will be like, being ambitious is good. Yes, being ambitious is a good thing, but sometimes it can lead you to being so hard on yourself and feel like every other person around you is doing better than you if you are not meeting up with the ambitious goals that you set for yourself. And if you see yourself not doing those things or not being able to achieve those things, but yet people that you look at by your side, you see them achieving those goals. And that thing that could cause this is societal pressure. We live in a world where the society is constantly pressuring you, that there's nothing you can do that will please the society. If you're a single lady, they're probably asking you, when are you getting married? If you're married, they're probably asking, when are you having kids? If you have one child, they're probably asking, when is the next coming? And if you're in school, they're asking, when are you finishing? Or when are you getting a job? When you get a job, they're asking when you're getting a better one, or when you're getting a promotion, or when you're furthering your studies. There's always the next milestone, the pressure to achieve the next milestone in our society. When you do one thing, they are pressuring you to do the next and keep doing, showing up like that. They want you to always beat the record of what you have done. If you have done this now, you have to exceed it. You understand? And it kind of, pressures us to want to do more and to want to show up better just because of societal pressure. Imagine, just for instance, that someone is like, okay, dear woman, you dear woman, oh yes, Chidima, so yes, you're doing dear woman on Aneke TV, right? Yes, okay. When are you actually going to form a community? When are you going to form a community of girls where you guys you empower ladies, things like that? And maybe I give the person an answer. The next thing the person is going to be like, oh, you speak on Aneke TV, you have a community. When are you going to start doing physical conferences? When are you starting talking to people in person? When are you going to start attending events and speak to women? Things like this just comes up. Things like this just comes up. And it's often because, that the society is putting a pressure, they're putting a milestone that they want you to achieve after the one you have achieved. Things like this. Just like, for instance, when you have a baby, people are asking, when are you're going to snap back? You need to snap back. You need to snap back. They don't really care to know what you're going through or how the thing is happening. They just want you to snap back. There's always a milestone. There's always a pinpoint where people want you to exceed what you have done previously and do better. That is the societal pressure we're talking about. The fourth thing that often causes feelings like this is, aside from societal pressure, aside from comparing your life, and aside from being ambitious, the fourth thing that causes you to feel like you are left behind is sometimes the feeling of, not the feeling, when you don't have anything doing, when you don't have anything doing, maybe you're out of a job, you're not, business is not going the way it should, you don't have your hands on something at this particular point in time. It often makes you feel like you are left behind because, they said an idle mind is the devil's workshop. The moment you're not doing anything, you're constantly looking over there and thinking, oh, this person is doing better than me. Oh, this person does this, that, those kind of things, just because you don't have something doing. Imagine, let's say that you wake up in the morning and you have a job that you have to go to, and when you're done from that job, you have a side job that you have to do, and then you're done with that side job, you still have to take care of yourself, you still have to do your skincare, you still have to do this, do that, pick out what to wear the next day, you're trying to lose weight, you have to think of meals to eat. You have so many things on your list, on your to-do list, that you don't have time to constantly compare your life with those other persons. Or like someone that does not have anything doing. If I don't have anything doing, I'll probably just sit down and be scrolling on my phone, and when I'm scrolling on my phone, I'm looking at this person's life, oh, that my friend, oh, that girl is in Canada, hey, she's doing her masters, hey, and that girl also no book, oh, that girl is a dummy, so that kind of thing. Or that girl, I think I'm better than her, and she's in Canada, she's doing her masters. Is usually steps of not having a lot on your plate to do. So these are the reasons why this tends to happen.
And if you're feeling this way, I'm also going to drop a few points that will help you navigate this feeling of being stuck. Like I said, it's something I've experienced, and it's something that is constant as human beings that we are. You're definitely going to feel stuck at some point in your life. Even the person that is at the pinnacle would also be looking at another person at another pinnacle and wishing they could supersede that person. It's just how life is. If you're feeling this way, one of the things that has personally helped me, that I believe is going to help you, is practicing gratitude. Sometimes I just wake up and I'm like, oh God, I thank you. Thank you for my life. Thank you for even making it possible for me to be at the age where I am right now. Thank you for all the things that I know. Thank you for the life of my husband. Thank you for the husband that you have given to me. Thank you for my daughter. Thank you for the daughter you have given to me. Thank you for my parents and my siblings. Thank you that you gave me the kind of siblings that you gave me and the kind of parents that you gave me. Thank you for my job at Aneke TV. Oh God, little things, you start appreciating them. Sometimes I even go as far as I'm like, okay, God, I thank you for the kind of this one is funny. But I go as far as saying, oh God, I thank you for the brain that you have given me and the kind of head that you have given me, the kind of face that you have given me. I know, it just feels like it's obsessive. But when you start thanking for these little things, you find yourself laughing, you find yourself happy, and those comparison goes to the back. Sometimes I'm like, thank God for the shape that you have given me. Just because of the shape you have given me, I wear clothes and they look really pretty on me. You see? You just start laughing and you forget what has happened. When you practice the feeling of gratitude, you tend to bring the little things that have skipped your mind or you feel that you have no reason to be grateful for. You bring it to the forefront and you see just how lucky you are to have the things that you have and have the people that you have in your life. Those things that you normally look at and it does not make sense to you before. When you practice gratitude, you just learn to appreciate those things. So I really practice the act of gratitude. The next thing is understanding that there are times and there are seasons. This has really helped me. There are times and there are seasons, because there are times when I remember when I just had my baby and I wanted to bounce back and just start my business, pick up like I never left. And I tried, but I couldn't. And I was just feeling kind of bad. But then I just told myself that this season I'm in is a season of nurturing. I'm nurturing the human being and I'm trying to, I'm navigating this new role that I've never been in. I don't have an experience in. It's just a first time for me. So yeah, I get to give myself grace. When you give yourself grace and you understand there are times and seasons, let me put this in the broader sense. There are times, just like plantings, just like if you're a farmer, so it is with life. There are seasons when there's nothing going on. The farm is just there. The farm is just there. Nothing is actually happening. You can't do anything. It's not raining. You don't have water. You don't have irrigation. Nothing. You can't do anything. And then there are now the season where you start cutting the grasses. And then there are the seasons where you start, after cutting the grasses, you're like, okay, it's now time to put the manure on the land. Or it's not time to start farming. Or it's not time to start planting. Or it grows. Or you nurture it. Okay, now it's time to start harvesting, clear the grasses. I'm not following it step by step on how the farming process goes, but I'm just telling you that the way farming is, so is life. There are times when you just have to start cutting the grasses in your life. Start removing things, start doing this, doing that. And then there are times when you start planting. And when you're planting, nobody sees that you are planting, nobody sees the fruit of sees it until it germinates, it fertilizes, everything now works out. You are seeing the fruit. People can now see the fruit of your labor and see that, okay, during those times this person was working on this. It's just like, let's say for instance, somebody does their housewarming and they invite you for their housewarming. You probably didn't see the time when they started saving. You didn't see the time when they started doing anything. You didn't even know that they bought a land. You didn't even know when they started building, until the building was done and furnished and they invited you for their housewarming. So you'll be shocked. So such is life. I just know that there are times and there are seasons, and I tend to appreciate those times and seasons and choose to understand that I'm in the season for this and I'm in the season for that. Now let me just bring it home again for us ladies. There was a time frame that I was in, and I think that was when I was in school or so. And my focus back then was just gaining knowledge, gaining as much knowledge as I could. I would pick up any book and read. I'll pick up as much book. Like I read a lot. I was a voracious reader at that time. I read a lot and I prayed a lot. And at that time, I would see people doing something. I would tell myself that this is my season of just gathering this knowledge. I didn't know why, but now I don't have that time to pick up books. But because of what I've read previously, I've developed a sense of emotional intelligence. I've developed a sense of grit when it comes to prayer. I've developed a sense of spiritual understanding because of a habit that I built years back. Now let's use, for instance, presently maybe let's say that I saw someone that I love her style, dresses very nice, and person looks like this particular actress online. I don't know her name, Nelly something. I don't know her surname, but her first name is Nelly. She's an actress, but then she has delved into business, and I think she even did a conference of becoming her in Lagos sometime. And I'm just giving you a background, but this lady's style is amazing. Like her fashion says, oh my god. So I think I even commented on one of her posts. I was like, I can't wait for you. I just wish you asked me to come and raid your wardrobe. It will be the happiest day. Just ask me to raid your wardrobe, because this girl's fashion is. But then it's not me to carry myself and say, oh, Nelly has these beautiful pieces and I don't. No, I'm like, this is not my season to. It's not like you will not look good, but that extra step and extra mile that you go to look really fashionable. I told myself that this year is not, my focus is not on looking that fashionable. If I see pieces that I like and I get, fine, but it's not my focus. I have other things I'm focusing on. That is it. Times and seasons. That's just it. That is basically times and seasons. When you want to compare, remember that you are in this space of life. The next thing that actually helps with this feeling of comparison, chizaram, because the next thing that helps with this feeling of comparison for me is having or defining what success means to me. Success means a lot of different things to different people, and in as much as I would love to do this, love to do that, I ask myself, what does success mean to me? What would be my happy state? What would happen and make me happy? Not what will make others happy, what will make Chidinma happy. And when I define what that is to me, when people are busy doing all those other things I said I liked, and it gets to my head, I'm like, oh my god, they are doing better. I'm like, go back. What is success to you again? Oh yes, success is this and success is that. For me, okay, yes, I'm actually living in my success right now. Oh god, I'm happy. These are the extras, and I would wish I would attain these extras, and I pray that I attain those extras. But right now, I'm living in my definition of success. I'm living in my definition of happiness. So these are things that has helped me define what success and happiness means to you, and know what your add-ons are. Just like when you order ice cream, you have your basic flavors, your vanilla or your strawberry flavor, and then there are add-ons. There are this what do they call it? The sprinkles, the cashew nuts, the chocolate chips. There are all those add-ons to your ice cream when you order. Know what your base flavor is, what that is for you, what success is for you, what happiness is for you, and what the add-ons are. You can have your ice cream without add-ons, though the add-ons make your ice cream extra sweet and extra special, but even without those add-ons, you can enjoy life. Do you understand? Yeah. So this is what helps me. The next thing that helps me is prayer. The Bible says that you should come to God with all your supplications and He's going to do it for you. Now, when I bring all those my add-ons, I carry them to God in prayer, and I'm like, oh God, Jesus, I love what you are doing for me. Like, I love this, I love that. But God, I wouldn't mind if you can add these extra ones. It just make life make extra sense. That's really how I talk to God sometimes when I want to cute him into doing something for me. I just talk to him like I'm talking to a friend. So that helps. The last thing that I will tell you that would help if you start feeling like you have to compare, or you start comparing your life to that of another person. Remember that just because these people are achieving this and are doing that doesn't mean it's always as the same. Now you can be like, oh my god, every other person has gotten married but I have not. I want you to remember that some of those people that are married, their husbands are beating them. Yeah. Remember that those people that are married, their life is frustrating. None of them are happy. And I'm not telling you to bash on somebody's happiness or think that people are not happy just because they are doing better than you. No. But the reality is, some people are doing better than you because you think they're doing better than you. But when you go into that thing that you think is their blessings, oh God, you take a step back. I know of some people that are married, they are driving big cars. You see them, their dress sense is on point, their skin is skinning, their hair is hairing, everything is on point, everything is looking good. But they don't have peace in their home. They don't have peace. Like, they and their husband, they can keep malice for 2 months, no mega, and everybody they are throwing blows and punches. Like, when you come to the house, it's a house of blows, that busting ring. Their husband just cheats like a movie. God, there are so many things that are happening to them, and maybe if they should put you in that thing, you will not run mad, or if you don't run out of that marriage. So God is just keeping you, preparing you for a better thing, and you don't see it, so you are angry, or you are feeling like they are doing better than you. In business, I've come to understand that sometimes this thing just takes consistency. This and that thing that has helped me. The fact that things just takes consistency. Now, okay, I want to be the next Toke Makinwa of Nigeria. It just takes consistency. Though the Bible says that chance and luck happen to them all, maybe Toke Makinwa has some favor or opportunities that led her to be the Toke Makinwa that she is today, which is understandable because chance and luck happen to them all. But there are things that consistency can do for you. Even in business, there is just something that consistency does. If you show up every day in business for, let's say, 5 years, those other people that you're looking at, you're thinking they are doing better off than you are, you probably be in the same way they are. I don't mean you show up 3 months or 6 months in a year, and for the next 6 months you are off, and then the next year you're comparing yourself, I've been doing business in 2022, and the person started in 2023, and look at where they are, and look at where I am. They have been showing up consistently that 2023 up until 2026. You said in 2022, this 2026, but you have been going on intervals and breaks. You see, some things, consistency just happened to them. I remember seeing this lady on TikTok. I don't know her name, but there's something she said that got to me. She said there was a time in her life that she told herself that she needed change, and this change she needed it for something bigger. And for that year that she told herself that she needed change, she decided to, just put herself into her work, and she ended up writing 300 applications. Yes, 300 applications, and she got 299 no's and only 1 yes. And the yes that she got was the yes of them all, like their father. Let me just put it that way. It was their father. And I know that sometimes we say that people also come on social media and they lie. You can lie, it's good, but I've taken what I want to take from that your story. Sometimes consistency is just what happens. Just keep trying, just keep pushing. And where others are, you will get there. Just like the Igbo, when someone that is running gets to, the person that is also working will get there. It might take a longer time, but you definitely get there. And in the spirit of International Women's Day, I want you to know that as a woman, there are so many things that could stop you from achieving your goals, your dreams, your aspirations, your ambitions. Childbirth, can happen and it can disrupt everything. Ill health can happen and it can disrupt everything. There are circumstances beyond you. You can get scammed. You can be a victim of circumstances, and you just get stuck. And sometimes, don't forget, your village people can follow you like mad, and it just stops your success. There are so many things. So give yourself grace, and just know that you're strong, you're beautiful, and you have all it takes. I know they cap, I'm not joking. You have all it takes to do those things that you want to do, to achieve every single thing that you want to achieve. You have what it takes. Just give yourself time, give yourself grace, and don't forget, pray like no man's business. As my mom will tell you, pray when you are working, pray when you are walking, pray when you are resting, pray when you are watching TV, pray when you are pressing, pray. Just pray. And the moment you are praying, imagine how many billion people we have in this world. Keep hollering our Father. Holler him, and he will definitely answer you. And guess what? The rejected stone will be the chief cornerstone. Right. I love you guys, and thank you for watching. Let's just take our bowl of words. Let's spin it and see what we get before we end this episode. This episode has been really dear to me because from filming this episode, I felt like I was talking to myself at some point. And, I just hope it impacts you the way presenting this episode has impacted me as well. Okay. Says, I forgive myself for past mistakes and move forward with peace. Yes, sometimes the reason why people might be doing better than you, or you think they are doing better than you, is often because of past mistakes that you made, or information that you did not come across at that certain time in your life. Forgive yourself for the mistakes you have made, for those informations that you don't know. Sometimes you are like, oh, I did not know that this is possible. Forgive yourself for those and move forward with peace. When you have peace within yourself, the sky is your starting point. Yes. Because when you have peace, you tend to attract peaceful things. You tend to attract good things. Okay? I love you. I remember, this is Aneke TV, Dear Woman on Aneke TV, showing every Wednesday and every Saturday. Subscribe, share this video to people around you and tell them to subscribe. Tell them to, watch Dear Woman. Dear Woman is a voice of wisdom. Yes, I said so. A friendly voice and a sisterly voice. That voice that we all need in our lives. And remember to drop your comments. Tell me how you feel you navigated when you feel like every other person is doing better than you are. I love you. Take care. Bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome to this day in Aneke television. On the program Mysteries of Life. When we talk of mysteries of life, we are talking about the mysteries surrounding life in its entirety. And in today's program, we'll be discussing gifts, or we can call it charity, in all its intricacies. Gifts or charity in all its intricacies or in all its ramifications. We are in a society where gifts are common in the families, in the communities, in the town, across the villages. We hear gifts. Come and take gifts. I will give you gifts from individuals, from religious organizations, from philanthropists. We hear gifts. So today in Aneke television, on this program, Mysteries of Life, we'll be extraying gifts and what it means. And with me to handle this program, by my right hand side is Mazi Chikodi Ugu, aka Izengoko Mahansa, Enugu State Cultural Ambassador. He has many identities, but with these specifics, you know who he is and what he represents. Izengoko, you are welcome.
Thank you. I think
in English.
I say thank you very much for bringing me on this program. And to our viewers.
On my
how we do it.
On my left is Reverend Uche Kalo, Children's Pastor, Assemblies of God Church, Owani, Enugu. Reverend, you are welcome.
Thank you, sir. My pleasure. Welcome, viewer.
And handling this topic, is your regular guest, presenter, Mazi Nemeka Gabriel Anichuku. Viewers, let's go straight to this all-important topic. It's a common topic. Common but strange. We would like to know what is gifts. I would like to start from my left-hand side, as I choose, from Reverend Carlo Uche. Reverend, what is gifts?
All right. Thank you, sir. A gift is anything you give, either in cash or kind, in expression of gratitude, or in an intention to show benevolence and appreciation or encouragement or support to a recipient. That is gift. Thank you, sir.
Anything you receive from a benevolent heart and which was not
in cash or in kind,
accompanied by appreciation.
Yes.
Yes. That's your own perspective about gifts.
Yes.
I would like to ask the Ezengoko himself. Ezengoko, what is gift?
Gift is something that can come as a good or service. It can be physical or not physical, but something to show an appreciation from a party to a party without sometimes attachments.
Without expecting any appreciation.
Exactly, so without attachments. And then that cannot be subjected to taxation in the economic terms and otherwise.
Because it's based on philanthropy.
It's a philanthropy thing. It's passing from someone to another out of benevolence, just like he said, acts of appreciation, and this parting of that gift can, most times, is not supposed to have attachments to it. Not like you're giving a gift and then I'm giving you a gift for you to do this for me. That's no longer a gift. It's an inducement. But it has to leave the person without an attachment for appreciation of what has transpired.
Okay. From what you've just said from Reverend Carlo and Ezengoko, I can depict that gifts should come from a free heart that gives without any expectation. That any gift that comes with expectation that makes appreciation mandatory is not gifts. And Reverend, that is what I can.
I don't subscribe totally to it. Thank God he says sometimes.
Yes.
Sometimes. Yes, without any attachment. Say sometimes.
So coming from that angle, we usually hear when somebody comes into his village or community, he says he wants to pack gifts to his family members, to his church members, to his community, to his village members. And when you hear people call for such gifts, there are certain perception the society give to it nowadays. It's true that the kind of economy we have in this third world countries, there are many poor people, but some people are poor but still have sense of judgment amidst their poverty.
Yes.
They still have what they call self-esteem.
Okay.
So I would like to ask, starting from Reverend Carlo, should every call for gifts be responded? Should people respond to every call for gifts whenever a perceived or real philanthropist, a gift giver, comes back to his village or family? Whenever a call for gifts is called, that people should rush. Should people rush to accept gifts?
Well, the truth of the matter is that as long as gift is concerned, the giver is assumed to be on top and the receiver is assumed to be beneath. And when you look at it very, very well, for someone to give, there must be an inbuilt intent. There must be an inbuilt intent. The Bible says a man's gift maketh ways for him. There must be an inbuilt intent. And John chapter 10 verse 6 says, for God so loved the world. Because of that reason, he gave his only begotten son with an intent that whosoever believes in him will have something to benefit, will not perish, but have everlasting life. So if a gift leaves the source to be beneficiary and the intent is not justified, then there is a question mark. Because who is giving you? Why is he giving you? For what purpose is he giving you? Do you understand? So when people call for gift in the name of philanthropy, as a philanthropist, you now ask, where is the source of that gift coming from?
The motivation behind the gift.
What is the personal integrity of the person that is giving it? What is he known for? Check his background. Where has he come from? And where is he? Where is he taking you to? You know, just like our brother said, if somebody gives you something so that you come and render a service, of course, when you are giving, there are justifications in the heart. Do you understand? A friend comes to give you gift during burial of your father. When it is his own turn, you come in reciprocation. Okay, these ones are established issues. But when somebody gives a gift to lure you to become a slave, it's a different thing. When somebody gives a gift to take away your star, your talent, your blessing, your identity, there are people like that. A ritual gift, they give it to you. Before you know it, everything about you will begin to scatter. So there must be a background check. Who is giving gift? From where did he derive those gifts? Has he been known for that? What is the intent behind that gift?
That's a very valid response. And it's Ngoko. Coming from that background, these are coming from north, south, east, and west in this our society. Building on his own theory, what can you say about, should people rush to accept gifts whenever a perceived or real philanthropist calls people to come and pick gifts on him?
First and foremost, I have a problem with the word philanthropy.
As a real or perceived?
I have a problem with it because philanthropy looks fine, you know, at the surface, but deep down there's an intent.
Okay.
Majority of the so-called philanthropists do that for tax evasion. Let's get it straight. Because if you begin to tax them for what they produce, for instance, if they're manufacturers, yes, or whatever it is they do, or business people, there has to be some level of tax exemption.
Exactly.
So they have to do that.
It's strategic.
Yes, it's transactional. You know, give this thing so that the government won't tax us here, and they have experts who do these things for them. So when somebody says he's doing philanthropy, I just look at the person and ask, just like he said, what's the intent of this thing? No. That's number one. Then coming to the scenario you painted, people coming to the village and then he's distributing bags of rice and everybody's jumping up, and then he's paid tomorrow, he's paid just salt, exactly, and then they give him a traditional title, and then you begin to ask yourself, in the real, if you look at real terms, what prompted such an act in such a society? We delve deeper into it. Poverty, inequality of income.
Yeah.
Inequality of income. If our governments were doing the right thing, people shouldn't be doing such things. Yes. at the scale at which they are doing it, sometimes you see people, they say, okay, they have 300 trailers of rice sharing, trailers of rice sharing food to people. Are Africans supposed to be hungry? So sometimes I look at the people who do these things as people who the system has benefited one way or the other behind the scenes. So they have to do some sort of corporate social responsibility to hide away from cover manipulation. That's the point. That's how I look at it. So if somebody is giving a gift, if it's a spiritual thing, if you have to go to it from the spiritual perspective, if you are given a gift, even the Bible that you read says, if the right is given, the left should not know. There are specifications for it in the Bible. So you can't be giving a gift and then you have a camera to show the world that you're giving a gift. Doesn't make sense.
That's what catalyze certain societal issue in a contemporary world. Most times you hear that a big man of God is organizing a huge.
Are you centering on a?
No, I'll make it all impressive.
Okay.
Sometimes you hear that a big man of God is organizing a mega crusade, and without the crusade, I'm not against organizing mega crusade or giving gifts, because you say that whatever the right hand does, the left should not see.
Which is something in the book.
Yes. So everything in the manual.
Actually, what I was trying to say is that you don't go
to advertise.
It's not that every gift must be given in isolation of one hand.
No, I'm coming.
Because there are one that need two hands to carry.
Yes.
Do you understand the picture? It's by interpretation that gift you don't go to advertise it, to publicize it.
Sometimes you hear that somebody has started giving gifts to his village members, to the villagers community, or in local government. Small time you hear that the person is contesting for a senatorship or House of Rep member. That those gifts were not gifts, but sources of manipulations proactively taken to get what he needs from the impoverished people. So, Reverend,
yes.
Reverend Kalu, who can you chip concerning the proactive gifts from mega men of God and prospective political aspirants?
So what I have to say is that it is 50-50.
Okay.
I don't subscribe totally that every gift you give philanthropist, that it should be turned or tantamount to a kind of slavery, a kind of civilization, manipulation, because even there in the Western world, you still have people that go about giving to the homeless, giving to the orphanage, giving to the elderly. In life, there are people on top and there are people beneath. The only way to add value to life is to put smiles in the face of people without expecting something in return. If you have intention to better people's life, of course, giving a fish is important, but showing the people or the person how to catch that fish is more important, very, very more important. So you calling to organize a crusade, and he said there will be free shirts, clothes, free medication, things like that.
And television.
The pivotal key point is to enlarge your publicity,
show off,
and draw people to come.
Good.
Draw people to come. But God looks at our motive.
Good.
You can do the right, but if your motive is wrong, everything is marked wrong. So when you are giving out some, I'm not against it. There are people that are not vying for political position, but they see in the society there are people they are better off. they add value and life into them. There is nothing wrong about it. But if you are saying, let me build this bridge, let me build the hospital, let me build this and that, let me build scholarship. Tomorrow I will come with your mind. God sees tomorrow from today. Then you now come and say, they say, this man has been doing this thing, he will do better. When he goes in, he has to recover and recuperate all that he has spent long years ago. That is wrong. You need to serve the society that God has blessed you with without expecting anything in return. So for a politician, for a pastor, if God has blessed you, give people scholarship, give people medical attention, give people anything. Don't expect anything from them.
So, Reverend Carlo, thank you for this crucial submission. And it does bring me to Ezengoko. In our communities, you will see some big men, we usually call them big men, whose family members cannot feed 3 times. You will hear that he has asked the bishop of the diocese that he will roof the whole cathedral, worth hundreds of millions of naira. But inside his family, inside that person who is a great giver's family, some people cannot go to school. Some people cannot eat 3 times a day. Then when after giving that big gifts in the church and endorsed by the reverends and so Reverend, I'm not referring to you, please, particularly to you, but I'm saying what I've said to the clergy. Very good. Accepting it, though the clergy who knows the village terrain or the town terrain cannot even, who knows the relatives of that so-called big man, can never call that big man and tell him, some of your people, families are suffering, neighbors are suffering, and that makes some people to have some kind of hesitation in receiving gifts. They will say this man is a ritualist. He's now giving gifts to take their stars or to subdue them spiritually. Do you subscribe to such perception?
First and foremost, I have an issue. I personally have an issue with capitalism. And capitalism, you find capitalism in religious circles. Transactionary, human control, monetary control.
I call it economical capitalism.
Yes, that's what it is. And once that becomes clear to people, then it becomes imminent for us to address this issue of gifting in such a system. Now, I'll stretch it back a little bit. Why should there be poor people in a system like in Africa? Africa is the richest continent on earth.
Exactly.
Since 1884, the Berlin Conference, the white man they've come here, bastardized this place, and given us religion in return. Hold on. In the course of all that, they were all the tools they used to make us poor.
Okay. We hold it there. We'll come back for next. Let's have a break. Thank you.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-30437110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
As I asked you before we took a break.
Okay, I was talking about capitalism and the Berlin Conference and what made Africans poor people. What made people see Africans as poor people. And it's sad that the colonial masters who worked in cahoots with,
in sync
with the people who, in fact, they brought the religious system to keep us down and then exploit us, control our resources for their own personal gains and, the gains of the colonies. In the course of creating this poverty here, you have to see a direct relationship with the clergy of these so-called religious institutions and the government.
Especially
with the government.
The mainstream religions. The mainstream and the big Orthodox.
The Orthodox religion.
Yeah, all of the issue we are talking is gift, not religion.
Yeah, so you see,
we're getting somewhere.
I'll come back to you.
We're getting somewhere.
I'll counter what he's saying.
Now you see, if we see the system in sync, the political system and the religious system playing out in our society, and then there are no checks and balances from the religious side to the political side,
as Elijah and Jeremiah did in the old.
Yes. Then there has to be poverty.
Obadiah, all these.
So I put it to the house that religion and politics created poverty in Africa.
Okay.
That's religion and poverty. Sorry, religion and politics that created the poverty in Africa. If you look at it deeply as well, you will see that in that system, one who has been elevated politically, who has been used as lackeys or a lackey to the system that set up that religious system there to keep people down, will be on top.
So that he will continue giving.
And when he's on top, he will be seen as somebody who keeps giving. You understand what I'm saying? And when he's giving, when he's in that system of giving, the clergy might not be able to address certain issues to counter whatever thing he's doing. And that's exactly what we see here. Majority of the people who are financing the churches can't be controlled by the churches. That's the reality. Okay. They can't be controlled.
That's good. Reverend Carlo, I would like you to throw light on what he said.
If we are talking about gifts,
because what he's saying that the phenomenon of gifts, or this making gifts as a phenomenon in our society, is precipitated from poverty created by the political class and religious class.
Yes.
So I'm saying what he, from his own point of view.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
In a sound society, there shouldn't be an era of gifts, people expecting gifts, people giving, because these gifts from common background is most gifts, the Bible says that bribe seals the mouth of someone who wants to say the truth. If you want to see someone smart, give the person bribe. Bribes, Proverbs, you are a Bible scholar. Bribe seals the mouth of a truthful person. What you say bribe, like in the time of Jeremiah, Elijah, they counter certain things that when Ahab was messing up, the prophet of Israel confronted him. But what he's saying now is that we don't have most of these prophets who can counter what the political class is doing to impoverish the masses, because they have a kind of unholy alliance. What can you say about it?
The bold statement he made was that it was poverty.
Yes,
necessitated
gifts. Yes.
I want
the political class and the religious class are exploiting it. Detriment of the masses.
I want us to understand that in totality, there are people that has wealth, but they can't give.
Exactly.
There are people that don't have. They are willing to give from the little that they don't have.
It's true.
There are people that see people that has, and when they give, instead of joining to give, they criticize them. And there are people that have and they will love to give. These are different categories of people. Now, whether we believe it or not, the poor will not finish in the land. They must be poor people.
But the gospel, Christ said, I came for the poor. The primary purpose of God's Jesus ministry is to eradicate poverty, because poverty makes you to think evil.
He didn't say the poor will completely.
No, he said he claimed that poverty will be eradicated.
Wait, sir. As long as life lasts, as people are being born, they are dying, others are coming. Your tendency to become anything in life has a principle you must work upon.
Yes.
There is no way you block money. There is no way you block wealth. There are things you do, you get money. There are things you do, you will not get it. In fact, importantly, you must go to school, you must work, you must engage yourself into avenues of getting money. There is what we call ritual gift. There is what we call sacred gift. Ritual gifts are gifts that are in tandem with slavery and theft of your identity, your future, your blessing.
Metaphysically.
That is ritual gift. Before that gift is given to you, it has undergone spiritual sacrifice. And they don't give it to anyhow person. They don't give it to anyhow person. That's why you can even see somebody's mother dying. And you'll be throwing things elsewhere while the mother is dying. You can even see somebody's relative dying. It is simply God.
And the family members break from marriage, killing them.
Exactly. So there are sacred gifts. Sacred gifts are gifts that come from a pure heart of love for God. Because you cannot love without giving.
Unconditional giving.
But you can give without loving. You cannot love without giving, but you can give without loving. Giving without loving is where you now enslave. What are you giving to me before I give? Common washing of your car, you must have something to do before you give.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Oh my God, there was a time I was so poor. And I went to a friend for help. And the friend said, I will take you to where I am building so that you help and work. I will pay you. Instead of going to Obomano to get workers and pay them. He took me to the place and I was to dig a plantain tree so that the foundation can go in. Right where I was digging, I was baptized with a stench of scorpion. And that was the end of that digging. And that was the end of the employment. No money paid, no food. And oh my God. Is it in Igbo land? I enjoyed it. Now what am I saying? People that want to give a sacred gift gives it on the heart platform of love, sacrifice. They are not expecting anything from it. So it's different from economical capitalization. It's different from religious background. It's different from clergy, this and that. It is not the name we answer. It is the action that justifies our motive. Thank God it's only God that sees our heart. What we are talking is irrelevant. When somebody said, your action speaks louder that I cannot hear what you are talking.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, I just want to.
Please, do you believe there are ritual gifts through which a malevolent giver can manipulate somebody's destiny and draw them to him, to impoverish the other person, for him to expand, to grow?
It exists.
You do believe?
Yes, it exists because this world is ruled by higher forces, whether we like it or not. It doesn't matter your religion, it doesn't matter your belief system, but the world is ruled by higher forces. And there are people who know how to tap into realms of existence and then use certain codes to manipulate certain situations. These things exist. So there are people who also are experts in demonology, necromancy, and all this stuff, you know. They get into it, just like he said, it's always very important that every human being guards himself spiritually. Like when the white men came here, they brought their religion. And then we moved away from our original ways of protecting ourselves. Those days we protected ourselves with our ancestors, with the elements of creation, earth, wind, water, and fire. and of course the fifth element, which is the spirit, ether. So with all these things within us and around us, we didn't have the kind of problems the white men had. For instance, demon possessions and all that. But what we have here is, for instance, if there is any energy that is resident in the very root of someone, that energy has to be treated for the person to get himself right. And when we call it abu, okay? And when the necessary things are done for the person, the soul, the entity, whoever it is, certain spiritual protection comes around that person.
Inherently?
Yes, because it's a DNA thing, it's a rooted thing. Okay? And when this thing happens, you want to come and take his destiny. How will the ancestors allow you to do that? How will those spirits allow you to do that?
In our pre-Christian societies,
yes.
But there are some inherent spiritual force within the family, within a person, according to the family,
exactly,
that will make him impregnable.
Yes, you can. It's impervious to all these things. And all those things. Those things were not there.
But you agree that there are ritual givers who give to take other people's destiny.
It exists.
And subjugate them spiritually.
Yes.
And expand and progress at the expense and detriment of others, even within the family.
When you talk about this progress, I wanted to talk about something he said about poverty in the system. That was why I went back to capitalism and how poverty was created in the system by the colonial masters who brought the system. Let us understand that for them to create poverty, it is for their own relevance. It's for the relevance of the colonial master. To whip our ancestors behind their backs, to take them as slaves across the transatlantic.
I want to cut you there, because it's a bit another topic. But I want to say that my problem is that, which is our problem, that those who say they accept Christ, because Christ is people who is from the Christocentric philosophy of the golden rule: do unto others and which others do unto you. Which means that a true Christian, if that is a true Christ-like, someone who truly embraces Christocentric philosophy, will not harm or do evil to another person. So, and that Christocentric philosophy also even is the fulcrum of living ordinary.
Where I'm coming from is very, very simple. Just like you said, it's either you're a Christian or you're not a Christian.
Yes, yes.
And as far as I know, I don't think I've seen a Christian in Nigeria. I'm sorry.
But
sorry. I'm sorry.
From your own point of perspective, you are free to hear.
Because whatever the man Yeshua HaMashiach said, his name was not Jesus Christ, for crying out. Yeshua HaMashiach. Whatever thing he said in the book is not what I see. Foxes have homes, birds of the air have nests, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head. Here we have the clergy flying on private jets, which is not in tandem with what this man has taught. So that's not Christianity. And in Christianity, when you talk about poverty, there is no poor person in Christianity. Because if you look at the first Christians that was recorded in the book, they lived a socialist lifestyle.
Pure communalism.
Sell all you have, bring to the center. Is that what we're seeing here?
Apostles, all in church.
Was there anybody? What are we talking about? Everything is upside down. I think we're celebrating it being upside down. Telling us about
the topic of we have a reverend gentleman here, a great man of the pulpit. Please, what can you say about what Aneke is saying?
That created the poverty.
The truth of the matter is that as long as life lasts, you cannot expect what began to remain till the end. That is not how life is built.
But Christ said the way of the perfect man should be brighter and brighter until the perfect day.
That is just what I am saying. What started ought to improve.
Good. Very good.
If somebody, there are too many angles to gift and gifting. Positive and negative.
Yes.
Bible said a man's gift makes way for him.
Yes.
It can be a gift of potential talent. It can be a gift of expression, like we have said, you're expressing your benevolence. It has the tendency of making ways for you. So you not expect somebody that is born today naked not to wear clothes, and as time goes on he will not improve on what he's wearing. You expect him to still wear that even when the size is not his size again. Life is progressive. Yes. In the ancient early apostolic season, it was so that whatever you sell, you bring it into the church, and they share it equal to everybody. The gospel was everybody. The gospel was starting. The world has enlarged. Okay. You don't expect what you talk. Real love of God. Real love of God. In the simple enclave you find yourself, practice that. You may not bring all that you have. You may not bring all that you have. God will not take you to hellfire for that. But how do you show those that are hungry around you? Say, I was hungry, you didn't give me food. I was naked, you didn't clothe me. I said, when you read this to you, we will see you. It says, when you do it to those little ones. So it's not necessarily that everything you have, you will bring it to the church, to the public, for everybody to show you the world, to be ascertain that you are a good, gifted giver. But people around you, how do you feel care and love of God?
At your micro level.
To them.
At your micro level.
To them.
But I have a contrary view. You said that the society has expanded.
Of course.
But you know that when society expands, the treasure also expanded. Because human beings make up the corporate profit. Do you get me? Because if we were 5 before, we bring only profits from 5 persons. When we become 20, we bring profits from 20 persons, which means the community is expanding.
As geometric progression.
So exactly. So then saying that because of the expansion in the population of the church, that people should not live that communal life in like that of the apostles era, polychurch era. In
the beginning, I already told you. I said if anybody is giving, you must know that you are adding value.
That's why Paul is alluding, is saying that he doesn't see pure Christians here now. Because why is that? You see someone who said he's a big Christian, a big man of God. He has 10 private jets. Why don't you use one, sell 9 and empower people who should go to school?
And that is a good ideology. I don't have any problem with politics. It all depends on people's motive as well.
Let me tell you.
Because you sleep in one room, you sleep in one bed. That is understanding.
From my own philosophical analysis, I believe that the best way to eliminate evil is reducing the phenomenon of the era of gift giving. Because giving gifts make people, it's a kind of, you give to mostly when people are poor. But when you empower me, you empower and empowered.
Do you know that even the Abinala does not decline in giving and sacrifice?
No, I'm not.
Saraka.
You know,
doesn't decline.
Sowing and reaping is a natural law. And
that is what we are saying now.
As a Christian, whatever, once you give,
that is what we are saying.
We're saying people who attach evil motives to it. Because, and whenever somebody is poor, I said the first mission of Christ, as was propagated, is to reduce poverty. Because a poor man always thinks evil. The best way to eliminate evil is poverty is more dangerous than
there is no evil in getting wealth. There is no evil in getting wealth. But when that wealth takes the place of God in your life, it is wrong.
Can I say something? You see, this thing called wealth and being rich are 2 different things. Being rich and being wealthy are 2 different things. Being rich has to do with having physical money. physical money. And every rich man is a hungry man because he wants to multiply that money. He doesn't want that money to finish. You don't want to cut him the web somewhere and he's panicking. He'll come out the next minute or give me a treatment. They are all panicking. But the wealthy man is contented. They are two different things. So when people begin to talk about poverty in the system, it's a pure capitalistic ideology. And because we are following the people who brought this church here, that's why we are thinking that way. Because they have to create poverty. They must create poverty. Please, let me prove this point. Because I've proved it in different places on different platforms, and I keep saying it. Look at what is happening today in Africa. Ibrahim Traore says, okay, we want to be independent. And everybody's fighting him. Why are they fighting him? It shows you the people who run the church are the poor people. The people who gave you that system are the poor people. Because Africans were rich in our own ways. A man doesn't marry one woman in Africa. We were polygamous people. We had an arable system. Agriculture. There was no criminality. But they came and introduced their monetary system, the fiat money. And in the course of that fiat money, they were able to do their transactions. If you anybody hold on, it was the white man that started it. They taught us corruption. So that is why the religion they brought to us is questionable.
If somebody taught you something, don't you have the capacity to decline what you take and what you don't take? Is it the white man that is charging, is the landlord agent and the asset? Is it the white man?
I want to tell you something.
Is it the white man that is selling food stuff in the market?
I want to tell you something.
Is it the white man that pays people's transport fare in the taxi box?
I want you to understand.
Our orientation need to change until we stop blaming whites and concentrate on rebuilding our continent, our nation. We won't get it better.
Have you read the 1974 Henry Kissinger report?
Go ahead with what you are saying. I may not have read it.
The Henry Kissinger report says that Africans, Nigerians should not be allowed to enjoy their resources. It was America that was saying it.
Okay.
So you can now understand why you are having problems.
So if somebody said you will not leave, you tell that person, yes, I will not leave.
Listen first.
No, I'm asking a question based on what I just said. Somebody say you will not enjoy this your money. You say that I will not enjoy my money.
I will explain to you why it is like that.
Okay.
Why do your people who want to aspire for presidency go to Chatham House? You think you have independence? Do you see yourself as somebody who has independence?
You know,
why do they go to Chatham House? What do they do there?
It's like a plain ideology. Sir, what I'm saying is
why do they go there?
In the angle where me and you exist, in the angle where me and you exist, we need to give with an intention not to colonize, not to enslave, not to receive something at the back.
Reverend Kawo and Ezekwo, thank you very much. Listeners, as we have exchanged views on the phenomenon of gifts in our society, the two resource persons speaking here is Ngoko Mahansa himself, Mazi Chukwudi Ugwu, is Ngoko, and Reverend Uche Kalu. The same certain reasons we are given for the predominance of gifts in our society. They rooted it in religious incapacitation and political incapacitation to impoverish the masses. In as much as we have divergent views, but what we should learn is that even Christianity, in the reasons of Christological philosophy, is doing that as a mission as due to you. Yes. So, when giving gifts without good intent, you are trying to manipulate which is evil. So, though the sacred gifts are ritual gifts, so whenever you are accepting gifts, let your intuition reveal to you which gift that is coming and for you to know if you accept it or not. And giving gifts are good, but the law of sowing and reaping is natural. So, on this note, we call it a day, and our appreciation goes to Reverend Uche Kalu, Children Pastor Service of God Church one Enugu. Please in 2 seconds you are what to the man.
Very soon bags of rice will be flying everywhere.
Hallelujah.
For politicians.
Okay.
The Bible says, as the earth remaineth, seed time and harvest will not cease.
Thank you.
You know the one you are receiving and the one you are giving.
Your last one in 2 seconds for the masses.
If we do the right thing and approach the system the right way, we will eradicate poverty.
Thank you. You do the right thing and put the system the right way, we will eradicate poverty. Which means that I can say the truth. On this note, Aneke television on the program Issues of Life calls it a day. Thank you. And God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-3043-7110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten. Context does. Analysis does. Perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported. It is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.